We are live. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, so all the sound settings are the same as on Saturday. OBS has not been touched in days, so everything should sound exactly the same. And when it doesn't, we will have reasons, I guess. I don't know.
No reason.
No reason.
No reason.
Okay, Discord sound capture, Chrome capture. Stream announcements.
I should turn off
Hello.
my Umineko so I don't have like the hype music going on in the background. It's making me excitable. Okay.
Hello, bonus Umineko stream to finish episode 5. Happy Memorial Day, everyone. What do you think? There we go.
Yamas, how's it going? It's going well. How are you? I got iced coffee, so I'm just like bouncing up and down in my chair. I'm so excited to be here. We got Umineko on a Monday. I never get to come on weekdays. This is great. This is awesome.
Umineko on a Monday. Okay, my link is out. It's been a minute. I can turn YouTube chat on. All right.
I need to leave in 5 minutes, but Mouse, I'm in France, and it's exactly like the people said. Is everybody carrying baguettes around on their back, ready to smack someone with them?
So it sucks. Is everyone tired? Where does that stereotype come from?
What?
That everyone in France is le fatigued. Where does that come
I've
from?
actually never heard that.
Really?
August wants to know, at what point do I reveal that episode 5 is one of my favorites on reread? It's not, but it's a lot easier to laugh at Erica the second time around. The first time I read episode 5, I feel like I've said this in Jazz, but I feel like what some of the people being really critical of people who don't like episode 5 don't remember is that we just spent 4 episodes doing like sometimes very intense and personal character studies of the characters in this story, and then you have someone come and just kind of like stomp all over them, and treat them really disrespectfully. And so even though I respected what Ryokishi was doing and understood full well what was going on kind of conceptually, it was a really unpleasant experience because I was really attached to those characters and really liked them, and I couldn't get past that to love to hate Erica the first time around. I do love to hate her this time, but I still am going to hold a grudge against my first experience where episode 5 made me feel like really sad. So there you go.
I found Erica hilarious immediately. I thought like understanding what she's parodying or the satire that she is. I don't know which words correct. Maybe both are correct in this case. Is like really obvious and it's immediate, but it's kind of like okay, I'm not gonna say that comparison because that would be a whole other conversation. It's kind of like
Uh-oh.
um getting a different meal that you ordered that is also really well done, but that's not what you ordered. You know what I mean? It's like I wanted something else. Like, well, I don't want this from Umineko. That's not what I expected from Umineko. Kind of what Mouse just said. Like, you want there to be more of what happened in the first 4 episodes, and this is now something completely different. And I just don't think that it's good enough to justify the switch up, I guess. Like, it's not, maybe it will justify it by the end, but right now it's kind of like okay, I get to relive the glory Danganronpa days, yay! But I don't want that from Umineko. I want there to be a serious building of this. I don't want this intermission. Now maybe if I read it by myself, quickly, without being having paced out with stream, maybe be like, you know what, episode 5 being like this reset and intermission is actually really good. It's a good palate cleanser or whatever. Because it's the start of the second half, right? But I don't know if that tracks because the episodes were also released with a big delay as well, right? But maybe if I sat here and read it all, I would feel differently. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see though. Anyway, it's Game Duel.
It's Game Doll.
This is Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Hmm.
artwork. This is Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong Bonanza. Is that out yet? No. It's Donkey Konga. Okay, this looks like it's one of the recent ones. Is it Returns? No. Okay, correct franchise and it's got to be Tropical Freeze then. Tropical Freeze. Yeah.
Can you stream your browser to me?
Sure.
So I can help with Bandle.
You mean solve Bandle for me?
No.
Okay.
1 second.
I have had a song stuck in my head all day today, and if it is the song on Bandle today, I'm going to be very spooked. Let's see. 2005. No, I think it's a little too late for that song. Never mind. Let's see if we can hear it. They can hear? Okay, chat's going away.
Yeah.
All right, 2005. I was 20.
Another chord progression that's going to confuse me by being in a bunch of songs. Oh no.
Oh. Is it Stuck in a Moment?
The time of your life.
We already had that one.
I know, it's the same chord progression again.
Is it you two? You got to get yourself together. You got stuck in a moment and you can't get out of it. What song's that? It's not here, is it? Okay, I guess that song might be older than 2005 actually. What fucking song? Okay, never mind. Let's just keep going. All right, guitar.
All right.
I think we might be going to Glorp. Oh, is it You Had a Bad Day? You had a bad day. You had a bad day.
I think it's just called Bad Day.
Is it just called Bad Day? You had a bad day. Say don't mind. Hey, yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, there we go.
Not Fuel. What did Fuel do that was called this? Okay, I like that the hint is rough day. They couldn't put. It's like not even like a rough time. It's just a rough day.
Rough day.
All right, glorp it.
Glorp. Oh, sorry.
Well, I would have gotten it there.
All right, this is Glorp's brother, I think. This is not Glorp. What's this? This is Slorp. Florp. Yeah, this is something else.
I hate this song.
Yeah, I hate this song too.
I actually think most of the time these like MIDI covers are not improvements on these songs. I think this is just an improvement.
How
it sounds better this way.
How did most people get it on 2 and like how did I get it on
know.
3? What was it about that? Huh, okay. Anyway, let's go on. Let's go on to Jodel. Jodel Hugh. This is unironically one of the most important games you can play. Unironically, I mean it 100%. I really mean it. I highly recommend you don't because you're gonna get addicted to it. Okay, I'm talking about Cookie Clicker. This is a stream. This is probably a Q&A thing. Cookie Clicker. Okay, I'm not. Clicker Heroes. Okay, it's with Clicker Heroes, I think. Wow.
Nice.
Wow. Okay.
That's pretty good.
Okay, we got it.
2017. Oh my god, if you click that button, we're going to hear really Baby Joe.
Okay. All right, let's click the button.
Oh man.
This is unironically one of the most important games that you can play. Unironically. I mean it 100%. I really mean it. If you have never played an idle game, I highly recommend that you do, and you don't. I highly recommend that you don't because you're going to get addicted to it.
Yeah, you having fun over there, Squeaky? You having fun? You having fun?
What do you mean squeaky?
You sound like you just got the cheese. What's going on? Do you stand by
I
the
did
statement?
have some cheese at breakfast.
Absolutely, I stand by the statement. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Yep. Okay. Oh no. Okay.
Oh no.
This is okay. This is a trap. Left is obviously better, but right is
Mhm.
so cheap.
Oh, that's really cheap.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
that's
Uh-oh.
practically free for a Scrandal pundit.
Uh-oh.
Like that is
Uh-oh.
Left does look so good though.
Yeah, I would eat left in a heartbeat right now.
Yeah. I think we have to go left for the self-respect, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's right because of the price.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going
I agree.
left?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow. Okay.
not bad.
All right. We
Not
dodged.
bad.
We dodged. All right. We're in it to win it. All right. Buffalo chicken sandwich and fries, Nutella donuts. Okay. I don't like Nutella, and even those look good to me. I feel like I would die after eating those donuts, though.
I would like to note that Right has. I know you like your pint buff. I would like to note that Right has a lighting and filter buff. Like this would look completely like shit if the picture were different.
Left does not have the filter buff, and it's also the same price as last time. And it has
Filter
like
debuff says chat.
yeah, and it has like some ketchup. I almost said something really lewd. So I'm not...
ketchup leakage perhaps.
Yeah, ketchup leakage. Let's do it that way. Yeah, let's just... ketchup froth before the beer. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, why? Look how
ketchup water. Just say ketchup water.
Ketchup water. How is that lewd? What do you mean? How you don't understand what I'm saying if you don't understand why it's lewd? Okay, like that's. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. When you get the ketchup bottle, but you didn't shake it properly, and it comes out before it's ready.
Water.
Yeah, it's ketchup water. Yeah, that's what everyone calls it. I think right is going to be it. I would eat left, but I would not eat right. But I think it's right. What do you think?
I wasn't listening. Sorry, I tuned out after the ketchup water.
I'm going
staring into the abyss.
I'm going right, and as I press it, you can say you go left, and you know if it wins. Okay. Is that a tombstone?
It's a memorial, I think. Yeah, I think it's a memorial of some kind. It looks like.
Right. Whoa. Okay. All right.
Oh, what did they do to that hot dog?
Yeah, that hot dog. That looks gross. What's the bread? That looks like a patty, not a bread.
It looks like a roll. It looks like a roll. Yeah.
I would still eat it, but begrudgingly. It's got to be right. Right? It's got to be right. Right looks really good. Right one has bones? Yeah, it's a chicken wing, Boulder. Wings. Yeah.
What? Boulder?
Yeah. What's...
Mouse, are you zooted again? I'm not zooted. This is literally just my personality. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the amount of joy and whimsy in me is too much for you to handle.
She's coming out of her cage and she's feeling just fine. Yeah. I'm going right. Yo, all right. This is a proper scandal. We're okay. Oh shit.
All right. Okay. This one's tough. One's tough.
Anyone's scran. We have chips that are comparable with sauce that's also comparable, and those nuggets look like shit. But you know, I'm not really thrilled.
The right, if you read ketchup and mayo mixed sauce does not sound pleasant to me.
I like a little ketchup and mayo mixed together. Not this level for my chicken. I don't know. We have these uncut sausages over here that are kind of I don't know. They're not really doing it for me.
Sorry. You have to say uncut sausages.
What? Okay, I don't know. I think maybe right. I feel like the ketchup and mayo is a debuff. I feel like this is I don't know. I don't know. You pick this one. You pick this one. I don't know what to do.
Let's just go right. Let's just go
Okay,
right.
we're going
Let's just go right.
93
alright,
for that
alright.
monstrosity? What the fuck?
Right.
Okay, it gotta be left. Wait, hold on. It's £1.40. Is okay, I am uncultured and I don't know breads. Is this bread good bread?
It looks like a rye bread to me, maybe. Which is good.
Okay.
But left has presentation buff for sure.
I think left. I'm going. You know what? We don't need to deliberate. I'm just going left. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right. We might have a mutual perfect scran on our hands here.
Yo, don't get ahead of yourself. We're only halfway through. What do you
Okay.
mean?
I remember right being here before, and it wasn't that high,
Mhm.
but it was decently high. Left looks diseased down in the bottom here. I don't think this looks good.
Disease?
Yeah, that looks gross in the bottom, don't you think? No?
I don't need a lot of I don't need a lot of pork.
I don't
so
need a lot of
I don't
pork
look at a lot of
either.
pork.
I don't need a lot of
Yeah.
pork. Oh, chat says no. Really? I think that looks gross. I would not eat that. I would eat the top part. The top part looks pretty good. It has no color to it. I don't know. I'm not big
I
on
think
pork though.
is just a white meat, and so it just looks like that if it doesn't have like sauce and a like a sear to it. I think that's just what it looks like.
That's normal? Okay, they're the same price. I'm going right unless Mouse stops me.
I'm not going to stop you, but I think that there's a chance you'll get it wrong. All right. That's pretty close.
It was really close. That's scary.
Pretty close. Yeah. Okay. The left we saw in the bug week got like abnormally low. I think.
And the
right?
burger beat it, so it's got to be duck loaded fries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're remembering now. Okay.
Yeah. Remembering Scrandles is insane.
The right one is like 23% or something. The left one is going to be higher than that. Yep. There we go. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
You were close.
Yep.
2%.
Shit. Shit.
I think left is going to take it.
I think left
has to take it.
I think left is going to take it, but right is impressive. And it
it can't even be contained to the way this photo is cropped.
Yeah.
Like it's just cropped on the sides.
That's a lot of food for the price. And Scrandle pundits might be like, holy shit. What do you mean, Joe, please? Why is chat so sexual? Okay. I'm still feeling left. I think right is kind of boring. I'm still feeling
I don't think you can introduce pre-ketchup to chat and expect them to not be sexual. I'm sorry.
Free ketchup? Free ketchup? We're spelling it with a K now, are we? Okay, all right. I'm going left. I don't even want to look at the screen when I hit it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Lock in.
Oh shit.
Okay. Pork neck steak with a pint and a bun. Oh no, we're fucked. Okay. Whatever benefit left is getting from being like steak that looks to be cooked fairly well, it's gonna be just like the steak purists are gonna be like, what the fuck is their sauce doing next to the steak? Fuck that shit. This might get protest downvotes, whereas right might be, you know what? It's like a 50% scran, whatever the fuck it is. It's a little expensive. I still think it's left though. I think I have to go left.
I also think it's left. Let's see.
Okay, are you ready to lock in for a perfect scran?
Yeah, I'm
perfect
locking in. Oh, we did it!
Perfect scran. The fourth perfect scran. Scran. First mutual perfect scran. Thank you. Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you very much.
Yes, you could have. You would have made all the same choices.
You could not have done it without me. There we go. This scran was raw and uncut and also not ready. Yep. Okay. Yep.
Monday streams go hard. Holy shit.
Yeah.
All right.
This level of reason is possible by Toe Anderson. Good. What do you think, everyone?
What do you think, everyone?
Sorry if you can hear the laundry going, by the way. How long are we going today? We are going until All right, we have lofty goals today, chat. Let me tell you our lofty goals. We have a lofty goal. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mouse, but our lofty goal today is to read the first chapter of episode 6. That is
the first 2 chapters.
Oh my god, it's even more lofty than I realized. Wow, that is our lofty goal today. But we will at least finish episode 5 today, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Yeah.
Never been done, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
No streamer has ever gotten this far. It's kind of exciting.
Yeah, I think the biggest streamer, if the guy who there's a bunch of pictures of in Battler cosplay stopped in episode 3. Someone said, I might be wrong. Chat can correct me, but I think someone in Umifolden said he stopped at episode 3. Selbit, yeah.
Was the wig getting itchy or something, or like what was the problem?
Extended break. I don't know, but someone in chat said, I'm positioning this carefully so nobody can say I'm wrong, because some unnamed person in the server said that he didn't like the logic battles between Battler and Beatrice, which just shows weak-mindedness, I think. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. Holy smokes. All right, someone said that the music is low. It's the same as last time.
Selbit drama. No, I've never watched Selbit, and a couple of people have said he was probably just taking a long stream break generally anyway. So.
It's the bug. It's the bug. All right, how do I get rid of the bug?
I don't know. Open the log and close is what they said.
There you go. It's done.
Meow. Why? Why? You want attention? You want to come be on the stream? All right, come be on the stream. You want to say hi? You want to eat the microphone?
Casey.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Here, this one time I'll let you eat the microphone. Go on, say hi.
Oh, I got double shoutouts. Wow.
You won't do it. You won't do it.
All right, so let's give the people what they want, Mouse. Let's talk Sekimeya. So I think that it's definitely a dimension hop. Maybe there isn't even any time travel at this point. I don't know. What do you think?
I think there has to be. There's a trick to it, right? Because wow, he's knocked everything on my desk down. I think that I still think we're seeing 2 kinds of travel. Maybe I don't know if there's more than one Sekimeya or if it's just performing different functions. But we have seen what I think is pretty simple time travel. Like in the last stream, we saw Katsuki go back and literally see himself, right?
Yes.
So either there is like a perfect series of coincidences, or probability has declared it such that he's going to places where the timeline is very close to his, or we do have some simple time travel going on. And the Sekimeya working in 2 different ways is supported by the fact that it worked 2 different ways literally in the last stream, right? Like we saw, like, it just, I don't know.
I didn't ask for Sekimeya spoilers. I mean, I'm never gonna read it. I just don't want to know things about Sekimeya. All right. Well, last it'll like drop to get people interested in how, because out of context, this is a crazy sentence. Yeah. How do you think that the knife teleported into the locked elevator to end up in his chest?
That's a good question.
It's crazy, huh?
Yeah, I think maybe somebody pressed the knife to the Sekimeya after casting a magical spell to make it count as a living being, and then the knife just did that.
The knife just did that. Okay, all right.
The knife just did that. Somebody in Undercourt wanted me to mention Selbit has been working on his own game for some time, and has been focusing on that, and so maybe that has to do with it. So,
okay.
Yeah. We want to be very careful about not slandering the Umineko streamers. So I'm
That's true.
sorry for being a little inflammatory. My bad.
That's true.
My bad.
Someone in chat has theorized that Isla's consciousness swapped with the traveling cart, which is what happened. And then, but now that if we can consciousness like inanimate objects, maybe you're right. Maybe it jumped from the cart to the knife, and then it was be able to use into the Sekimea. You're onto something. That's it. We've solved it. You had all the pieces. Thank you, Paus, for the 100 bits. Going to likely miss the stream, so preemptive snake oil salesman pitch to your viewers to buy legendary visual novel Fate Stay Night by visionary Kinoko Nesu? Or you can just wait for my next paycheck when I will continue just giving copies away in Jad's Reading Club. Wait, what? Enjoy Umipiko, Joe. Thank you, Paus. Thank you, Dapper Dolphin, for the resub. That is an awesome name. Excited for another Umineko stream where absolutely nobody gets upset. Nah, it's gonna be peak the whole time. Nothing but net. The whole entire stream. Locked in. Thank you, Super Paper Mario for the resub. Cthulcifer for the resub. Litos for the resub too. Bad Luckness Disease. Danganronpa reference. Umineko. Umineko. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elsa Hart and Fo Ryan for the resubs as well. Umineko episode 5 made me nostalgic of the good old days of Danganronpa. It really did, didn't it? I was getting flashbacks to, I don't know why, but the one where, spoilers for Danganronpa V3, the one where the maid character who turns out to be the Prime Minister of Japan, when she, that is a real sentence, when she committed her gambit or whatever, or I can't remember if she committed the murder or if she was killed. I don't remember, but for some reason, she did some weird fucking like suspension rope across a swimming pool or a gym or something, and that's what came to mind when I was reading about fucking Erica, the vacuous spider, fucking up and down on the fucking shutters. Yeah. Banger backstory. Yeah. Thank you, Jeb Scribbles and Leon Shade for the resub. Leon, do you remember when the weebs pretended to love Metaphor and begged for you to stream it, but the moment Expedition 33 was released, they suddenly dropped the facade?
I literally said this to you last night.
Yeah, you did.
Said this to you last night.
Weebs, even my own personal weeb coming from inside the house, my personal friend, Weeaboo Bill, has been texting me, telling me how much I need to play Expedition 33. He said, and I quote, "It's the best thing to come out of France since Ava Green." It's a real text message from Bill. Oh, and then he went off on some bullshit, man. Like he's probably right, but he went off on some bullshit. He really liked the game. He was like, best game I played in like 10 years or something like that. I was like, holy shit. Anyway, thank you, Big Ducky 1776 and Deus Naven for the resub. Big 15 months. Yesterday I had a light disagreement with a friend and instinctively said, "Your truth is valid." Am I Umi cooked? Yeah, that's fucking Umi burnt. Holy shit. Good luck with that. Thank you, 24 cents for the resub and Zeltruck for the resub too. Hey, been greatly enjoying all the recent streams despite being really busy. Re-listened to most videos recently as background noise and was wondering if you've heard of Phainotopia Awakening? It seems like it would check most of your marks concerning video game exploration awards. I have never heard of this game. Can you, if you're on Discord, can you shoot me a DM with a link to Steam, and in 3 to 4 business months I will finally see it and check it out? I've never heard of this game before, but I love exploration rewards in games. I played a little bit more of Abiotic Factor, and I feel like the way that game is letting me down right now is that it doesn't feel very rewarding to explore in terms of like things that you can actually find and pick up. I feel like it needs a Deus Ex mechanic where you can like find things to upgrade your character in a different like resource-based thing that you go around and pick things up, like canisters and stuff. Like the biggest reward for you get in Abiotic Factor is that you get new locations to put like your base down. It's like, okay, well, I don't really want to make a lot of bases. I want to make one big base and a bunch of satellite bases. It doesn't feel as rewarding when you unlock some things. Yeah. So I like that. Anyway, sorry to go on a tangent. Thank you, Takaka Agam, for the bits. Hey, Joe. Hey, Mouse. Sending this now because I won't be around come end of stream. I'll be moving out of my hometown, which, while I agree is the least attractive city for invading aliens, is technically pronounced Brisbane. Oh, you're in Brisbane. Thanks for the laughs over the years, as the work I am moving for will almost certainly confine me to VODland, and enjoy the bits. Kind regards, Takaka Agam. TC also works just fine.
They started doing
Is this one of your favorite bits that they?
Yeah.
Yeah. They phonetically get me to say their name, and I still somehow say it wrong at the same time. All right. Thank you, TC. Thank you. Good luck with your new job, and enjoy Bodland. Thank you, Kirio Talks for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Vix Burley Hart for the resub 2. Hi Joe. Sub renewed just before the episode 5 ending, which clearly has to be the work of magic. What do you think, everyone? Hope you enjoy it. Episode 5 is my least favorite from Answer Arc, but the ending is really strong IMO. P.S. I'm betting everything on episode 7 being your favorite. If I end up being right, can I get a marble? You know what? Sure.
I already beat them to saying episode 7 would be your favorite. Can I get a marble too?
Sure, you can have a marble. Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Can I just have a marble anyway?
It'll replace the big marble that you apparently set up in my tent while you were here. Fall on my head during reading this. Yeah. You dropped everything you were holding. Yep. Thank you, Dawn to the Dawns, for 10 gift subs. Thank you very much, Dawn to the Dawns. Thank you very much. 10 gift subs is a lot. Holy shit. Thank you, Quixotics. No, Quixotics. No. Quixotics. One of those for the resub. I need you to include it in the message. Sorry. Holy shit! My sub anniversary lined up with the end of Umi 5. Can't believe the Umi Fullers tricked everyone to thinking this would be good. Holy fuck! Thank you, the Harpa, for resubscribing. Umi Puko on a Memorial Monday. How marvelous! Wow. A little bit of alliteration going on there. Nice one. Thank you, Bew Noodle, for the resub too. Yanko Sec for the bits. Zabzab, Zibzad, Biz Zabzub, Lord. It's Zorp. Thank you, Tomoko Mott, for the raid as well. Thank you, A Cosmic Cabbage, for the resub. Hi Joe, I am rewatching the Ace Attorney streams, and I want to use this message to blame Mouse. She has ruined the streamer-watcher illusion. Every time I hear you say "gauche," I can only hear a man sitting alone in his room making funny voices in a microphone. Wait, what?
Why is that my fault? What did I do? I'm catching strays left and right this week. Holy shit!
Poor mouse. Thank you.
It's tough to be.
Call me mute for the resub. Or mutie. Giant emote from Junie Day Streamer. Thank you, Henry Wright, for the bits. I can't believe our favorite furry couple would pick Fate over Echo so much. What the fuck are you talking about? No. And I'm at the top of my list. Thank you, Dark, Silent, and Complete. Okay, I'm not at the top of the list. Holy shit. 1 second. Thank you, Dark, Silent, and Complete for the resub. Hey. Oh, more Danganronpa references. Thank you, Das Deg, for the resub. 10 months in, I still don't know how to use this feature. Yeah, I get kind of like off kilter whenever I go to Mouse's stream and it pops up being like, hey, resub with the message. And I'm like, oh, what do I do? Because I'm a Twitch newbie still, even though I've streamed on here for years now. Yeah, I feel you. Thank you very much for getting through it, though. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kamina, for the resub, too. Donut Enjoyer, that's me, too, for the resub. Haydener for 100 more bits. I'm going to spend money on subs instead of cigarettes. Wish me luck. Oh, nice. Best of luck with that. Absolutely best of luck with that. Followed by 10 gift subs right afterwards. Thank you so much, Haydener. Good luck with your request. I wish you all the best, and I hope you succeed. Thank you, Foxen, for the resub. 48 months of Umi Pico. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Joe. And last but not least is Positive Player here with resub. I'm in the list too. What do you think, everyone? Thank you very much, Positive Player here. All right.
Any more stalling? Anyone else want to stall?
Anyone want to stall?
Anyone else want to stall? Want to put an inflammatory question in the chat? Want to...
Oh, I need to stall.
Sure.
I need to go get my phone in order to see the reading assignments because I don't want to open Discord. 1 second.
Okay. All right. You're embezzling? I'm just helping. I'm here to help. I'm here being supportive. I'm not say bitter being mistaken. How's it going? Play time guesser? Absolutely not. The one condition of me coming on this stream is no time guesser. Ketchup and mayo is goated. Why are you so wrong? I don't like ketchup. If we're doing Umineko today, what are we doing tomorrow? I don't know. It's up to him. What are the thoughts? What are your thoughts on this fantasy life story so far? It's been the worst part of the game. I've just been ignoring the story and making all the numbers go up. I like fantasy life to make the numbers go up. I'm very excited for them that they apparently had like 0 marketing budget and sent out no review codes, and they've sold half a million copies. That's pretty respectable. I'll say respectable. Good for them. Good for them. Sereth is also enjoying the number go up, yeah. Sereth, you have almost as many hours played as me, despite me getting it 3 days before you. Which is impressive. Hello.
Mouse.
Yeah?
Can you call my phone?
Oh my god. Yeah, I can call your phone. Alright, I'm calling your phone. It's ringing.
All right, thank you.
Where was it?
It was in the bedroom. I don't know how it got in the bedroom.
Okay.
Okay.
You got some more. You got some more bits since you left.
Love's Forspoken. Okay, so is it 120 in mod chat, right? That's the current chapter.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll try and remember that. Okay, all right. Oh, all right. Love's Forspoken. Love's Forspoken.
Are you gonna let them stall, or do you want to read those later?
Oh my god. Razzle Basil, can you say ooh in Erica voice? No. Huli Gordo, no, please continue. YSF, hi Joe's here. Here's filler. Start stalling. Also, my cat sat on my face and woke me. Oh no, it scrolled up. And woke me up just in time for the stream. Weeb Cat, yes, Weeb Cat. Niem is tired, using bits. My genuine theory is that Akutsu got so stressed out that he created a future version of himself to go back in time and stab himself, and the bad ends aren't bad because Suzuki died, they're bad because they create paradoxes. Oh no! Junie Day Dreamer using bits to say, hey Joe, since people are shilling their favorite VNs, have you ever heard of Uchi Kochi's 2004 work, Remember 11, The Age of Infinity? I have not. Is it good? Is it worth it? Thank you, Nosos, for the resub. Rosa Umineko, peak. Thank you, Kirby, Kiru's Pig Naturals.
Kiru's Pig Naturals, no way.
Oh. Thank you for the new sub. Welcome. Is it Dalmec on an alt account? I can't believe it's not Dalmec. Thank you. Oh, Dalmec with the bits. Hey Joe, just wondering what kind of mental gymnastics lets you release a video titled "Subjectivity is Implied," only to constantly talk about objectively bad. How objectively bad Umineko is. If your response isn't strong enough, I will be informing the Silent Hill community, who will band together with the Umineko fans because the Silent Hill F year. Like, no joke, I'm scared of that combo. I really am scared, because if this ends well, I'm gonna want to stream that for more than one reason. But I'm scared of that combo. No joke. I've already spoken to Mouse about how much I'm scared of that combo. Oh no. Thank you, Centeride, for the resub. Hi Joe, thanks for your streams. The Baldur's Gate 3 ones have been especially great. Life has been pretty bad to me in the last month and a half. Thank you for the really entertaining streams. Oh, I'm glad I can help you out with that. I hope things get better. Month and a half, you gotta be most of the way through it, right? Gotta be. Turning a corner. I hope so. Thank you, Lant TD, for the resub. Love stalling. Love's Forspoken. Thank you, Ari Lins, for the bits. I'll say something positive about Umineko as a first-time reader. I really like that, in my opinion, the Ushiromiya family is full of characters who would in most other stories, come across as really unbelievable? Or, wait, hold on.
Unlikable, they corrected in a...
unlikable or extremely one-dimensional villains, but Ryukishi manages to make the reader sympathize with and become endeared to them along the way. Just one of my bits of praise of the story. Yeah, except for Natsui, yep. Yep, I agree with you, yeah. I'm surprised, because Natsui was one of my favorite characters in episode 1, but, like, the last 2 episodes have tanked everything with Natsui. I cannot stand her. I understand Eva more and more every day. I cannot stand Natsui. What? Sorry, I just can't stand this constant, like, Ushiromiya family head bullshit. I can't stand her.
The winged eagle is engraved on my heart, even if I can't wear it on my thigh.
Why did you like Natsui? Her personality never changed. I feel like I didn't realize that even when shit got tough, she would still be that. Like, it's like it never gets switched off. She's completely indoctrinated and in a really annoying way. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe they'll come back with her. Yeah. Thank you, Top Lolly, for the bits. Scramble Slate. We already did Scramble Slate. It was a perfect scram. Thank you, Kaylee Gal, for the bits as well. Did I just stall the stream with my mind? Oh no.
I'm sorry for unleashing this on you.
It's okay. This one actually is gross, but it's at least saying it out loud is not as bad as some other things I have to say out loud. Thank you, Cummy Mummy, for gifting a sub to Licking Toes for Days. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Mediocrities86, for gifting out a sub as well. Thank you, Holy Rory, for the resub. Did have a question to delay the inevitable. I was in Cardiff recently for a night out, and my condolences, and ended up in the main takeaway street called Chippy Alley, and it was one of the most apocalyptic places I've ever been. Any thoughts? Yep, I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about. If it is the same there, it's same place and it's still there. Yep. I actually, straight up, I'm not kidding. I don't know how I didn't die the times I went there. I used to go to that place like recreationally when the stadium, like when games let out, and just would walk through the crowds just to see how crazy it would be. And I do not know how I survived. Like, you know, I mean, I did get jumped and punched in the back of the head one time I did that, so I almost didn't. But like, yeah, like it's insane. Yeah, Cardiff is not a nice place during those times. A lot of the UK isn't actually. Anyway, thank you for the unlocking a memory that I've forgotten about. I meant unlikable, not unlivable. Oops, happy stall. Oh, thank you, Arielens. Thank you, No Tail, for the bits as well. I'm stalling. I just started episode 6. Join me, chat. I'm at the end. I'm good. I'm at the end. Okay. Thank you, Banjo Jack. Banjo Jack for the bits. Joe, please pronounce Niami like Nivi. Niame? Nive?
It's like Neve. It's like Neve.
Who's Niami though?
That's the person who resubbed is called Neve is tired, and you pronounce it Niam, and that's
it's Neve is tired.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and remember Neve is tired. Okay, sorry for mispronouncing the name. Sorry. So no stream tomorrow? No, there is a stream tomorrow. Yeah, probably Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Might be more Umineko. Mouse and I will decide during the stream, I guess. We'll see how far we get into it. We're gonna have to stream tomorrow to finish episode 5 at this rate. Thank you, Double Jumper, for the bits. Would you look at that? I caught a cold and I have to work remote today. Wow, how convenient. Thank you, Joe PT, for 1,000 bits. Joe, can you say yes to the next question someone asks? Okay. All right.
Can I have a marble?
Yes.
Yay!
Wow, so many marbles. Thank you, Skunky Emerson, resident Forspoken fan, here to say thank you. You're welcome, Skunky Emerson. Say thank you. A giant emote from Mingaleg, and last but not least, and then we're gonna start reading no matter what happens and what comes in after this. Thank you, Taxon14, for the resub. Whoa, 33 months. I can't believe you've been playing Umineko for 33 months. You're my favorite Umineko streamer. Here's to 33 more months of Umineko revisits. Exactly.
I was just trying to say you don't have to give me a marble. I was just trying to save you from whatever chat was gonna inflict.
Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, we ready? We ready? Let's lock in. We're in the middle of the trial. Everyone remembers what happened.
Middle of the trial.
I missed the gift sub. Did I? Which one did I? Oh, you.
All right. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Shall we actually read?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well done, Erica and Berncastle. You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushiromi and Natsuhi. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At midnight on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushiromi and Natsuhi, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after the other during the 1 hour period before 1 a.m.
Say it in red. Am I Berncastle?
You are Berncastle.
Let me text something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi could kill Kraus. A revision to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m., Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji were killed one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between midnight and 1. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushiromi and Natsuhi. From this point forward, the defendant will be treated as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice, Endless Witch, this Court of Illusions hereby denies your existence. You'll be given a chance to plead your case, but can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you prove that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi? If you can do that, Natsuhi will stop being one shade short of absolutely guilty, and the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game.
If Natsui had an alibi, Byato would have shown it long ago. That was unbelievably brutal, chat. Like that is the first time that it's actually, like, I feel like Burncastle has shown that she truly was capable of making someone as shitty as Erica. Oh my god. That was so fucked up, as Annie for Prez is saying in chat. Wow. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi?
Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence, no matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her. I am the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent, even without any proof.
The truth is known only by the Master of the Night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushirimiya Natsui. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushirimiya family. My determination will not bend no matter how you try and humiliate me. Battler, come in. What's up, Battler in? Kangaroo Court? Kinzo did it. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the family crest of the wind-winged eagle into my heart. How do you intend to disprove the existence of this honor with your evidence and your alibis? You cannot. The Ushirimiya family crest engraved into my heart is immortal. Now that Natsui and Beatrice have practically been placed on the guillotine, you're welcome, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring a cold smile to Lambda Delta's face. Erica had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept. And no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erica's. This isn't a flashback, thank you very much, thank you very much. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and then become the one and only truth. Even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. True. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies, as long as everyone acknowledges it as true. Sheesh, stop howling already. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try and bluff like you do, it's such a killjoy. In that case, I guess I'll send you one final gift, a red truth to smash that bluff wide open. What do you mean?
Stop it, Lady Burncastle. Hasn't it already been overwritten with the truth you wished for? That truth and Natsuhi should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please.
Natsui. When did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart?
She's such a bitch.
Those were just the words of the Kinzo from your delusions. The real Kinzo, throughout his entire life, not once did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart, and not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest. Oh. Damn.
Yeah.
When that heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up and started clapping. Natsui, you need not listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Don't let your pride as the final family head be forgotten forever. Natsui! Just shut up and disappear, you miserable delusion of Natsui's. You cannot erase me. You cannot erase my soul. Not as long as the crest is engraved into Natsui's heart. That's enough, you lying illusion. The real Kinzo would never say such a thing. Be gone, you fantasy of Kinzo inside Natsui's mind, beautified by her to suit her own purposes. Natsui! A bright red flash of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Then, he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. Like Erica at breakfast, the fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model, and so, he would never again share kind words with Natsui. This is fucked up. That's right. The true Kinzo never once trusted Natsui during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once considered allowing Natsui to bear the one-winged eagle, because, of course, Kinzo had already vanished before the start of the game. The Kinzo that appears in this game is nothing more than Natsui's illusion. Every part of this Kinzo who believed in Natsui and entrusted her with protecting the family honor was a phantom created by Natsui. Pitiful woman in red. Now is the time for you to face the truth that you never gained Ushimiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived.
You are incompetent vibes.
Wah.
Natsuhi, don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Ushiromiya family to you, right?
No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never even said hello or met her gaze even once. Natsui's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, and it echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsui could no longer stop her tears. Some last faint element that had cheered her up until today, that allowed her to endure as an Ushiromiya, as the wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsui no longer had anything left. Natsui could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushiromiya. Those difficult days, those painful days, those days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into despite it all. The very few happy days among these. This is like giving turnabout flags. They're going up. All of these flitted through her mind, one after another, and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories were then crushed by Berncastell's red truth, smashed to bits and scattered, plunged deep into her hands, and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth.
That is all. Just because the crime exists as it does, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erika. What do you think, everyone?
Battler, the Delta, clapped. Then a bit later, Berncastle also clapped, looking pleased, like an IGN reviewer that just finished Mario Odyssey for the first time. Sorry, I don't know why I have to say it. The expression, I couldn't resist. The expressionless wax figure like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. Joe, it's been 7 years. Has it been 7 years? Oh my god. Oh man. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it's been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. New music? Whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it?
Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is. It was you? You killed George? Killed my husband? Why? Why?
I didn't kill anyone. I didn't. In a panic and with a voice that was far from calm, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsui denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Natsui, and said it one more time.
You're the culprit, Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san.
Red-faced and tear-streaked, Eva walked up to Natsui and grabbed her by the collar. Then, wordlessly, she slapped Natsui's cheek. Natsui, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by the taste of iron which she was feeling for the first time. Whoa! It turned into a scuffle between Eva and Natsui. Battler immediately tried to stop them, but Eva planted a sharp knee into Battler's gut and he doubled over.
Give them back! Give back George and my husband! Why did you kill them? You murderer! Murderer!
Sobbing, Eva kicked Natsui, who had fallen to the ground, over and over. Battler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. Remember, she's like what was the martial arts she knows? Like she's like a black belt in something, isn't she? Like she's absurdly powerful in a lot of ways. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband's names over and over, Eva kicked Natsui and kicked her. Then she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsui was hit with a steaming teacup and a can of black tea whose tea leaves fell out all over her. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up, her cheeks slapped so many times that it started to swell. No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Ava kicking them too. It was because they thought it an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsui was the culprit. They accepted the truth Erika claimed. So it became a proper truth, and Natsui was designated as the proper culprit. She already lost a husband and daughter who might have protected her, and even Kinzo, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in an ocean of the illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her, so she was now the true culprit. Ava's shoulders heaved with heavy breathing. Apparently her anger still hadn't abated. This is a bop? What the fuck? Erika patted her shoulder and made Ava take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsui from violence. It was to further humiliate Natsui, now that she had been branded as the culprit.
Natsuhi-san, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles, the whodunit and the howdunit. The final riddle, the whydunit, must always be confessed by the culprit herself. Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess.
The whydunit refers to the motive.
If this was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, confess to the crime, and start telling the story of her sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well.
I am not the culprit. Someone, believe me. I just had my husband taken hostage, was threatened, and fell into a trap. Natsui, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear-streaked, protested to everyone, but no one met her gaze. Because it has already been resolved that Natsui was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had it. Okay, so I'm realizing I don't hate her enough to not feel sorry for her like immensely right now. So at least she's still like way above.
They are literally just like, you know.
Yeah.
They made it up, so it has to be true. Nothing she says matters.
I don't know.
So.
I have a lot of empathy in a lot of ways. Maybe that surprises people. Like if this was happening to Erika right now, I'd probably feel bad for Erika as well. I have felt a little bad for Erika at some points in the story already. So like I don't know. I don't know. Bit of an empath? No, just some empathy. I'm not a bit of an empath at all.
0 empathy.
That's too far. Actually, I'm wondering, is there any character in this whole entire story that I wouldn't feel sorry for if that started to happen? And for some reason, my mind is going to Kinzo, because I feel like Kinzo has done like just unbelievably reprehensible shit. So I think maybe Kinzo is the only one that I wouldn't feel bad about if this happening. Yeah, because Lambda Delta acknowledged that the culprit was the culprit of the tale was Natsui and had woven it that way. None of the pieces would pay any heed to Natsui's to the true culprit's words. Sorry, the culprit's words. I added a word there.
Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I'm the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I am the one who commands Rekenjima's night and who has reigned since long before the time you were all still scared of the dark. Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuhi? Acknowledge me. I committed all the crimes. There's no way a human is the culprit.
The illusion of the witch had already been crushed, and Beato's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been made. Everything had been decided.
No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a faint phantom of a witch born when Kinzo shared his illusion with his relatives. That is the truth chosen by this world. So, great Lady Lambda Delta, now is the time for you to bury the ridiculous and foolish illusion that this witch claims is the truth. Goodbye, Beatrice. I made you a witch expecting that you'd either become my friend or help distract me from my boredom. And you've answered to my expectations. The second one, that is. I am a witch. Even if Lady Lambda Delta doesn't acknowledge it, I'm a witch. Oh, sure, but you wouldn't even be capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place. Yep, this is game over for you. You'll be buried in accordance with the rules of your game board. What happens to the losers in your game again?
Beato has already shown that clearly in a previous game. You get made into a mound of living flesh before being tossed into the goat's dinner party and getting chewed to bits. Now there's a fitting end for you, Beatrice, and I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you. Getting some big end of episode 3 vibes right now. One by one, a massive number of goat attendants slipped out from the shadows of the pillars and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsui, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. Enveloped her? From Beato's point of view, up on the balcony, it probably looked like a huge boiling pot of goats.
That's right. The contract has been like this since the beginning. Yup. Our contract said that whenever you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life. Come, strip the title of witch from this woman and throw her into the pot of goats.
Suddenly, there were goats standing right behind Beato. They lifted her up roughly. Let me hear some nice screams. You're the wine I've been fermenting all this time.
Wine goes hard. Then, perhaps refusing your request will be my final strike back at you.
I thought Battler was supposed to have a turn. When does he get to talk? Yeah, I made her say it. Wahahaha. The best screams always come from a girl who's just said some tired line like that. Fall. Pitorici. Is Battler gonna swagger into the thing now saying, when do I get a turn, with his hand covering his face like he's a JoJo fucking pro tag? Is that what's gonna happen right now? The goats carrying Beato no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pot of clambering goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beato's slender body into the air. All at once, the squirming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms, and then Battler dived in and caught her and did another repeat of the window jump. Do it, do it, do it. It was almost as though they would be able to forget their pain for just a short while by devouring her flesh. As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so stiff that it seemed even more pathetic, much to Burn Castell's amusement. When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. What? Of course, they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress worked just fine. The mouths of the mouths of those goats were the gateway into hell. However, Beato was too big to enter into that gateway, so they had to chew and tear her into bits small enough to fit into. Beato let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pot of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had wanted. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human yelling in her death throes. Then, the sea of goats parted. Delanar leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her longsword. It was a clean slice, like cutting through butter. The goats were surprised by Delanar's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing.
What's this supposed to be, Delanar, Inquisitor of Heresy? My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who has an objection to this ruling. His name is Ushiromiya Battler.
All of the goats stared at Battler.
What is unsatisfactory about the court's ruling? Do you possess any new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial?
Gah. I get it. Delanar is offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in here, it'd be all over. And now I fully understand how I'm supposed to fight. But because I understand how, I am unable to fight right now. After all, I can't win by simply countering Erika's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I'll need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what that truth is.
There is nothing that is not healed with time, and there is no truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching. However, all trials have a limited time in which the truth must be decided. Therefore, a truth that cannot be reached within that limited time cannot become truth.
Yeah, I know that. By now, everyone is certain that Aunt Netsu is the culprit. It might be too late now, even for the real truth. And Ava's violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Aunt Natsui. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, the time remaining to expose the truth is very short. It's already midnight at the game's end. The police won't come, the truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. Sumari, we're fucked. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beato, and faced Delanor. I have no plan, I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The red used by Erika's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truth where Aunt Natsui isn't the culprit without violating that red.
Why the uncertain face? How pathetic.
Damn it.
Battler.
I'll be the one to kill you. I want to keep that promise. And yet, right now, I don't have any plan at all.
That's okay. In this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on and overwrites what comes before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere.
Jeremiah punching air right now? Now this is a splendid scenario, Delanor. It just wouldn't be interesting unless a knight appears before the princess's execution. And there's nothing better than watching heads roll before your very eyes. Erase the old piece and the unneeded player all in one go.
As you wish. Glory be to the great Lady Berncastle. I am the head inquisitor of heresy, Delanor A. Knox. Step forward, Ushiromiya Battler.
Damn it, I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, I'll show you! The only reason Erika's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't red truth. Just sticking paper in a door crack is far from perfect. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty.
Begin, Battler. Ready to let those goats turn you into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice?
Oh, I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of meat? Then we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, and maybe add some soy sauce.
No, the best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup.
Damn it! Can't we doubt the reliability of these seals of Erika's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi. It might be that someone noticed by chance and happened to put it back in the same place. The blade of my blue truth should have slashed diagonally through Delanor's chest. However, Delanor's expression didn't budge in the slightest, and there wasn't a single wound on her chest. It's already been said in red. I was wondering what you throw out there, but this is ridiculous.
Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the doors with. Did you think this was paper, Battler-san?
Erika once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper.
This is packing tape, and its adhesive power is extremely strong. I used scissors to make it easier to tear. The fact that you morbed the tape yesterday was extremely funny. Furthermore, I wrote my signature, which cannot be reproduced, in 3 places. Across the tear point, across the edge between the door and the tape, and across the edge between the tape and the door frame. Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach, too. Permission to unsheath the red key.
Granted. Okay, well now she's lying. You can't stick tape onto a wet window outside in a typhoon. What the fuck are you talking about?
Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erika's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible.
I'll acknowledge Erika's seals. However, Auntie Ava's seal on Genji-san's room should be different. No, she did the same thing, just because.
Ava's seal was of the same type as Miss Erika's. That is because this method of sealing was one that Miss Erika and Ava conceived of together after dinner.
Erika fished through the chemicals in Grandfather's room, saying she'd use them for forensic testing, right? There might have been some kind of solvent among them. If you use that, you might be able to tear off the duct tape without leaving fingernail marks.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals. Therefore, it's been proven that nothing was done to any of the seals. Repeat it.
Yes, gladly. All of Erica and Ava's seals were not tampered with in any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off. Damn it! Damn you, using packing tape that leaves marks all over the place. Eleanor isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia, and also Erica and her master Berncastel, and even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Beato's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy.
You really are aligned with him.
Oh, the misery. Am I? Why'd you say that?
Because you hate everyone in this room.
That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternate truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing.
Were the seals all that you had to discuss? You promised to give it everything you've got.
If I only knew a truth that could prove Aunt Natsui's innocence. If I could only make a theory that weaves its way through Erica's red. Damn it, I don't know anything.
Do you have any chance of winning?
I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it?
I've already lost. I'm prepared for my fate.
I promised that I'd kill you, so I won't let anyone else do it. I'll definitely keep that promise.
Liar. I'll never trust your promises again.
Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you? And what was the lie?
After hearing you say that, hell might not be so bad. Kill us! Berncastel, Lambda Delta.
Battler, what did you say to her? What the fuck? Beato let out a shrill cry, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. So, sorry, I don't know if that's clear. It probably is clear to everyone. I don't know why I'm saying it. That is a callback to what happened at the end of episode 4. My read on that is it's the same thing. It's like he just reinforced that he still doesn't know what his sin is, what she's talking about, like that sort of thing. And she's like just crashing out all over again. Unlike me, who's crashing up, she kept on laughing insanely like a broken record.
Is it over? Pitiful. I truly am disappointed, Ushiromiya Battler. Kill me, Delanor. Slice me in half with that red longsword of yours.
I postulated a method X that could lead someone to the upper floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. Erica claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible means of entry. There's a possibility that Erica was unable to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it. Nox's fourth fucking bullshit. Can't have a secret fucking passage. Yeah.
Nox's third, it is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. As the detective, Miss Erica sealed all entrances. Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erica cannot find.
I present the possibility that Erica's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours Erica spent there, did she really observe everything without looking away for a second? It might have been possible for someone to pass through the lounge during a small window of opportunity when Erica at least wouldn't have seen them.
Please, allow me to speak. Lady Erica's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There were no small gaps or carelessness or times when she looked away for even a second. Please, allow me to speak. Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor.
Then it was Rosa that did it, and then she killed herself. But was that really Aunt Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Aunt Rosa, or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it.
Nox's 10th. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. There was no foreshadowing suggesting that someone might be disguised as Rosa. Furthermore, Erica verified that Rosa was not carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human being.
Okay, that's just pure bullshit. Aunt Natsu was being threatened by someone. The uninvited unknown guest X is the true culprit. How can you be sure that we are the only ones on this island? The true culprit is someone else.
Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story.
Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder. With a strange drug that can make a cut appear in the victim's neck when they die. The poison used has a delayed effect, so even with an alibi... Nox is second. Oh, it's...
Nox is fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used.
There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cousin's room in Genji-san's quarters that made a remote murder possible. It used a secret mechanism that still hasn't been discovered to...
Nox is eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Wow, we're gonna talk about that one for hours. I just know there exists a true culprit other than Aunt Natsui. I mean, the story has already broken that at least 4 times. If you deny that, then for each character, repeat in red that they aren't the culprit.
Nux is sixth. It is forbidden for accident or unaccountable intuition to be employed as a detective technique.
Okay, that one tracks. You say that everyone except Aunt Natsui has an alibi? You're forgetting one. Who's gonna prove that Erica herself has an alibi?
Doesn't track in the Sekimea. Nux is seventh. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsui is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities, like if a piece of evidence X that Erica hasn't discovered proves that Natsui's innocence?
Nox is eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
This story is full of malicious fiction. The story itself is a trap designed to frame Aunt Natsui. We should reconstruct the story from impartial truths alone.
Nox is ninth. Observers are permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations.
Maybe I was the culprit, and I gave George and Nikki and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after midnight, then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erica wouldn't hear.
Nox is eighth. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
What does that even mean at this point? Okay, Everyone committed suicide, so there is no culprit.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. All deaths were homicides.
Erica didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't the detective to make a mistake when examining the corpses.
Please, for your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken.
Oh. What? Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Okay, if they... I don't... Oh, okay. When they... Okay, fucking hell. When they went through the long list that I rap-godded through last stream, and they made those conclusions, that wasn't in red, but it was being presented as objective. This is not... I don't want an answer, because I feel like we're going to get it soon anyway. Does that count as red? Does that count as objective? Or is that just like a conclusion that they're coming to, and you can only trust the red in that? I'm starting to think you can't even trust the red in this episode, and it's going to be revealed that, you know, like there's some bullshit going on. And I hope to God that it's just contained to this episode, because there's no fucking way that Hideyoshi died as a homicide. There's no fucking way. That one reeks as all hell. So if that one reeks as all hell, if they're like building some bullshit that, yeah, they are dead, but they didn't die then. They died after. So we can still say in red that they're dead, but they didn't die then. And the reason why we can say that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken is because the corpses were never examined. Because like whoever was in the room knew that it wasn't real. But there was like presented as a red truth, but maybe it was just kind of mixing it in with that screen of conclusions that they died between midnight and 1 a.m. That was right there. And wasn't there something like, I'm gonna have to go through all the red, I don't want to do it on stream. Wasn't there like a red truth or something that said something? Oh, I don't want to say this because if I'm right, Umi Fullers are not gonna understand, and Tone definitely fucking confirm it in chat, so I'm not gonna say. Okay, I'm just gonna close my eyes and not read chat for like 2 minutes. Like it was said, I think in red, or at least in one of the whites or whatever, like with the objective thing, that Battler was in the room when they died or something like that. It was I can't remember the exact wording. So then now I'm just gonna fall flat on my face.
Do you want me to tell you? I have a list of the red truths.
No, I don't want to go through it. It's okay.
Okay.
Because even going through that would like, even seeing the reds right now might clue me into whether the list of the flashbang list is actually conclusive or not. I have a feeling it's not, and the whole thing's a farce. And I'd rather that the story tell me that soon than get there right now.
Okay.
Oh my God.
There's someone, I will remind you, there's someone who is maintaining a document that is their red and blue truths, just as far as the stream. So you don't have to go back through the story. A Jazz user called Medley made a document for you to use if you want to go back and review them.
Okay. So when Virgilia said that weird one that I hyperfixated on, she was talking about corpses, the corpses that were there, because that was so weird. Yeah, these corpses are actually corpses. It was so fucking like circular, insulating, self-fulfilling fucking words. It was such a weird thing to say. Okay, I'm done. Let's keep going. All right. Be advised that no examination of any course was ever mistaken. Okay. Then maybe there were body double corpses. They prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims.
Rose, cooking. Be advised that no corpses exist except those of characters who have appeared in the story.
No, it was they weren't playing dead. They weren't playing dead. That was it. It was they weren't playing dead, and that was on the list, and it was struck off like it was conclusive. Why would they do that? Why would they play dead? Even if I'm right, and that's not a red truth, and actually they could have been playing dead, because fuck you, we came into a different side. Why would they do that? Just because, Lamayo? Oh, this is Lambda Delta making them do bullshit. Oh.
The blame Lambda gift spam on Discord right now is unbelievable.
I'm upset. I'm upset. Then how can you claim Oh, if I'm wrong, I sound like a fucking crazy person, just deranged, like full on Charlie Day, where's the mail? Then how can you claim that Uncle Kraus is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever? Yeah, you know what? Exactly, yeah.
Be advised that the red truth is simply proof and there's no need to provide evidence or proof. It's simply truth and there's no need to provide evidence or proof.
Do it, do it, do it. That's your opening. Do it, do it, do it. Natsui is not the culprit. Just do it. What the? Damn it! In the face of these insane arguments, any attempts to overturn the truth where Natsui is treated as the culprit are completely meaningless. Each time I brandished my desperate blue truths, Delano and the others red truths knocked me down to the floor. But I got up again, never gonna keep me down. It was getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is telling me that I'm about to surrender to the truth where Aunt Natsui is the culprit? The red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Delano smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. Beato.
That's enough, battler. Now the endless torture that torments me, no, us, will finally end. Let us fall together into the depths.
Gah. I don't want to see Beato like this. Her Majesty is the ruler of the Golden Land. Her enthusiasm as my rival are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and lost all hope. And also being controlled by Lambda Delta right now, with tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that can't bear to look at.
Does your truth no longer exist?
No, I have one. Last thing.
And that is a different truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit?
That's not it. All I can do is prove that Aunt Natsui isn't the culprit. After that, I can't show what the real truth is at all. But even so, maybe at least you'll be saved that way.
Why?
I can show without a doubt that Aunt Natsui isn't the culprit. However, I cannot show a different truth. If Erika's truth is dispersed, the crime will return to darkness and there might still be room for you to exist. Yeah, if you can do it. But if you can't show a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity. No, you won't. At this point, the game master is Lambda Delta, and she is there too. This probably doesn't mean losing a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity for losing. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the depths of oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of an eternal oblivion, and where there is no concept of life or death. I'm going to disappear, aren't I? Not again! However, Beato will remain. As long as Beato remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsui is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, Sumari. Room for Aunt Natsui to not be the culprit. As long as that space exists, someone will eventually expose the truth. Doesn't have to be me. Anyway, eventually, someone will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that the time had come to abandon myself for the sake of this other person who would eventually appear, for the sake of the real truth. Double sake. Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all.
Don't leave me as the only one alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you, if you just do this one thing, I don't need anything else.
Catler exists.
Have you used up everything you have? I really am disappointed in you, Ushiromiya Battler. Quickly, perform his requiem. That way I'll have an open field in which to expose Natsuhi-san's sin. These guys really are interesting. Beatrice, Ushiromiya Battler.
But I've gotten tired of this. You aren't needed in our game. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Do it, Delanor. Delanor.
This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you muster it now in your last moments.
Small, but it's a sparkling red truth. The last trump card Virgilia gave me. Erica, this takes your theory back to square one.
If you can, why not go ahead?
Take this! Ushimiya Natsui is not the culprit. The red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof needed. This will make the Lanor stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make.
Nox a second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique.
So once again, if there is not a comeuppance and justification and rationalization at the end of this, or Umineko episode 5 is quarantined in the narrative somehow as its own disease part of like, haha, we just had a bit of fun, but now back to the real story. This is dog shit. This is unforgivable. Cannot be reconciled. There is no fucking way. There is no fucking way. Okay? There's no fucking way. All right? Again, Umi Fullers, because I don't know why we have this problem, because I'm adding the qualifier. If it's justified, if they, comeuppance, reversal, whatever, okay, I'm in. However, if that doesn't happen, this is, and we're meant to take this seriously, this is unforgivable. The whole entire mystery is broken. Oh my God. Maybe it's going to be the next line. Let's see. Huh? My red truth was blown away by Delanor's red longsword.
In this court, if anyone other than witches is going to speak the red truth, they have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erica has been following this procedure, right?
Nope. True, Erica hadn't used the red herself even once so far. She always had Burncastle, a witch, repeat her statements. Your red truth isn't something you attain for yourself. It's a supernatural truth given by a paranormal being. In other words, Sumari, it isn't reasoning. It's no better than a random thought. Okay, Beatrice, say it. In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, where is Virgilia?
If you are to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that?
No, it's impossible. I just have the truth that Aunt Etsui isn't the culprit without any basis or evidence.
See? Real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist? And is it necessary? Even without it, the tale will continue on, Battler. Come on, Battler. Prove the red you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye.
Bro, what are you cooking? Then, goodbye. Sorry, Yato.
Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a bloodstained tale, but it was fun.
Man, if only there was a witch here that could say the red truth for us.
The trial is now finished. Finished. Finished, 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 finished. Finished, 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 finished. Etc.
Who?
You can just let those play.
Who checked the ceiling? With that, the trial for the 5th game ended. The detective, Furuto Erika, accused the culprit, Ushiramiya Natsui. There are 3 riddles that the detective must explain. The first is whodunit, who is the culprit. As previously stated, it is Ushiramiya Natsui. The second is the howdunit, how did they carry out the crime? During the hour between midnight on October 4th, 1986 and 1 a.m. the next day, Ushiramiya Natsui went to the cousin's room on the 2nd floor of the guest house and the servant waiting room on the 1st floor of the mansion. There, she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour, and for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsui. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Delanor held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, piercing through Battler's heart and pinning him in place while he stood still. In that instant, Beatrice became a golden splash and faded away, and her former minions disappeared as well. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral center, laughing coldly, all that remained was Battler, with the red longsword sticking through him, and Delanor. That is a beautiful image. Is it in the characters, like Battler's dead?
Good question.
No. Is that Beatrice is dead? No. Okay. Whoa, big Delanor.
Rest in peace, Sushiromiya Battler. What a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this.
Ugh. Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and died. And then he realized that because there's blood in his mouth, everything he said was red. Delanor stared on in silence. That's the rules we're operating on right now. Then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After that, all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral skylight. Okay. I hate this, but I do have to appreciate, one, how this looks good. I appreciate how they set up, like they gave you hope and thought he has this trump card, he just has to say it, and you get frustrated. Why isn't he saying it? Why isn't he saying it? Why isn't he saying it? And then he says it, and then he just gets like, just smacked down. It's like, it was like, you really thought it was gonna go, and then it's just like, yeah, no, fuck you. It's bullshit, but like, just in terms of like, just divorcing myself from like it making sense or fairness, just vibes based is kind of cool, yeah. And then there is the third riddle the detective must uncover. The final riddle, the why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when it's all said and done. However, Furuto Erika was first-rate, so she would expose even this. Okay. Natsuo was being confined in the parlor under everyone's watchful gazes. Then Erika made use of everyone to diligently and persistently search all places, even Natsui's room. Made use of everyone. Okay. For clues about her motive.
Well, now that we've all gathered, just what is it that drove Ushiromi and Natsuhi-san to commit these terrible murders? Through my investigation, I, the detective Furuto Erika, have discovered the general outline that explains this. I would like to announce it now.
Okay, it's a little too early to take a break, but I desperately need to go and smash my head against the wall in the bathroom, so I'll be right back, okay? I actually just really need to pee. I drank like my creatine with a big glass of water and a whole thing of coffee throughout this, so I really need to go to the bathroom. So let's take a quick 5-minute break right now. Sorry to do it out of thing, but I have to.
It's okay.
Right back. All right, my head hurts. Hey. Okay, before we continue, thank you to Ryu Kishi for writing such a great story. Thank you, Burry BB, for the resub. Hello, Joe and Mouse. It's my birthday, so happy birthday, Dalmac.
Happy birthday.
I guess it was Shannon yesterday. Thank you very much, Burry BB, and thank you for the guess. Thank you, Arc of Tourists, for the resub, and Bass Kieran for the resub as well. Natsui, when the old man that obviously didn't care about anyone, didn't care about her. Oh, yeah. I do feel bad for her. I'm surprised I feel bad for her. She's so stuck up. I feel bad for her. Thank you, Aperture City, for the resub. And Solius World? Soul's World, maybe? One of those? Satin Room Battler, while Natsui is getting kicked on the ground and Beatrice eaten alive by goats. Hey, sorry, I was in the bathroom. Did I miss anything? Yeah, I'm Joeler again. Yep. Thank you, Mediocrities86 for the bits. The stream numbers reflected a cruel truth to the streamer. He knew he was damned to read nigh incomprehensible VNs for the rest of his career. Lambda Delta laughs. Oh no. Oh. Streamer, just read me a story. The more pure we go into story, the better the viewership. Yeah. Oh. Yep. What if we just wrote a story on stream? Is that the next level? Just make shit up.
It could be. It could be, yeah.
Thank you, Revolting Doors, for the bits as well. So are you playing Trick Shot Simulator today? No, we're gonna get through it. We're gonna
log on to Baldur's Gate 3 and play Stupid Elves playthrough.
Ooh.
The B-side, yeah.
One of the murders might have been a result of a Trick Shot Simulator attempt, though, yeah. Thank you, Witherbra, for the resub. After seeing the naturals. Thank you, Dalmic, for the bits. On Umi News, Walrus said, and both Jelly and I agree, that Erica's actions, listening the entire night, climbing up exterior walls, etc., are the same as what Joe would do if this were a real video game he was playing. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a monster, yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah. Yeah.
Someone in a VOD comment said that Burn was playing the game board in Umineko like you play Hello Neighbor.
Hello Neighbor? Hello Neighbor? What? Thank you, Quixley?
Just call them Q. Just call them Q.
QT for the resub with Go Piss Girl. Thank you, QT. Thank you, Henry White, for the bits. Joe, as you claim that you're not a furry, what are you more excited to watch with the kids? Zootopia 2 or Bad Guys 2? Which one's Zootopia again? I don't know if I've seen Zootopia. Is Zootopia the one where the penguins take over a ship with the fox and the bunny? Oh, I haven't seen Zootopia then. What? Madagascar. Okay, sorry, I've seen Madagascar. How dare I don't know. I'm sorry. What do you mean, how dare you? Yeah, I haven't seen Zootopia. I'm more excited for Bad Guys 2 because I've seen Bad Guys 1 and it was actually pretty good. I haven't seen Zootopia 1. The one with the bunny girl?
Chad is here for you to read them a story, so you have to assume they have very high investment in children's movies.
Oh, that's true. True. There's only one bunny girl I know, and it's in Final Fantasy 14. Thank you. I'm McCordian for the bits. Hey Joe, just gotta tell you that Fate Stay Night is available with a 25% off sale on Steam right now. There is no reason for this coming out. You know what else is there? Fucking Metaphor is on sale right now too. Yeah, I haven't got it yet. Do I even have to after Expedition 33? And thank you, Top Lolly, for the bits. I'm lost. What the fuck is a blue truce? Fucking hell. Oh.
You didn't have to drive by us like that, Mouse? Yeah, I did. Just a little bit. Just a little drive by as a treat. It's the only way I can feel anything, really. 100
line is not happening this year. I'm red truthing that for you right now. And which of the streams can confirm it for me? Because apparently I'm not allowed to do it. So yeah, it's just not happening. There's no time. Has to be next year, if ever at all. Anyway, we locked in. We good?
I think so.
All right, let's see if a plane can join the train crash. Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsui's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table.
First, these are past diaries that were discovered in Natsuhi-san's room.
They've barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the Ushiromiya family. Most of them were locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them.
Man, that's kind of like a supernatural force. Isn't that weird? How barbaric, reading another person's diary.
I mean, it's also clues that weren't foreshadowed. If we're barbaric, what does that make you, murderer? A criminal like you has no right to privacy.
Nox's 12th. If a clue violates 2 of Nox's rules, it cancels it out and is valid again.
And this is what I found from these diaries. Natsuhi-san ended up married to Kraus-san due to special circumstances. I imagine that all of you here know much more about this than I do. Natsuhi-san and Kraus-san were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. I just assured that someone there's gonna be like angry comments somewhere being like, Mouse doesn't understand Nox's rules, by the way. That was a joke. I just want to clarify that was a joke. Natsuhi and Kraus-san were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. If anything, it was more like taking a hostage.
That is not true.
This is written on the 24th page of this red diary. I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushiromiya family under the guise of marriage. However, if everything can be resolved this way, Natsuhi-san, right here, you've already acknowledged that you were a hostage. Kumasawa-san, you've served Natsuhi-san since the time she first came here, right? Could you tell me about what it was like at the time? Yes, that's correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you described. I think that by now, only Dr. Nanjo and I know of the details regarding Madame's marriage.
Very true. That was during Kinzo-san's golden era when he did whatever he pleased. He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsui-san's family was one of those enemies. As though the time to talk had suddenly come in hand. Kumasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should never have been touched upon again. This was concerning the period during which Kinzo was most feared for his ferocity. It had been said that, though Kinzo had many assets and connections, he held a grudge at being looked down upon by members in the elite as being an upstart. Because of this, apparently, Kinzo wanted to find Kraus a wife from a noble family and use this to raise the Ushiromiya family's status. Then he overcame Natsui's family in a financial struggle and proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. And the person he picked was Natsui. Natsui had been raised to be clean and pure in a family of Shinto priests, making her a true noble lady. By choosing her, not only did Kinzo cause them the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be a nice trophy. So that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsui from the very beginning.
Regarding the aforementioned facts, both Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo's claims just now match with the contents of the diaries. Therefore, since the time Natsuhi-san first took the name Ushiromiya Natsuhi, she has held a strong resentment against the Ushiromiya family. What do you have to say, Natsuhi-san? Do you acknowledge this?
All of the cold gazes turned to face Natsui. Yes, it's true that I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me.
I see. That makes sense. And there are many scenes in your diaries showing that Kraus-san knew of your difficulties and showed kindness. However, on page 47 of this diary, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read aloud. When Kraus tries to show kindness, it only makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes, I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. Therefore, we can tell that Natsuhi-san repaid her husband's kindness with contempt.
Wait. Yes, I may have thought that at the beginning, back when I was still overwhelmed with unease. I couldn't accept his kindness and wrote of my distress from time to time, but I eventually realized he was sincere and grew to accept his feelings.
Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries.
I never even wrote it down. Those feelings were so secret.
Judging by many diverse bits of evidence and testimony, it's clear that you despised your husband, and there exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings as you claim.
I loved my husband.
You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth, right?
Does anyone need evidence to say they're in love?
You can't trust anything besides the red truth. Statements that aren't red don't count as evidence at all, and they can't be trusted at all. All non-red letters are falsehoods that exist to deceive me. I love you. Who would believe that when spoken with the white text? No non-red words can ever be trusted. All I can trust in this world are the red truth and the pieces of evidence I offered to my master to gain it. You lying human who can't speak the truth. Humans lacking the red truth have no right to speak of love or the heart or truth. Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says, I love you.
What a pitiful person. I see that you've never truly loved someone.
Romance is unnecessary for a detective. I don't think I've ever used the word romance except to explain a motive for murder.
No matter what you say, we loved each other. I should be apologizing to my husband for always writing down my complaints and nothing else. But I have devoted my heart to him. Even if I can't prove it, that is the truth.
Rejected. You just don't know when to give up, do you? By now, due to evidence and testimony, it's clear you hated both your husband and the Ushiromiya family. That's right. I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain.
Oh, and you've never talked behind Hideyoshi-san's back?
Damn it, you killed my husband! How dare you say that? Die, and apologize to my husband! Please cease your violence, Evo-san. This is now the precious moment where I question and convict the culprit. It's not yours, okay? Well then. Over the next several years, she appeared to have gotten used to her new way of life, but in actuality, an intense hatred still lurked in her heart. Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing odd at all about her deciding to take revenge.
Okay, so a cool thing that's going on right now in the story, I'm just trying to get anything I can. The cool thing that's going on in the story right now is that the cathedral scene, which is like happening in tandem with this one right now, feels more real than this does. Like, this feels like we're wasting time. Let's just get back to the cathedral scene, please, because that's the one that matters. Which is a really cool reversal, because I think it's the first time in the whole entire story where that's been true. That like the magic thing is like now more real and matters more than the parlor reality thing.
Yeah, this episode has a lot of inversions, and I think that's a really smart one to call out. I know you don't like all of the inversions, but inversion is the theme of what's going on here.
I like some of the inversions. I just don't like how it's being handled, and I think it could have been done better because I don't think it's fair. But again, at the end, if it's like, well, the unfairness was the point, I'd be like, okay, let's see what they were cooking. Yeah. Like, did I say this on stream, or did I say it to you that there was a really, I think I know I just said it to you privately. There was a really cool clue that they did, which was when Erika was having her tantrum at breakfast. It was like really cleverly demonstrated that even though the scene does have some objectivity through it, through the detective's lens, that if anything, if they get out of sight of the detective, then it can turn into Fantasyland, because she was like, because the scene was going the whole entire time. As soon as Battler left line of sight and got out the window, he did that fantastical jumping trampoline thing. And then later on in the breakfast thing, it's revealed that no, he actually didn't do that. It's just that he was out of line of sight for a second, and because of that, the magic had come real. So it's establishing that even though there might be, like in the previous games in episode 1 to 4, even if Battler was in the scene, something magical can still happen within that scene if he's not aware of it, you know? Probably even in someone's head, you know? If it's from someone's perspective, there's probably lots of scenes where even though Battler's in it, someone else is seeing something completely different during that. Yeah. So I thought that was an interesting way. There's been lots and lots of I think I don't want to call them clues, but maybe just nudges or whatever. There's been a lot of kind of almost like a tutorial for a game. I feel like episode 5 has a lot of tutorializing of how to view a lot of the scenes that have happened through episode 1 to 4. And I think that's done well, and I like it. I just hate more than 50% of this for completely different reasons.
Again, it's like even though when I read this, I told Joe off stream, like the Red Truth stuff, I was like fully fantasy pilled. Like, if we're gonna believe in this dichotomy between mystery and fantasy, I was fully fantasy pilled, and I was very like the red truth inconsistencies kind of like stopped mattering to me, or like didn't even clock for me, because I was along for the ride. But it is true. I think it's really interesting that Erica, after spending like the first 4 episodes being like, okay, like what's real? Like I just want to know what's real. I just want to know what's real. Erica comes and is basically the representation of like raw reality, like being dedicated to digging down and finding a truth. And she's like so deeply unpleasant that it does make you be like, no, let's get back to the courtroom. Like the people there at least are fighting for like some kind of mercy or empathy, or like, you know, being able to understand people with love and like let things coexist without having to strike out all of those other things, and believing in a single one. And it does sort of like reverse course, I think. And it's really interesting. I agree with you for different reasons that I don't necessarily like the way it's executed, but it's definitely like, I say that I don't like episode 5 and it's my least favorite episode, but it's one of those things where I like all of Umineko, and it's not like I hate episode 5. It's just I think it does really interesting stuff. Yeah. Now that we're in answer arcs, I get to talk on stream. Isn't that cool?
So cool. I agree with that take, and I agree that Erica is annoying and insufferable, and is showing how awful it can be to approach the mystery with that just cold, clinical, like cheating lens. But I think it's also I think maybe that it's a mistake. It's maybe a mistake to view it that, oh, and therefore I can just throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to how to approach the story, because it just had 4 episodes. Not the first episode. 3 episodes of showing that the magical representatives of magical reality are way more awful and reprehensible than Erica and what they think and do. It's just that Erica is just more annoying about it, and that's why she's so fucking awful. Is that she's like relishing and annoying, whereas like the shit that like Burncastle and Lambda Delta and especially Beatrice has done in episode 2, 3, and 4 is insane. Are you forgetting what she did to Rosa in the teapot room, and like the last drop of blood after Kraus in the tea, and like the relentless torture and the endless resurrection, and what Avatrice did? Like what are we doing, chat? Like oh my god, the things that the magical avatars did is so fucked up. So fucked up.
Godot says, sorry, that was 30 hours ago. I moved past it.
That's true. That's true. Probably even more than 30 hours ago. Fuck. All right. Anyway, that was the talking intermission. All right. Anyway, don't act like you know what I'm thinking. Each time Erica read Natsui's diaries one after another, she exposed more of Natsui's emotions during those painful days. Natsui hadn't written them to leave those words behind. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That's why she had written down her feelings during those painful days, locked them up, and sealed them away for all eternity. However, Erica claimed that these were Natsui's true hidden feelings. They had been locked away and concealed. Since it had already been concluded that Natsui was a murderer, everyone accepted Erica's claim. But at this point, the red truth wasn't even necessary to establish Natsui's motive. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. It's a witch hunt. No matter how much Natsui might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsui spoke of about the days she had spent loving her husband. That had been painted over by a false truth in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pen of the gods that composes the truth had been given to Erica.
And so what? Who gives a damn about your past? Murderer! Murderer!
Stop that! I can understand how Natsui-san felt.
I always thought this day would come eventually. Poor thing, poor thing.
I think she's just one of the pitiable victims of father's wild life. I knew of the pain in Madame's heart. I always tried to support her. Goda also has thoughts, but I failed, and look what has happened. I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate.
You will someday. It can become a reason to live, and also a reason to kill.
Is Aunt Natsui really the culprit?
Well, now that you mention it, there is just one person besides Natsui-san that might be the culprit.
What? Hey, are you serious? Why didn't you say something that important sooner?
Natsuhi-san, the truth is, there's one person besides you for whom the crime was possible. If you truly claim that you aren't the culprit, it means that person must be the culprit.
Erica throwing? Famous throws? Huh? Who is it? Who?
Ushiromiya Kinzo-san. Early this morning, Kinzo-san went outside through the window of the third-floor study, and his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Battler-san?
Yeah.
Just like Natsuhi-san, Kinzo-san has no alibi whatsoever. The truth is, for this crime, it was possible for Kinzo-san to be the culprit as well. I just assumed that he never existed in the first place, so I totally forgot all about him until just now. Allow me to apologize.
She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erica bowed in an unpleasant a manner as ever. She had held a grudge ever since her defeat in the study battle.
Natsuhi-san, you gained Kinzo-san's trust under the person who served closest to him, right? So shouldn't you know better than anybody else? This incident is actually the crime of the family head carried out by Ushiromiya Kinzo-san.
Okay, your hubris. Your hubris! She's not gonna go there, but Battler will! You dare call father a criminal?
Don't worry. I have prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the why done it if Kinzo-san was actually the culprit. If you say, for example, that you've put yourself on the line to cover for Kinzo's crime, I'm more than capable of supporting you. I love this so much because this kind of shit happens every single time in an Agatha Christie book where, like, Poirot will set up all the evidence for someone and then be like, nah, never mind, it's somebody else. Like, this is so, like, pitch perfect Agatha Christie. It's so funny. Ever since the late period of the author Ellery Queen, even the theory created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age.
I won't let you. Treat father like the culprit.
Natsuhi-san, calm down, place your hand on your chest, and think carefully. If you accuse Kinzo-san of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions, and your honor will be restored.
In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinzo, Natsui would be saved. However, I have been entrusted with the honor of the Ushiromiya family by father. Did you really think that I would defile father's honor, the Ushiromiya family honor, just to clear away the false accusations made against me? Of course, Natsui knew that she wasn't the culprit, and she also knew that Kinzo wasn't. So being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kinzo were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes.
Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, alibis have been proven for everyone except you. If you will not accuse Kinzo-san, then this time it will really be clear that you are the culprit, and that will become the truth, right?
If you intend to label me as the culprit and call it your own personal truth, then do whatever you like. I'm sure that God knows of my innocence. Eventually, he will prove it.
Knox a second, no supernatural agencies. Sorry.
If it came to a choice between her and Kinzo being framed, Natsui would sacrifice herself. Perhaps that was her way of protecting the Ushiromiya family's honor. And Natsui.
And I even gave you a chance.
Stupid woman. This future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist for any of you, not for any of the pieces on this board. Natsui made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit. And therefore, more than anything, the tale was woven with her as the culprit. In the future, if the accusations against her are proven false, this tale will probably be rewritten. However, that future will never come. I think truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person until my death, if some heartless person after my death overwrites the records and says I wasn't a good person, and if that is shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I lived my life could be overwritten easily. And so, I think, that I won't live as good a person for all eternity. That I won't live as a... Sorry, I won't live as a good person for all eternity. My bad.
If you claim that Kinzo-san was not the culprit, he will need an alibi proving that the crime was impossible for him. Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsuhi-san.
Erika is probably known for a long time. Kinzo is nothing more than an illusion to make the inheritance problem more uncertain. However, it would be very hard to prove that he was an illusion. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death, but as has been made known by the Red Truth in previous games, Kinzo died a long time ago, and in this 5th game, his corpse hasn't even appeared. In a situation like this, it wouldn't be easy to absolutely prove his death. If Kinzo's death was confirmed, it would practically erase the defeat in the study. It was the only way Erika had of removing the humiliation of that loss, and there was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as real proof. And that was the confession of the culprit. It would mean having Natsui herself acknowledge that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way, it would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the study was correct. That loss would be painted over, and it would be rewritten as Erika's victory. Battler hung suspended by Delanor's red longsword. Yato had disappeared by having her existence denied, and her minions had gone too. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from— oh, okay. Is it gone now? No. Okay. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from, only Natsui and the witches convicting her remained. So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on this island? That's correct. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement.
The Red Truth from the previous game says that Kinzo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Byrne?
Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory. And also, it would be in violation of not— so there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the Red. I want to win by forcing Natsui to say she's resigned. Giggle, giggle, giggle.
Then why don't you try it? Show us what you got. My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory.
Of course. Natsui, you say Kinzo is certainly alive, but you don't know where he is, correct? Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He's so troublesome sometimes. Lambda, I'm going to make Kinzo's location from midnight until the morning absolutely clear. From midnight until morning, Kinzo stayed in the same room.
Huh? Oh, that's true. He was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right. Totally right. I won't butt in. It sounds interesting, so keep going.
From now on, I'll use the word Kinzo to refer to the living Kinzo. After all, Natsui claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the Red Truth. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside the mansion. Isn't that right, Erika?
Another tutorial moment. Yes, my master. I searched for Kinzo all over the premises outside the mansion. However, I was unable to find him.
Because of the detective's authority, Erika could find all clues, supernaturally so. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside the mansion. Therefore, Byrne Castell repeated that truth of Erika's. Kinzo does not exist outside the mansion. Hey, Natsui, if Kinzo does exist, then this means he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where Kinzo might be hiding? Doesn't this directly conflict with the other Red Truths about why at everyone's placements? Because it said that Kraus, Genji, and Natsui were in the upstairs hallway, and everyone else in the mansion was in the parlor. So that means by this new Red, Kinzo had to be in not the parlor, the dining room. So by this Red, Kinzo had to be in the dining room. Or else two Reds are now in conflict. They're using wordplay to avoid that? How? They are not? It's wordplay? Where's the wordplay? I'm genuinely asking, I don't see it. Where's the wordplay? Nope, you read that wrong? Did I really? living Kinzo doesn't exist? Okay, then you're right. I don't understand it. Okay, let's move on. I don't understand the distinction right now. You're right. Okay, how could I know? After all, think of the weather. There would be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard to hide somewhere in the mansion and dry the rain off. Giggle, 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 giggle. From this point forward, I will repeat the same thing several times. I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor. No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in. Giggle, 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 giggle. I just love teasing pieces like you. Then let us continue.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Forgot. For the aforementioned reasons, it's unthinkable that Kinzo-san could have been somewhere outside the mansion. So first off, I performed an extensive search of the 3rd floor where the study is.
However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding. We couldn't find any trace of Dad on the 3rd floor.
So then, where is he, Natsuhi-san?
I don't know. If he isn't on the 3rd floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement.
Ah, yes, the basement. The boiler room, that underground storage room, every part of your suspicious basement was also included in my search. Yeah, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere. I'll say it again. Where is Kinzo-san, Natsuhi-san?
In that case, he was probably on the 1st floor or the 2nd floor.
I see. Process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the 1st floor. And the result? Nothing. We were unable to find Father. I'll say it again. Where was Kinzo-san, Natsuhi-san?
I don't understand why she can just say, yeah, he must have been in this mansion, now prove it, and if you can't, then he must not. I don't understand what's happening here. I'm not saying that doesn't make sense, chat. I'm not understanding what's going on right now. Like, this doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I'm fully 100% prepared to say I just missed something. I don't understand how she's able to do this. Then he was probably hiding on the 2nd floor. How should I know where Father was hiding?
Are you sure about that? Do you really not know where Kinzo-san was hiding?
Madam knows where Kinzo was hiding? That's insane.
That can't be true.
Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo was already dead, so they didn't have a clue how Erika would use a phantom of a person who didn't exist to corner Natsui. Kinzo is nowhere outside the mansion. Kinzo isn't on the 3rd floor. Kinzo isn't in the basement. Kinzo isn't on the 1st floor. Therefore, the only place Kinzo could possibly exist is the 2nd floor.
I accept that red truth. Natsuhi, Kinzo should be somewhere on the 2nd floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding?
Yeah, this is just saying Kinzo doesn't exist with extra steps. No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know. Erika, start from the beginning and go in order, investigating the entire 2nd floor. Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms.
Yes, my master. That Natsuhi-san's pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we're going with this.
Giggle. No need to talk more than is necessary. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation. Okay, you stand in hallway A, you stand in hallway C. Now we know that Kinzo can't move. Now let's go room to room.
No.
Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsui, and go up to the 2nd floor to search every room starting at one end.
It really is. Welcome back, Sekimea.
Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them all.
So you still won't tell us where Kinzo-san is hiding?
Stop saying that. How many times do I have to say that I don't know?
Natsuhi-san, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Kinzo-san at this rate, right?
Of course, Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by Erika, the Witch's Piece, and Natsui, the one who knew the truth.
In that case, the search will end in the room at the far end of that corridor. In other words, Tsumari, it will have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think about that?
He isn't on the 3rd floor or the 1st floor or the basement, and he isn't in any of the rooms on the 2nd floor except the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside this mansion, it had been proven that he could only exist in that room at the end. In other words, this was Hempel's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor, that automatically meant that a living Kinzo existed in that final room. And that room at the end of the corridor was... Enjoying your blue balls, chat? Oh,
Which room was at the end of the corridor again?
Lambda Delta was munching on a refill of popcorn.
That's Natsuhi's room, Lady Lambda Delta.
In other words, Sumari. Kinzo had no place to hide except inside Natsuhi's room. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Do I need to say it in red?
Of course!
Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside Natsuhi's room.
Umiful is going crazy because they thought you weren't saying it because you were locked in. Well then, that means this room is the only place left. It means Kinzo-san isn't anywhere outside this room.
Isn't this my room? Where exactly in my room do you claim father is hiding? Under the bed, eating his dominoes. In a rage, Natsui unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course, Kinzo was nowhere to be seen. Do you see father anywhere in here? Look.
I see. It looks like he isn't there. Did he realize we were coming and escape out the window?
If Kinzo wasn't in this last room, it meant that he didn't exist anywhere. Sure, there was no living Kinzo outside the mansion. There was no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo existed. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed that out herself without making a checkmate. It was because Baron Castell didn't want to win by cornering Natsui with the red truth. And that's why she didn't use it at all. Not once. She wanted to force Natsui to accept a humiliating resignation.
I've not only been searching for Kinzo-san himself all this time, I've been looking for signs that Kinzo-san hid somewhere between midnight and the morning. And no such signs have existed. In other words, from midnight until morning, Kinzo was always holed up in the same room, and that was Natsuhi's room.
It means the checkmate of Red Truth has finally cornered the piece known as Kinzo's Phantom inside Natsui's room.
Hey, Natsuhi-san. This means you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you didn't know where he was? I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside Natsuhi's room. I permit you to use this truth to advance your argument about how he could only existed in Natsuhi's room.
Again, a very, very misleading and like... Is it misdirect? I don't know what the word would be, but it's like strongly implying that living Kinzo is inside the room, when in reality it's comma, or really it's like there was no living Kinzo outside Natsu's room because there is no living Kinzo. So this, oh, how many other red truths are like that in this episode? Like
yeah, they're playing logic puzzles. Yeah.
Oh,
welcome back, Sekimeya.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand?
I don't understand. Like if the murders aren't murders, that would mean almost everyone is in on it. How Battler is in on it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess that just I guess I should be happy about that, because if it is what happened, then that confirms that Lambda Delta, the chess analogy, she can make bishops move like rooks, because there's no fucking way. Like, but
as someone
why?
in chat put it, Lambda is eating the pieces.
But why?
They're just being cruel.
I'm not convinced yet. It's going to be something like that, but I'm not convinced of that yet. Okay. Do you know about this? A plea bargain. Hey, Natsui. You do know about it because you were controlling you were controlling Battler at one point. You were controlling Battler at one point. You were controlling Battler in that one scene. Maybe it was only that one scene. I don't know. Hey, Natsui, even someone as stupid as you must have realized the fix you're in now. This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit. Call the Ushiromiya family head a criminal and crush the head's honor to protect yourself. If you show that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plot into one of a tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family head. Father is innocent. Cannot call father a criminal.
She's refused the deal. Okay, Burn. Do it.
For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed in any place except inside your bed. Oh no. What? And what? What do you mean by that?
After conducting a thorough search of this room and a detailed scientific examination, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between midnight and morning. However, your bed is the only exception.
Shocked silence dominated the room. Natsui completely forgot to close her open mouth.
Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, so probably at about 11, Kinzo-san escaped from the window on the 3rd floor and snuck into the bed in your room. And as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed.
How could she have done the murders then? How could Kinzo have done the murders then? I'll repeat it. For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed in any place except inside Natsui's bed. And last night, Natsui also slept in that same bed.
Wow, look at how close they were. So you two were so close to each other, you slept sharing the same pillow?
Blue truth. Therefore, we can conjecture that Ushiromiya Natsui and Ushiromiya Kinzo had sexual relations with each other. Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long?
Maybe they were cold.
How rude. To think that I would do such a thing with the father I respected so much. I won't allow you to say such things.
Natsuhi, use the red truth to counter this blue truth. Of course, since you aren't a witch, there's no red you can use. So I'll speak with the red truth in your place. At least I will if you can show me convincing proof.
How could such proof even exist? How low are you willing to sink to mock me? Damn it! And then Battler said, that's my line. Natsui tried to attack Erika, but Ava pinned her arms behind her back, so she couldn't do anything.
How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Ushiromiya family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you used your body as a weapon and ensnared Kinzo-san.
I never did anything of the sort. I've never given my body to anyone except my husband.
I understand why you want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses has already made it clear that you've had repeated secret meetings with Kinzo-san. After all, last night, you went to say goodnight to Kinzo-san with just the two of you alone in his study, right? And beyond that, I've collected multiple bits of testimony regarding clear traces of sexual intercourse.
Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Goda? Shannon? Was it Ava-san? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who? Wah!
I've received testimony from those involved. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now.
Hey Natsui, looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now, but I'll give you one final chance before I build you the worst of all possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kinzo wasn't there, okay?
That's right, you sure are stubborn, Natsuhi. The Ushiromiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinzo exists?
This is my final challenge in protecting the honor of the Ushiromiya family, which father entrusted me with. My husband's business will definitely succeed. Until we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. I will protect father and my husband's honor. That is my mission.
Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable trait.
He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient delusion inside Natsui's head. The real Kinzo never once ordered Natsui to do anything like protect his honor. Wow. This is taking a while, huh? As Natsui screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Berncastel and Erica had weaved.
By my name is the Game Master, Lambda Delta. I acknowledge Lady Berncastel as the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now.
And then there were none.
Of course, there were none. Nice. All of those who might have objected had been erased. Oh, that's convenient.
No objections. Bern, this is your victory, and a wonderful victory it is. Now you must weave up the fragment of the truth.
Sure, I'll go weave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. Though I did want Natsui to acknowledge her crime while half laughing, half crying. After all, that's standard in the genre, right? Giggle, 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 giggle. Smash to make another fragment? No? Okay.
Smash. Next chapter.
Revenge
Do you
after
want to pause or
19
keep
years?
rolling?
Is that the name of the chapter?
That is the name of the chapter. And there is reading assignments for it.
Okay. Let me say thank you to some people. I already need to pee again, unfortunately, but I think I can go for a little while. I know. I just drank too much water. Thank you to Kaz Makes Games for the resub. 36 months? No, 54 months. 6 months until my 5-year subversary before Witcher 3 Part 2 releases one day soon. 0 cliffs, -1 peaks, -2 this message. Math in a resub? Is more likely than you think. Thank you, Real Quaid, for the resub. Joe streams our peak Red Truth. Aw, thank you. Using Joms as a Red Truth. It's pretty clever. Thank you, Vortexire for the new sub. Welcome, Vortexire. Thank you very much, Clawfest. Thank you, the Red HL, for the resub. Moni DT, or Moni DT, for a new sub at tier 2. Thank you very much. 2 Clawfists. Double Clawfist. Thank you very much, Moni. And thank you to Inu Oblivion for the resub as well. What sweet web of wicked lies these candy girls play. Candy girls?
Candy girls.
Lambda is kind of Halloween style going on, yeah. Okay, so hold on. I need to scroll up.
The gothic Lolita dress that got ripped off of is so ridiculous in real life. It's so funny.
Okay, so next chapter is I have 1.
You have 1. This chapter is mostly going to be me reading.
Okay.
Just to give you a break as a treat.
Okay. All right.
It's also short, so if you can hold your pee for like 20 minutes.
Okay. Is this narration?
This is narration.
Okay.
After being forced into an unwanted marriage, Natsuhi developed a grudge against the Ushiromiya family and was filled with a desire for revenge. Trial summary, page 3. As revenge for financially ruining her birth family, Natsuhi also plotted to take over the Ushiromiya family's fortune. Trial summary, page 4. When Natsuhi learned that the wealth of the Ushiromiya family was for all intents and purposes controlled by Kinzo himself, she initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. Trial summary, page 7. Berncastel documents, page 682. To curry favor with Kinzo, Natsuhi repeatedly disguised herself as Beatrice, a witch and figment of Kinzo's imagination, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinzo saw Natsuhi dressed as the mistress from his past and was easily ensnared. Additionally, a servant happened to witness her in this outfit, forming part of the basis for the legend of the witch. Trial summary, page 8. Submitted evidence number 17. Berncastel documents, page 802. However, late at night on October 4th, 1986, Ushiromiya Battler discovered the hidden gold. Natsuhi planned the crimes after the relatives raised a fuss and insisted that Battler should succeed the headship. She murdered the children in the cousin's room and tried to frame Battler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered because he was opposed to this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. After this point, Natsuhi displayed a strong intent to murder all those involved without discrimination. Trial summary, page 27. Supplemental materials B, page 61. Berncastel documents, page 1103. The concrete details of the crimes are as follows. October 4th, 1986, midnight. Natsuhi decided to commit the crimes. Because Genji refused to assist her when asked, she murdered him. She then murdered her husband Kraus in his own room. Trial summary, page 40. Supplemental materials, S, page 8. Bernkastel documents, page 1105. Great Court internal documents, Library of Law, A09, number 9974.
That's some big Witcher vibes right now.
Afterwards, she went to the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. She mutilated the necks of the bodies. Afterwards, because there were people in the downstairs lounge, she waited in an empty room upstairs. She hid in this empty room until the people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. Trial summary, page 41. Supplemental materials, S, page 10. Bernkastel documents, page 1131. Great Court internal documents, Library of Law, A09, number 9974. Big House of Leaves vibes, actually. The people in the lounge dispersed just after 3 a.m. Natsuhi left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her room where she met up with Kinzo, who had been hiding there. They spent the rest of the night there together. Kinzo left the room early next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. Trial summary, page 41. Supplemental materials, S, page 29. Bernkastel documents, page 1200. Great Court internal documents, Library of Law, A09, number 9974. Afterward, Kinzo saw his chance and carried off the bodies of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden bodies have not been found. Trial summary, page 42. Supplemental materials, S, page 37. Great Court internal documents, Library of Law, A09, number 9974. Natsuhi, who had failed in her scheme to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. Trial summary, page 58. Supplemental materials, T, page 19. Bernkastel documents, page 1348. Great Court internal documents, Library of Law, A09, number 9974. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in a private room, Natsuhi concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. When Hideyoshi visited that room at approximately 1 o'clock, she murdered him. Trial summary, page 61, supplemental materials, T, page 26, Great Court internal documents, Library of Law, A09, number 9974. Natsuhi once again concealed herself in the closet from the time the others became aware of the incident to the time that they carried out Hideyoshi's body. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Natsuhi's clothes was found in the closet. Afterwards, she exited the closet and tried to return to her own room. However, Furuto Erika discovered her on the way, and Natsuhi confessed to her crimes after questioning. Trial summary, page 63, supplemental materials T, page 32, submitted evidence, number 26, Bernkastel documents, page 1348, Lambda Delta documents, line 7, Great Court internal documents, Library of Law, A09, number 9974, Great Court internal documents, Legal Management, U99, number 0107, Great Court official notice, number 01724434.
No, she didn't. Yeah, she did. You guys aren't paying attention. This is exactly how it happened. This is the truth. Yeah, this is what happened. Yeah.
You want to take over for a bit? Narration for the rest?
What question marks are you doing? This is how it happened, chat. What the hell? Great Court official notice number 01724434. I'm not as good at reading numbers as you are. Oh no. Great Court official notice number 01724434. Trial Evolutions number 0147-007982 Bond. 1986, 5th of October, midnight. Decides as follows. Decides. Ushimi Natsui confessed to the crimes. For a period of 13 months following this announcement, related documents may be perused at the Great Court Legal Office's Document Management Center, first subsection. Great Court Deputy Attorney General, Chief Inquisitor, Delaner A. Knox. That is a loud car. Then let's all assume that I did it, okay? That's what you want me to say, right? Wah! As though she'd given up and decided that... Oh, is this you or me?
No, you can just keep going with narration for the rest.
As though she'd given up and decided that it'd be useless to try and talk her way out of this for any longer, and Natsui screamed that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that, despite the pitiable circumstances that led to her marriage into the Ushimiya family, Natsui just might have been able to grasp a sliver of happiness together with Uncle Kraus and Jessica. However, by Aunt Natsui's own doing, Uncle Kraus and even her beloved daughter Jessica had been heartlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by the clear testimony given by several people who knew him, grandfather's mental state for these last few years had been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, Grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Natsui was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where's Grandfather now? Like Erika had theorized, did he really believe that he could revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph, succumbing to Natsui's cajolery? Right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away?
Cajolery, good word.
Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted to make me say, right? Aunt Natsui sobbed as she spoke. This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago. This man from 19 years ago that Aunt Natsui kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of trap. However, she had only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed, and she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what had happened 19 years ago. I'm sure that man's underling is one among us here. I'm sure that right now, that man is ridiculing me through one of you. Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you wanted to make me acknowledge that, right?
Natsuhi-san, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does.
Erika laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsui looked at us, no, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then she confessed to her sin. I committed murder.
So, you finally acknowledged your crime directly.
No, this is not about what has happened today and yesterday. I will confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago. The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about, because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago. 19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. That baby.
Baby? Now what are you talking about?
On that day 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a baby. Since I still couldn't bear a successor on my own, Father told me to adopt a child, and he made me hold a baby that he said had been brought here from an orphanage. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman? With a mix of conflicting emotions of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Aunt Natsui confessed. Her humiliation as a woman when she was no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart. And then I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden to the harbor, along with a servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone, but that female servant holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable to even tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying. That day marked the beginning of 19 long headache-filled years. It does make sense, okay. Then we faced the cliff from across the fence, like Joe is right now. If by taking that baby and throwing it down onto the rocky beach far below me, I could undo it all. I really did listen to that demon's temptation. Then, for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really could do that, and I lent an ear to that temptation. At that time, the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. She leaned against the rough fence, and at that time I thought I heard the fence creak loudly. I told her to look out and tried to grab her shoulder. No, I shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. I'll confess. At that moment, I'm sure that, as I told her to look out, with both hands, I reached for that servant's shoulder, and with a thud, pushed her away hard. That rough end snapped from the base, and that servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recalled a vague and very strange feeling. It felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space. So I didn't even hear the sound of them crashing to the rocky beach. No, I'm sure I heard it. But because I wanted to think that they had disappeared, I must have erased that sound from my memory, like a knock on the door. And then, for an instant I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over. So I didn't know whether their fall or the few seconds before that had actually happened or not. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall, that I just had a daydream. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. Then I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest alone in the garden. Then, Father asked what happened to the baby. and an uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and 2 corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. Is it the same cliff that Rosa went to? I'm just wondering if the Beatrice that Rosa found, Ecuadorian's corpse, was still down there, had never been found, and there were 2 corpses found down there, and maybe the baby or the servant didn't die. The child had apparently been here for reasons that couldn't become known, so its existence was hushed up, and the official story was that the servant had had an accident on her own and died. That's right, I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was graciously compensated. Her aged husband, who didn't know the truth, accepted this even though he grieved over the unfortunate accident. Then just a few years ago, he died of old age, and I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. Like a coward. But until this day, I've never apologized to that baby. Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it? So right here, right now, I confess to my crime. I, Ushimi Natsui, did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and try to kill you. But you didn't die, did you? You're still alive, and you still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? For these 19 years, you knew that the one you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff, and you must have lived a very hate-filled life. I don't even know if this is real or not. I want to say yes. 90% certain that this is real, but I don't know. And now you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff, 18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my beloved husband and daughter, and I've lost even my honor. And I'm being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer, aren't I? Yes, that's right. It all went according to your plans. I'm now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough for your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer, like an adulteress even, after seeing me live in disgrace like this. Are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied, because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. Oh, hick. Rah.
After all this, do you still claim that you were framed? Seriously, you just don't know when to give up.
Can you hear me? You, the cursed child from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please, just forgive me. It's useless, isn't it? Huh?
Battler-san, did you see something?
It's all useless. Okay, so if the baby did survive and it's real, if the only people it could be that we're seeing in the story so far is Jessica, Battler, or whatever mess this is down here. I say Jessica only because it's technically possible. I don't think so. But maybe like the baby survived, like the fucking like Kumasawa and or Genji found the baby and like raised the baby somehow, or like put it in protective custody or whatever, and then after like no, how could you replace a baby? The age difference doesn't go. I was gonna say like maybe the baby died, Jessica died, and they replaced the baby, but you wouldn't see. Okay, Jessica's off the table. It's not Jessica. Like Battler is the right age. It could be Battler, and then like because there's like some weird things with like his parenthood, like something's going on here. Maybe I'm wrong about the baby swap. the great baby swap of 1969. Maybe I'm wrong about the baby swap. So maybe it can be Battler, or it can be whatever the mess this is down here. If it's real, and if there is someone, I'm leaning toward the mess, but the reason why is because I just really like the baby swap idea. That's the only reason why. So I don't.
Do you? Interesting.
Yeah. I feel like it's. Oh, okay. All right. That's how it's gonna be, huh? Okay. All right. I feel like.
When you came up with that idea, I thought you would think it was stupid. That's all.
The baby swap?
Yeah.
No, these two are completely fucked up. These two are completely fucked up. And he wanted to say something to him that is gonna get me killed. Oh, maybe it's that he knows about this. Oh, maybe it's you that did it. Oh, she would kill you. Oh my god. I would too. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Who cares? It's all magic anyway. Battler-kun? Yeah, it's useless, isn't it? It's all useless. Oh.
What's going on is you were edging the credits.
Cast. Ushir, Battler. Furu, Erica. Delanor, A. Nox. Lambda, Delta. Burn Castell. Beatrice.
Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Ushimura Kinzo, deceased before the game began. Ushimura Kraus died on the first Twilight. Ushimura Natsuya, alive when the game was suspended. Ushimura Jessica died on the first Twilight. Ushimura Eva died alive when the game was suspended. Ushimura Hideyoshi died on the second Twilight. Ushimura George died on the first Twilight. Ushimura Rudolph alive when the game was suspended. Ushimura Kirie alive when the game was suspended. Ushimura Rosa died on the first Twilight. Ushimura Maria died on the first Twilight. Nandra Tiramusa alive when the game was suspended. Runobe Genji died on the first Twilight. Shannon alive when the game was suspended. Ken alive when the game was suspended. Koda Toshio alive when the game was suspended. Kumasawa Chio alive when the game was suspended. Virgilia, Runobe, Gap, Gertrude, Cornelia, Lucifer, Leviathan, Satan, Belphegor, Mammon, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Chester's. Oh, fuck the Chester. Chester bullshit. All of the goats. Fifth game, the end of the Golden Witch.
Now even I need a pee break. I had a big iced coffee.
All right, fucking Umi Pro, calm down. New elements added. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift in the commemoration. Holy shit. Read, Joe, of your recent sojourn. The new. You know what? I'm not feeling the tea party this time. Let's just go to episode 6.
No, we have to do the tea party. I'm sorry. We have to do the tea party. This time it is mandatory to do the tea party.
Oh, so it wasn't all the rest of the times?
I would have, the other episodes we could have just skipped it. You know, like we could have just vibes. We could have vibes our way.
You are going to get several hate threads and comments and oh my God.
I'm just baiting them now. It's fun.
All right. Okay, do we want to stay on this page or do we want to go to the beginning? What would be the better thing?
I think let me look.
Tea party.
I think
Want me to read? Please pull up.
Yeah, go ahead and read it. And let's go.
Was your sojourn on Rikkenshima a pleasant one? The Golden Witch has gifted you with an invitation to her tea party. I hope that you will participate.
Oh yeah, go to the beginning. Someone has a good point in chat. Go to the beginning of the tea party, I think.
Why do you only play Wii games that you hate? Chatter, after all this time and all we've been through with Umineko, after all of these streams and all the reading that I've done, I cannot believe that you could sit there and claim that this is a game. I don't understand.
Got me with that.
Anyway, all right, back in about 5-10 minutes. Okay. Enjoy your break. Kate, we are unmuted. Hello.
Hello. We are so back. We are so back.
Thank you to Kaylee Gal for the bits. Remember when Mouse couldn't read that big number in episode 3 when she said she would? Thought this would be relevant with what's happening? You've been training like Erica to never be embarrassed ever again about reading numbers. There you go. Done.
That's true, yeah.
Thank you, Steve ________________ died the death 1 for the resub. I've been way too busy with my new job to actually watch the streams, but I couldn't resist popping in to watch you stream the best air quotes game ever made. Oh, thank you, Steve. Hope you enjoy it. This song's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Now the episode is over, final thoughts on it, or after tea party? The like, all joking aside, what we just said, the tea party and the question marks are a part of the episode. They're just separate for vibes, I guess. I don't know. Like, they're a part of it, yeah. So we don't know yet. Well, Mouse does, because Mouse has read it before, but I don't. You ready to go, Mouse? Or do you need a minute?
Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Plan on reading the manga afterwards? Dude, you should read the manga! I wouldn't mind reading the manga. It's hard to get your hands on it though, right? Do you need to, like, acquire it online?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Can you buy digital versions of them?
You can read it online. Okay. I'm done with chapter assignments for everything, and I spoiler tagged them, and I'm good to go. Do
What's
not
Mouse
click
doing?
until relevant.
Mouse was setting up the voice assignments for the beginning of episode 6 if we get to it today. I don't know why I just spoke for you. Sorry. But yeah, I answered.
Speaking for women goes hard.
I know, yeah. Just can't help myself.
Alrighty.
All right. Erica, Delanor.
Yes, my master.
Wait, what?
You called?
Did you change it?
Hmm?
I thought I was Erica.
Oh, are you? Yeah, you are. I'm so sorry. I'm
Okay.
just used to reading her.
Do you want Erica?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Yes, my master.
You called?
I want you two to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining 1st through 4th games. That pitiful transient witch who supports the illusion of the witch no longer exists herself. Expose the naked truth thoroughly. Leave it to me, my master. There is no riddle that I, Froda Erica, cannot solve. Of course. That's why you're my piece, my double. Giggle, giggle, giggle.
Bern Castell wore a massive and horrible smile, which Erica shared. Beatrice's illusion of the witch would disappear, and the results in all of the previous games would be painted over. It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. Such a weak truth was no better than fish on the chopping board for Erica.
It is possible to explain all of the past 4 games with Natsui as the criminal, or with certain irregularities based off that theme. I won't let anyone say it's the crime of the witch Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together at once and then present a first-rate tale to you. Well, that's stupid. Giggle. You mustn't leave even a single fragment of Beato's legend of the witch behind. The rumors among the servants, the way people talked about unexplained events as though that legend was the cause. The illusion of the witch that worked alongside the illusion of Kinzo. Deal with all of them completely. Of course, I'll get to it right away. We now have the furniture in custody. We're hurrying to identify their vessels.
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. What sort of illusion were they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied. Eisern Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. According to the most recent results, there is a high probability that they were constructed during the 1960s in the vicinity of New York. An aide has already been sent to the location.
What are we talking about? The 1960s, 7 Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total sham. Who was it? According to the report, there's this group of big-time swindlers who make money by selling fakes to rich fans of the occult. Because the deceived millionaires try to resell the fakes as though they were real, there's a chance that they've been falsely deified by enthusiasts in the field. We are rushing to find confirmation and further details. So Ishiromiya Kinzo was a sucker who paid big bucks for any fake occult object. Oh, they're talking literally about the physical stakes that in some episodes were found driven through the corpses.
That's what they mean by vessels. Yeah, the
okay.
vessels.
Okay. And that's what the 7 Sisters of Purgatory really are? That's hilarious. A total sham, just like Beato's illusion of the witch. Though they call themselves the deadly sins, they're actually cheap fake souvenirs. Well, from the very beginning, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop. Giggle, giggle. Paperweights. Have you confronted the 7 Sisters with that truth yet?
No, not yet.
They still seriously believe they were created by a great sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. I'd like to confront them with perfect evidence and the truth right away, and let them know that they're mere paperweights worth less than $30 US. When you do, I wonder what their faces will look like as they lose all hope. Giggle, I can't wait. Call for me when that happens. I'll come to watch with some of the best black tea and dried plums.
Beato's illusion of the witch had already been penetrated, and it's been proven that everything was simply the result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them, and what caused these in the first place? When the answers were proven perfectly and shoved in the faces of those concerned, the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. This is what they meant by execution. An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not made public.
This is an inspection by the great Lady Berncastel, member of the Senate, so she can observe that the great court is performing its duties satisfactorily. Do you, as a mere inquisitor of heresy, wish to deny her this right? Yeah, that's right. I'm just observing as a representative of the Senate to make sure you follow the proper procedures when you carry out your work. Giggle, giggle, giggle. We are currently preparing to take Vergilia, Renove, and Gap into custody as well. The Chester Sisters of Imperial Guards are conducting that investigation. Of course, we will then detain and execute those three connected to Beatrice. Delanor, what is the true nature of the Chester Sisters?
We believe there is a high likelihood that their vessels are weapons used in the crimes. For this purpose, Senior Aide Gertrude has formed a special team. We are currently investigating all cases.
I think Jelly said that one. Jelly was right.
Yeah, I was about to say congratulations, Jelly.
Congratulations, Jelly. I'm looking forward to Chester Sisters' execution too, one at a time. I would like to say that I would have gotten that when another one showed up with like a caliber number in their name, but I don't think I would have actually. But it would be nice if I would have. Or all of them at once. No one's stupid enough to put an entire can of tea leaves in a pot at once. You've got to enjoy it slowly, one spoonful at a time. Giggle, giggle. Exactly. Let's have their executions on consecutive days. Fill all the furniture and the witches one by one. I'll send you an execution show every day. Wonderful. After all, there really are a lot of them. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks. Maybe we can let them decide which ones to execute first. Make sure you think up something great for the execution concept. I'd like to enjoy executions both old and new from east and west every day. My victory needs no celebration. This level of deduction was possible for Jelly. What do you think, everyone?
The rules state that the method of execution is to follow great court regulations.
Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution show. Oh, and you better quarter at least one of them. Of course, I shall make a list of the best forms of execution from all countries from Europe to Asia, which were used by kingdoms east and west for crimes no less than treason against the king. I like to think of some execution methods myself. Pondering that will be the perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights. Giggle, I'll iron out my ideas and send you a letter soon. Certainly, my master. Then we'll have the Burn Castle style one as the grand finale. At the very, very end, when all the illusions are broken and Beato's magic compendium has been completely crushed, I shall present my master with that finest of executions that she desires, the execution of Beatrice.
Yippee!
Thank you, Erica. Thanks to you, it seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. Giggle, giggle. You're just perfect. My piece, my double, and my adorable daughter. Your words are too good for me, my master. Erica, I'll give you honor and a reward. And that reward is the greatest symbol of Beatrice, the portrait from the reception hall. Take that off, smash it to make firewood, bake a cake with that, and eat it. Then I'll allow you to put your portrait up in the remaining frame.
Wow.
Who's this? Thank you very much. It is a great honor. You'll eradicate and erase Beatrice's name and all traces of her. Until that is all finished, I will order that you be made the master of the sealed-off Rikingema. By the name of the Witch of Miracles, Bryn Castell, I proclaim that you will be given the rank of witch until that day. From now on, you will call yourself Erica, the Witch of Truth. The Witch of Truth? Thank you very much, my master. I vow to work even harder so that this honor will not be wasted.
Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erica was so moved that her actions had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled.
Delanor, continue to aid Erica and report on her progress to me.
As you wish.
By the way, where's Lambda?
She is over there. From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambda Delta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there, dead and pierced by the red longsword. Ushiromia Battler, you were an interesting guy. And you might have become even more interesting, but too bad.
What a wonderful way to die. Erica, you can hang Battler's corpse in the mansion's reception hall. The next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it. Certainly, my master. I'll make that foolish man an eternal monument to my master's victory.
That sounds wonderful. Really tasteful. Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue. And it'd be wonderful if you decorated him all cute.
Yes, Lady Lambda Delta. I will strive to answer your expectations.
Congratulations on becoming a witch. Though it'll just be for a while, I'll welcome you as a friend. Erica was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes. Because for a piece, no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master.
In the end, I'd like to have Beato stuff too. Then I'll decorate the reception hall with her.
Galaxy Express?
The one that isn't Night on the...
You know, I read that back when I wasn't a witch. I always thought it strange that humans who obtained eternal life would become so cruel. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate.
After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. That writer could understand our cruelty really well in the truest sense. Giggle, giggle. Is this some Higurashi reference I'm too normal to understand, or what?
No. I'm laughing because Higurashi reference is a banned phrase in the chat.
Wow, okay.
Where will you go next? I'll bet we say farewell with our backs turned, right?
That's because I don't want to let you get bored.
Thanks, Burn. But you can be sure I'll count to 100 and then start searching for you again.
You really don't let a person get bored. That's why I like you. Love you. Let's meet again somewhere. However, we may not be reunited for another 100 or 1,000 years, if ever.
Yeah, people kept spoiling Higurashi in the chat, so we just... That's okay. The Sea of Fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other.
The third man?
No, Children of Paradise, of course.
If you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, each time you smash one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, even you would want to count the stars in the sky.
Oh, not bad.
Man, we really could have skipped this tea party.
No. The Voyager witches travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility and gobble them up, trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. The tiny, tiny fragment created by the human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches and had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves rivals in front of Beato now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully.
Erika, new ruler of this fragment, weave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise. The next was the 6th game, right? Yes, it's the 6th game. We're still doing games? We're still doing Umineko? Decide the title for episode 6 yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale as well as the master. Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one. Oh, already? Then let me hear it. What kind of title is it? Yes, episode 6. Hehehe. I'd really like to leave you hanging for a bit, but I'll tell you.
Come on, stop being a smartass and tell us. A newbie witch like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors. You alright over there?
Yeah, I'm okay. Eh. Just kind of like a microcosm of the whole entire problems with episode 5. Yeah, okay, that was interesting. Welcome to the tea party of the unhuman. All right, so this is the one we're doing now?
This is the one we're doing now.
Okay. And let me just check the... Okay. All right. That should be easy to remember. Okay. Oh, thank you, Artem-V or Artem5 for the resub. At the beginning of that, sorry. Excuse me. All right. In the cathedral devoid of people, a figure could be seen still staring up at the heavens, its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. That figure was Battler. Ironically, it looked just like what he'd done to Beato with blue wedges in the 4th game. Battler had died quite some time ago. No, in this place, the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. The Lanar's massive longsword, which had been left in place of a tombstone, fastened Battler to the spot even after his death.
He's so you.
So me.
He's so you.
This was all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across this still cathedral.
Pin says he's still checking the ceiling.
From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Land, her eyes had no light in them, and were still muddied over with gray. Weakened to Beatrice's? This person was once unable to even drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will, but though it was slow, and though there was no life in her eyes, she was, surprisingly, walking. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then, she slowly touched Battler. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Battler showed no reaction. When she realized that it wasn't sleep, but death, the witch with the hopeless gaze let her head hang even lower. Then she quietly whispered,
Mm, You liar.
Beato softly touched Battler. Then she pressed her forehead against Battler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered, it was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So from now on, Battler would never return. So from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist.
Thank you, liar. Goodbye, and I'm sorry.
Then the Golden Witch completed her task and scattered as a spray of gold. In the Golden Land, the gray rain gently continued to fall. Whoa, when did this happen? There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beato stared blankly at its surface. There was Virgilia continuing her knitting, along with me and Delanor talking to each other. This is a recollection. Oh, thank you. A recollection from Battler's memory, which Delanor's sword must have given him as it pierced him. A recollection of that time Delanor had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land.
It's the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back.
Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got.
I promise, with everything I've got.
Delanor, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying, the way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments, or the Decalogue, wasn't it? Those classic rules of the mystery genre, right?
Yes, they are commandments conceived by my father.
Hidden doors must not exist. That's Nox's third, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Berncastel said it herself. She said that because they were forbidden by Nox's third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. I'd like to counter that by saying it probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family's mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it, but apparently that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors appear, and where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. If that premise doesn't exist, hidden doors must not exist. So because that premise doesn't exist, there's no need to search for hidden doors. I think that's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument.
Jodler alive and well.
It's like the detective trying to expose the truth and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies, are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a closed room murder seem to be accomplished by a witch with magic as fantasy. Exposing that it was a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But it is also mystery to claim that possibilities with no hints supporting them are unworthy of investigation. Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Would claiming that a hidden door therefore exists, even though a detective couldn't find it, be anti-mystery? That's enough of that. This argument is too far of a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. My fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that were supposedly carried out by a witch. This whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding these rules known as the Nox Decalogue.
Do you dislike Nox, Joe?
I actually really like Nox, but I don't like Nox in the context that's being used in Umineko. Not one bit. It doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as a devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. I shouldn't have said that. Your dad was the one who made them, after all.
Do not worry. After all, there are some who say it is nothing more than a silly game. The Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Battler-kun?
To be honest, yeah. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some of his screws had come loose.
In that case, Battler, let us say that the third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to closed room mysteries?
What if Nox's third, hidden doors are forbidden, didn't exist? In other words, Sumari, hidden doors would always work just fine as a standard trick for closed rooms.
This does not refer to hidden doors with hints or foreshadowing. It refers only to doors that even the detective cannot find because, of course, they are hidden. Battler-kun, you often fight by using a devil's proof, assuming the existence of an undiscoverable element X. That's what this is about.
That'd be horrible. The closed room mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all. And if it were no longer worth anyone's time, it would cease to exist. No one would want to try solving the riddle from the beginning, not if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden doors exist, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. I see. So Nox's third is necessary. Without that, it wouldn't be worth reading closed room mysteries.
And if you didn't feel like trying to reason it out, what would that lead to?
It means you wouldn't even want to read it.
That's it. Humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible. That reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know they can solve it if they work hard enough.
That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can tough it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you'll probably get tired out before you made it around 3 times. The same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently, depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable.
In detective novels, there's always a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is. That's a sign saying the hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story, or you have all the pieces. So dear readers, please try to reason it out.
I always thought it was just a classic line, but I guess it does also have that effect.
To put it harshly, until the detective says that, readers won't feel like trying to solve it no matter how much they love solving mysteries. Weren't you like that yourself in the previous games?
Nope, not at all. Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Beato really began in the second game. At first I didn't... What do you mean, Joler? What do you mean? I'm constantly like trying to stay ahead of the story and trying to work it out immediately. What the fuck are you talking? At first I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Beato threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in a closed room and the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. I mean, seriously, talk about having no hints to go on. So I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight, because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, didn't Beato sneer at me, asking whether I'd repeat that over and over forever in an endless repetition of moves? At the time, Beato said this.
Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you're then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence.
Then she said you'd give me certain information that couldn't be denied, and created the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Beato. So that's when I finally had a guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried, and I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time.
Also known as the first time I came on stream. Beatrice. She's a strange person. Though riddles are the only holes witches can live within, she began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved.
You could say the Red Truth is a hint Beato gives me so I can compete in this war of reasoning. I don't know about that, Chief. Like candy. Because I've been given hints, it's like she's saying, try and solve it, for it can be solved. And a enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost as though Beato herself is admitting that she isn't really a witch?
My, that does seem logical. She truly is a strange child.
Beato gave no answer. With grey eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from her black tea.
My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking. It most certainly wasn't made as a way to arrogantly decide things.
A crutch for the power of thinking.
That's right. By Nox's Eighth, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making theories that are not supported by clues. If you turn it around, it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display clues that lead to the solution.
So in other words, Sumari, if you follow the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints, and therefore it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. I see. So this is what they mean by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you start wanting to have a go at those riddles. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit that it might have the power to give courage to those trying to solve it.
You seem to think the Nox Decalogue is a series of restrictions imposed by the one who made the mystery, but it is also vital for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we are given the courage needed to use reasoning, as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of the clues we know must be hidden there.
It's like the lid of a jar of jam that's too tight and won't open. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can't open it, then it really won't open no matter how hard you try. The same thing happens in sports. They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what has a large impact on the records. Don't think that's true. In that case, but it's kind of a lot of people think that, but I don't think that's true. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery by telling them to give it their all since it's definitely solvable. It is true. I've heard that the other team just wanted it more than the other team is just something people say because it ties the narrative of, which is very clued into this game and its story. It just ties into the narrative and just like, okay, now we understand what happened here on the field and we don't have to spend a lot of time going like, oh, this is the mistake that the coach made, here's the mistake that this forward player made, here's the mistake that the goalie made, like just that sort of thing. It just like, we don't have to do that work, we don't have to worry about it, that's not for us to start, we're just gonna like, narrative done, the other team just wanted it more. That's what I mean. I feel like that's just false from what I've heard, but I don't know actually. I don't know a lot about sports, but yeah, I'm just providing a counter opinion because I see this said a lot. Anyway, morale definitely is real. If it was saying that morale matters a lot, if that's what that was saying, absolutely that's true. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That is what that was saying. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that is what that was saying. Yeah, it's saying that you set yourself up for failure if you believe you're gonna fail.
That's an interesting way to interpret it. Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world follow the Decalogue all the time, right? When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked?
Mouse text, yeah. Sorry. I don't mean to do the backseating that people have been requesting. I just wanted to confirm that is what it means. Sorry for overstepping.
You overstep, that's fine.
Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation, and it cannot be applied to all mystery stories. Though among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize works that violate the Decalogue and call them heresy.
There's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel really a fair mystery? In other words, Sumari, one that followed Nox's Decalogue. That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than discussions of the actual tricks. I can understand why they'd want to criticize it. They try to solve it, believe it's solvable, and follow the Decalogue, but it's actually not made to be solvable like that at all. I can understand how they get pretty annoying. That's right. When fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, Sumari, you want to guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an orthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? I think that Nox's rules are a complete waste of time, and the only rule that really needs to exist, although I like the idea behind them, the only real rule that needs to exist is that you can't have anything that isn't foreshadowed or set up ahead of time in a fair way. That's it. That's all you need. Because you can have magical mysteries. This might even be a magical mystery. You can have a mystery with hidden passages or secret tunnels or anything like that. You can have a mystery that's set up that something is presented that didn't have evidence for it earlier on. If they go on to justify it after the fact, I think that's all you need is what is it, 8? Is it 8th or 10th or whatever? I'm not sure. All you need is that one.
I think it's 8. Yeah.
Looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant.
Yes, I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used as such an arrogant weapon.
Then again, you just fought against Beato using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take that as proof that this game world of Beatos follows the Nox Decalogue? Is this happening now as a return to the scene, or is this a part of the scene that we just didn't see earlier and they skipped over it, or is it like a rewind to the scene and they get to talk again, or maybe that's going to happen? When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Delanor, and of course Beato all remained silent for a while. Flashback? No, Is chat fucking with me, Mouse?
In what way?
I just said that they went back to the scene, and now they're just like saying that it's a flashback. Like, I forgot that. Are they fucking with me?
I think you presented several possibilities, and do you remember what I said about your chat being full of people who all want to be the first one to raise their hands in class? They're doing that because they're like, oh, daddy, I know the answer.
Okay, I'll repeat the question then. Is this meant to be like a retake of that scene where different things happened, or is it just a slice of that scene that we just skipped over last time and didn't show? Like there was a cut and we just didn't know there was a cut. Or
I think there was a cut that we didn't know was a cut.
Or is there like the characters are actually like they went for the flashback and they kind of just like seamlessly just bled into this, and this is the present version of them having another talk over. Okay. Almost as though my question had touched to the core of something.
That is something I cannot answer myself.
Why?
This is a game that this child made. A game to decide which of the two of you will win. This child has called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy. But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue. But at the same time, Miss Beatrice had said that this game is a contest between you and her. In other words, there is a chance that you could win.
In other words, you're trying to say that reasoning is possible. In other words,
if you ask this child, she would probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is the challenger and you are the challenged, the two of you are different creatures. Something Beato might have proposed thinking it is solvable may or may not be solvable for you as well.
For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if the person we're telling this riddle is a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their land, it might be almost impossible to solve. In other words, Sumari, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. By the way, do you know of the foreign riddle, why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is, because they have narcolepsy to battle the night. It's a riddle from the English realm, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person.
For that reason, I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you will be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing. I will guarantee it with the red truth.
What?
Beato wanted you to solve it, so she created this game and the riddles of this tale to be solvable. That alone I will guarantee with the red truth.
Was the one guarantee that all those who try to use reasoning desire.
I don't know if my father's Decalogue will apply to that answer or lead you to it. However, when you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning, please try using my Decalogue if you remember. It might give you renewed courage and might possibly even lead to some new discovery.
Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. Are you sure it's okay to help out an enemy like this?
Pay that no mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoy this in place of a snack. And if you come face to face with me again, there probably won't be time to speak of such things so casually.
Noxus Decalogue and Vergilia's Red Truth. Beato wanted me to solve the riddles of this game, so she created them to be solvable. Just using the red, huh? So in other words, Sumari, Beato wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view. It doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. Compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, that one line might give me a great deal of courage. At least it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about this all being useless.
Unless the other party assures you that reasoning is possible, you won't do it. It's almost like love between shy young people. Oh boy, Seki Mayor reference.
Love? I know, right? I thought of it too, yeah. Immediately to the 100 years of bullshit. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Unless you have proof that the other person loves you first, you don't want to love them back. Right?
Both boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. That's their dream. If they're in love, they sit in the egg chair. They don't want to love the other person until they're sure this person loves them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as one-sided love. And the scars of the heart left behind last a long time. Because they're afraid of that pain, they want proof that the other person loves them first more than anything else.
Inside jokes were already ruining stream morale, but now we have crossover memes. This is fucking doomed.
Anyway, I see. That's an interesting way to explain the relationship between writer and reader in a detective novel.
Yeah, maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it, or that it can be solved. Until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it, they don't want to write their story. The same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they don't want to read the story. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it. Because they don't want to reason about Because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it was all useless. By that argument, it really isn't a stretch to say it's like love between shy elementary or middle school aged kids. Even though they really do want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings, so they wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess, and by the time summer ends, nothing's happened. More than that, sometimes the girl even ends up going out with an entirely different guy. That's what my first love was like, Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of a summer that will never come again, and the days of their youth end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of readers goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre.
Battler-kun, when does the chicken or the egg type of shy love reach the level where it can progress into mutual love?
The answer is egg. Well, that's probably when things start to pile up. It starts as a relationship between friends. They communicate with each other more and more. And when the two both reach the level where they're sure that I like this person and they surely like me, well, then they probably just naturally become a pair of lovers. My impression until now is that the relationships starting with a sudden confession of love tend to break up more often, whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realize that they've always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time.
In other words, Sumari, this happens once the two of them believe in each other and a relationship of trust is born, is what you're saying.
Maybe. It's a bit odd, but I've always thought the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe that's not quite right.
Yes, it's something that cannot go on without a relation built on mutual trust, a relationship with love.
So you're saying our relationship isn't one of killing each other, but one with love?
Though it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me.
Virgilia joked at us in a middle-aged woman sort of way. What?
What a line.
Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can accept her as a rival. Beato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch. So respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist.
How can you be sure that Miss Beato is fighting at full force?
Can't you tell that by looking?
It isn't as though she has proclaimed in red that she's fighting you at full force, and yet you still have no doubts? You are the one who said you wouldn't believe anything except the red truth. Surely this is that stage battler Kun mentioned earlier, where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship.
Virgilia and Delanor giggled together. One guy, multiple women, and the topic is love. Wait a sec, isn't this the worst possible formation for getting made fun of? Just try streaming. When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a tea party in the rainy golden land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Virgilia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Beato kept looking downwards with those gray eyes, staring into her black tea. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Delanor have given me so many hints, and yet I barely thought about it at all. By now, it's all too late. Let me think. Now that everything is too late already and I've got an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me, and the crutch of the Decalogue that Delanor lent me. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least, Beato left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. That red truth guarantee will once again give me the power to start my heart beating.
What?
Okay, so this implies that Beato is also responsible for the game that we just went through, Game 5. That is implying that Lambda Delta and Burncastle are like furniture below Beato again.
She created the game board and they hijacked it, right? Is how they put it.
But she could change it. Like, this is implying that Beato is responsible for that. He could be talking about episodes 1 through 4 here. I'm not sure. But the fact that he was just defeated and pretty much destroyed on that one, and now he's going to come back by thinking that, I don't know. There's a link there. I'm not sure. I'm still not exactly sure what Lambda Delta and Burncastle even are. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. And this is leaning me toward that they are furniture in the same way that Beato has other furniture, and the whole thing is performative. But I'm not sure. And this is the crutch of the Decalogue, which Delanor lent me. Delanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to take on riddles. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this tale is mystery or fantasy, let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it. That it is a solvable tale, a mystery, and let me take it on one last time.
Don't ask why I'm laughing, sorry.
It's okay. When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Beato from across that table. Of course, Beato was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then. What were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Delanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one again?
Allow me to speak. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story.
When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Delanor's subordinate appeared. Without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know. Yeah, that's it. The first. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. In other words, Sumari, the culprit must have already appeared. As early as the first game? True, that's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. Classic assumption. classic assumption? Have I really been keeping to that assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up, to the point where even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later, because Noxus first clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on in the story. Okay, so what about within episodes? This is the overarching culprit, maybe, of the whole story, but if someone appeared early on in, like, if a new character appeared in early on episode 6 that wasn't a detective like Erica, could they be the culprit in that one? Maybe? Not sure. Of course, there's also what both Delanar and Virgilia said. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue. So of course, I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the Devil's Proof completely and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook. In that case, that means the culprit in all of these repeating games is one of the 18. In the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of a 19th person. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the Witch from the very start. If I'd followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. And Nox's second? Allow me to speak. Oh, sorry.
Allow me to speak. Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique,
said the supernatural agency. Delanar's other subordinate appeared without a sound and gave me an answer to my question. That's right. A detective can't go around using magic. So, if this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit also isn't allowed to use magic?
Allow me to speak. Know that you are free to interpret it as you please.
I'm not, though. Yeah, that's right. Sure, I'll interpret it my way. If this game is a battle between me and Beato, then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that make it impossible to solve.
Let me know if you want me to take over narration for a while, since there's a lot of it.
No, I'm good, actually. I'm enjoying doing the narration. Do you want to read it, or?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
In other words, Samari, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down, but I should instead question why it was shown and suspect the witnesses and observers. That's right. That was Beato's greatest weapon in the second game. Depictions of magic couldn't exist in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery, and therefore that reasoning was impossible, so I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who claimed to have seen magic. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bottle. Someone had written about this crime, this tale. In other words, Samari, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer, namely the person who wrote that message in the bottle, but this was shown to you via a supernatural method and is also magic, and you should doubt this and what this is trying to show you too. But okay, in other words, Samari, the observer isn't God, it's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we've broken the constant premise of the mystery genre, that the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly insolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question, is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who isn't impartial? If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. However, I had to believe
called out.
I had to believe that Beato is trying to fight me through this tale. Because it's a fight, that means I've been given a chance of winning. By giving me that, does it mean that reasoning is possible? This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. Just like Virgilia said, it's just like love. If I can't believe that Beato is fighting me head on, with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we love each other, we won't be able to get any further. When Virgilia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud, she gave me that red truth instead. That was the red truth saying, Beato wanted me to solve the riddles of this game, so she created them to be solvable. What the hell? It's like Sato-san in Class A says he likes you, like hearing a love confession by our friend. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't start. In that case, how can we say that we love each other? If you think you can solve it, just you try. You're incompetent, like hell you can solve it. Yeah, according to George and Nikki, people like that are called Sundora. That brutal witch is finally starting to look a bit cute. If I meet her again, I want to try saying, "You're such a Sundora, milady," if I meet her again somewhere. Tell me the other parts of the Decalogue. I don't care about the order. Give me something that seems useful.
Allow me to speak. Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Allow me to speak. Nox is 6th. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique.
It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented, and it must not be solved by relying on accident or coincidence. If this tale is made to be solvable, we can read this the opposite way. In other words, Sumari, clues must be prepared so that the case can be solved. And it has to be made in a way that it can be solved without relying on coincidence. If I can believe that Beato is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning is possible, then I can be sure of that. Okay, alright. Okay. In other words, Sumari, Beato had already left me clues, hints, and messages in this tale. It isn't from the Decalogue, but Erica or someone said this. There are 3 riddles to be exposed in a mystery. One is the whodunit, who is the culprit. One is the how done it, how did they commit the crime. And one is the why done it, why did they commit the crime. All of this means that clues related to these 3 riddles are already present inside this tale. No, strictly speaking, it's like this. Because she wanted me to solve these 3 riddles, Beato scattered hints about, though whether I'm capable of catching those or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. In that case, it's only natural that there'll be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Therefore, as Beato goes through each successive game, she watches me closely and tweaks the game as needed to get a good arrangement. When Beato realized that I'd completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she secretly worried.
I'm laughing because it's just literally Ryukishi rewriting episode 3 when people didn't understand episode 2. Sorry, I missed this the first time.
That's okay. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the 3rd game onward, she set things up in a way that made it easier for me, giving me tips on how to fight and a few hints. Virgilia and Renove obviously appeared so they could help me. And the 2 towers scene was just there as entertainment, just in case I was getting bored. Also, though we still had the usual crazy magic show, she gave me the metaphor of the Braun tube trial as well as tips on how to fight back. I finally understood how to fight, and most likely at the end of the 4th game, Beato managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. Then, Beato acknowledged that my abilities had become full-fledged, and entrusted me with her heart. Entrusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? In that case, it was really dumb of me to boycott most of the 5th game, just because I was so disgusted with those 2 witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is, all I need is to search for the truth in Beato's game. On the contrary, I should probably thank those 2 witches just a little for continuing the game in Beato's place, now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. I am hating this more and more as it goes on. Culprit, crime, motive. The answers to those 3 ultimate riddles, the hints, must be scattered throughout the previously shown tales. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find beads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them.
Please, allow me to speak.
What is it?
Go back through the tale. Know that you will be given them as long as you don't lose sight of the truth's faint light.
Right now? Through this tale.
Know that for reasoning to be possible, a trusting relationship is required.
Yeah, I know. In fact, maybe I finally noticed just now. It's something that's been repeated over and over again throughout the tale, persistently so. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Man, this is my first abusive relationship via literature. This is crazy. Slowly, the teen room dissolved into darkness. Then, as though I was slowly sinking into a pitch-black sea, I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with Beato, and kept on falling and falling. It was a bizarre experience, like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still conscious. The several tales before became faint bubbles. No, were they small shining fragments, and were scattered like stars amidst a pitch-black sky. I kept sinking on and into that sea. Whoa, holy shit. Hey, woo! This is around like this is murder really happened equals not locked room.
This montage implies you saving and rereading all of the 4 episodes.
Oh, I'm not doing that. Alright, this is the one and on. Okay, I can't even fucking read it. Got it. The tales up until now, one after another. Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory. Isn't it Virgil, not Virgil? Is it Virgil in Dante? Dante's Inferno? Is it really? I thought it was Virgil. Wasn't it Virgil in Mighty Max?
I think it's like just an alternate translation or something maybe.
And brought him to the feet of the eternal lady who waited at the top, Beatrice. Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The eternal lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. The whole time. And then I knew. I finally reached the truth. To the depths, no, to the peak of Mount Purgatory. Idiot. You really are an idiot. Wow, that hurts. He woke up from the sleep of death, and bit by bit his sense of pain came back to him. On Battler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung there pierced by the longsword, a suffering and alive expression gradually returned. You really are an idiot. Huge idiot. Flowey? Battler noticed. This whole time, Beato had been snuggling up against him, sleeping, and when he held her, he knew that it was not Beato, but her crumbling remains. So when Battler just tried to hold that form as fragile as ash, then, just like a sandcastle made on a beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. At Battler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Beato's dress and a pile of ash. No, on top of that pile of ash, he could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly, which had been torn to bits, and so Battler knew I've definitely reached the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it, while Beato still remained in this world. Beato, you really are an idiot. I finally reached the truth of this crazy riddle you've created, just like you wanted. It's like getting like fucking like fragmented in the grammar and shit. I didn't lose heart, and I finally made it there in the end. So why did you lose heart without waiting for me? You believed so strongly, didn't you? That I definitely reached the truth. So why didn't you believe with me and wait? You aren't the one who's been forcing endless torture on someone else. It's me. I've been the one putting you through such cruel torture. You resisted until the very end and kept on protesting to me. And even though I've now finally reached that truth, I think that you couldn't wait any longer, and that it's all too late. You idiot. Why did you lose heart before me? Damn it! It's my fault. I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. Over and over and over again, you kept on protesting to me, and because I was so incompetent, it was as though I couldn't understand the truth. Idiot. Idiot. Your riddles are too twisted. Why couldn't you say it more simply? Idiot. The scream of pain filled the sad cathedral. The sad witch who wasn't able to communicate the truth to Battler. The sad man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Oh, it's me! Battler's howl of anger and sadness rang out for that pair. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was midnight on October 5th, 1986. Time was up for everything. You're kidding me. Don't set something like a time limit on this difficult riddle you're so proud of. No, I understand. Even though there was such a faint chance of that miracle happening, you prayed for it to happen. You're just like grandfather. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle. One so unlikely that it was totally impossible, less likely than finding a bead you've dropped on a sandy beach. And that means I've now truly arrived at that miracle. However, your time didn't last long enough. If I had reached this point even a little sooner, if I could have seen the truth, even if it had been right before time was up, I might have been able to save you. But right now, I've been run through pathetically. I can't even hold what remains of you. As I attempted to pull the longsword out, I tried stretching out my arms and kicking my feet, struggling to at least touch the remains, but nothing worked. Shit. Damn it! At that time, I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. That small fragment of gold was the only piece of Beato that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, gripped that fragment, and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even now I would never again lose the truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist and blood dribbled out. That blood spread throughout my fist, and it must have soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. It must have been the only way of telling her that I found the truth she wanted me to know about. I clutched the wings of the gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand and pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. At this point, Ushimiya Battler knows, and he understands. He's found this tale is everything. At that time, it seemed as though a faint golden light leaked out of the gaps in his clenched fist. The two witches had their backs turned, and Erika was laughing at Battler's corpse.
You admit, because the reread made me cry. Sorry. Oh, that's rough. Okay.
Oh, that really is pathetic, Battler-san. I'll make your foolishness into a statue and for all eternity. Huh?
At that time, Battler's chest, no, the red longsword that pierced Battler began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest. That bright golden light began to change the red sword's color, turning it gold. Sorry, am I Burn Castle?
I think so, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on?
Battlers, what is this? Huh?
Gua! Battler coughed up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. His will to live, his will to fight came back. The red longsword that pierced Battler could no longer be described as such, but now it had become a golden longsword. Then, slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest. It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air, then stood up in front of Battler's eyes as though it knew who its master was. Battler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden longsword, and though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his— oh shit. Sorry, not intentional. rose to his feet once again. This sure is an elaborate act. Is this one of your tricks, Lambda?
That glow? It couldn't be.
Lambda stared wide-eyed at that bright golden glow in awe. When she noticed that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of a script Lambda had thought up, Byrne also frowned slightly. Sorry, retrials will not be permitted. Justice Sisters, eliminate this resurrection illusion.
Understood. 45-410, firing permission granted. It's unable to target. IFF error, code Ushikoshi. Eek! 999, you say. Impossible.
The Justice Sisters hesitated, unable to carry out Byrne Castle's orders. Lambda, what kind of farce is this? The illusion of the witch has been completely destroyed, and the trial ended with our victory.
Sorry, Byrne. You'll have to stick around a bit longer. Isn't that right, Ushiromiya Battler?
Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erica. Byrne Castle. Now it's time for my truth.
Request for a retrial accepted. The Assembly of Witches retracts the adjournment of the Court of Illusions.
Objection. The trial has already been concluded and the results have even been announced.
Objection overruled. All verdicts are overshadowed by new truths.
Objection. Not only has Battler been banished as a player, he also doesn't hold the rank of a witch, and the vibes are all off. He isn't qualified to call for an appeal.
Objection overruled. He already does have that. By the name of Lambda Delta, Witch's Certainty, I acknowledge it. Ushiromiya Battler, I acknowledge you as the new Golden Witch. No, as the new Endless Sorcerer, Ushiromiya Battler. What did you say? Battler got the rank of a witch?
The rank of a witch, which she had desired for so long, had been granted to Battler so quickly. And on top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. Quickly! Yeah, that's a weird way of describing that. This was an official proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Erica couldn't accept it, and her face turned bright red. Looks like the kid's game really will keep us entertained until the very end. Sure, I'll play along. Erica, you handle this. The red truth you've created with me is perfect. The construction of truth that makes Natsui the culprit is perfect. Battler certainly won't be able to break it.
Of course, my master. There's no need to worry at all. Anyway, Chester Sisters, my master ordered you to fire, right? How long is it going to take you to carry that order out? Error code 999. An access code is required to target the territory lord. Yeah, I told you he'd do it. Yeah. Territory lord? Who is? Who controls this fragment? I do.
Territory lord? You don't mean Battler is?
Yes, Ushiromiya Battler has been authorized as the official territory lord of this fragment. Yep, that's right. So you still don't understand? You don't know what that gold sparkle signifies? He's reached it, Battler has. He's made his way to the innermost depths of all truths. That means Battler's understood everything about this world, this tale, this game. In other words, Sumari, he's reached the position of the game's master. I bet you don't want to believe it, right, Byrne?
Giggle, 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 giggle. Yeah, I don't want to believe it. Okay, I'll test Battler to see whether he really understands everything. Erica.
Too bad, Erica. Just when you were finally appointed as the territory lord of this fragment, you've been deprived of that title. The new territory lord of this fragment is Ushiromiya Battler. Is it awful? Hey, don't you feel just awful? How's it feel to be deprived of that title just when you'd finally gotten it? How's it feel? Battler! If you think you can disprove my theory, just try it! It's impossible. Impossible! 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 The theory I've created has no holes. It's impossible to deny that Natsuhi is the culprit.
Nice job.
Thanks.
I can construct a theory with someone other than Natsui as the culprit. Oh, it went through. That means I can. Cool. It may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means your truth won't be able to deny my new truth either. Battler spoke with the red truth allowed by him by his status as a sorcerer.
A culprit other than Natsuhi? Ha! How's that? Delanor, let's see where this delusion of Battler Sans takes us.
Slowly, Delanor stepped forwards. In her hand was the red longsword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was a golden longsword. The two rivals once again, no, for the first time, they truly confronted each other.
Battler, I've been waiting.
Sorry to keep you.
You did not. Your return was sooner than I anticipated. Kill him! Delanor Nox!
Delanor's form disappeared in an instant, as though her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie, like Yoda in the second prequel movie.
Wow, spoilers.
Sorry. The curve drawn by the longsword of Red Truth burned itself into the retinas of those who saw it. My retina! Before anyone had enough time to follow that curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest.
Lady Erica's reasoning has solved the fifth game. No new facts exist to overturn this logically derived truth.
It's possible to present a different truth using a different interpretation. When multiple truths exist in parallel, the authenticity of both is questioned. In this closed-off world, it's possible for differing truths to exist at the same time. Furthermore, as long as multiple truth exists, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. In other words, Sumari, even if I can't overturn Erica's reasoning by questioning its credibility and conquering it, I can defeat it. So, same shit, different day. Okay.
Byrne's reasoning is perfect. You won't be able to overturn it easily, but still, you can present a theory on par with Byrne's. The fight will come down to a verdict. That means either one of the truths might be defeated and denied.
What a laughable script. I'd expect nothing less from a demon's script.
Then let me ask, what is this theory with someone other than Natsuhi as the culprit?
Battler's golden longsword with both red and blue curves at will. It's possible to construct a theory in which this was the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago mentioned by Natsui in her confession.
Nux is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. A person first introduced in the fifth game cannot be named as the culprit.
Okay, so that is confirming that you can't treat the episodes separately. Okay. What if the baby from 19 years ago... I don't know why I'm still thinking that it's playing fair and taking the clues and some of the read on. The mystery's fucking dead, but okay, we'll play along. What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us since the very beginning? For example, what if it was me?
Nux is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Was there ever any foreshadowing showing you might be the baby from 19 years ago?
Yes, when I vanished the first time. The red truth in the fourth game that I'm not the son of my mother Azumu. The feeling that Dad was hiding something in both the first game and this game. In particular, in this game, it was made clear that there were some special circumstances having to do with my birth. Battler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago, and announced that he'd reconstruct the crime with himself as the culprit. As Delanor cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gauged the distance between them. Now that Battler had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and attained the rank of endless sorcerer, his movements surpassed human understanding. By now, the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. Wasn't there another red truth that said he wasn't the culprit, or was that one of those flashbang ones? I can't remember. After all, their extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of distance made any difference.
A good start. Let us hear your theory with Battler as the culprit.
Yeah, I'll let you hear it. I'll prove that this explanation also works, and that you can't be certain Aunt Natsui is the culprit.
Good. If you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions. I'll use those contradictions to reap your feeble truth. I, Fruto Erica, the detective and the Witch of Truth, will...
This time, Erica stepped forward. And Battler just fucking killed her. Oh. In her hand, there appeared a scythe like one a Grim Reaper might hold. Is this because she was graduated as a witch? A ruthless scythe for reaping everything that threatened her theory.
It's only possible for the crimes to have taken place during the single hour after midnight. During that 1 hour, you were in the dining hall of the mansion. Therefore, it was impossible for you to commit the crimes.
It has not been specified that the time of death was during the single hour after midnight. Therefore, it's possible that the crimes didn't occur between midnight and 1 a.m. Is this the first time this music is played, or was it in an earlier scene?
No, I don't know, actually. I bet chat knows. I'll speak exclusively about the murders in the cousin's room. It is impossible for the crime to have been committed in the cousin's room between 1 a.m. and the time of the crime's discovery. Delanor, now! Nox's 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin's room, clues must have been shown. Because clues were not given to the detective, Lady Erica, who was on the watch for any abnormalities inside that room until morning, such a crime is impossible.
The time of the crime's discovery refers to a point at which I let out a scream and everyone gathered there. Even if it was impossible to kill them before that point, it was possible to kill them afterwards. Okay, why can you call it a crime then if no crime occurred? Battler used a blue flash to deflect both of the red truths that Erica and Delanor had flung at him. Erica's eyes went wide. After all, what he had said was completely absurd. At that time, they still hadn't been killed, even though corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there.
The deaths of the 4 in the cousin's room have been declared with the red truth. Are you trying to use the illusion of the witch? Are you trying to resurrect George and the others using the concept of magic, even though they were dead at the time?
I see. Since you believe they were dead by that point, it probably looks as though the dead have been brought back to life to you. So this might look like magic in your eyes. In that case, I won't be the one to take the next shot at you.
Fool! How often do I have to say it? The deaths of the 4 in the cousin's room have been declared with the red truth, and their dead bodies were witnessed by a large number of people, and it's already been declared with the red truth that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken. Take that, dead people! Oh shit.
To what point in time did that red truth refer? Have you forgotten, miss? The fierce shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Renove, who suddenly appeared right in front of Battler. Now that Beato was gone, the demons shouldn't have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erica's attack.
You, Renove, how did you get here? Well, who cares? This all works out nicely. Now there's no need to go looking for you. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too.
I'll leave it to you. Teach her that you can't control everything with a single arrogant truth. Yes, Your Majesty. Ooh. Well then, allow me to be your opponent for a bit. What do you say, miss?
The red truth pronouncing them dead referred to what point in time then, according to you? Are you saying you can pinpoint that? You can't pinpoint it, so you can't disprove that it declared them dead at the time of the crime's discovery.
When this court was opened, Lady Lambda Delta made a proclamation. She said this was a midnight answer session. They were pronounced dead at midnight on the second day. In other words, Sumari at the end of the game. That does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day, after the so-called discovery of the crime.
Then you're saying that the victims were alive at that time, even though their necks were sliced open?
Did you see that yourself, Miss Detective? True, it has been said that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken no matter who performs it, but it has never been said that there was a rule against describing something other than a corpse as a corpse. Erica swung her scythe recklessly, but Renove blocked everything with elegant gestures made with the shield on one of his hands.
So at that point in time, no one was dead? There weren't even wounds on their necks? In that case, why did battlers scream?
He just does that sometimes.
Better watch your feet, little girl. Ushiromiya Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. Huh?
Pitch black hole opened beneath Erica's feet and swallowed her up. She could probably see through to the other side of the hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked down out of the skylight on the ceiling of this cathedral.
Leah. Yes.
Regalia could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral. Smothered mate? As Erica fell from the heavens, Regalia was right below her and caught her on the end of a divine spear that sparkled blue.
Shouldn't you rethink your reasoning? Kinzo doesn't exist. Therefore, the way for the bodies to disappear in your theory breaks down. Correct. Unless someone other than Kinzo makes the corpses disappear, your theory fails. Damn it! This is nothing.
Regalia's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erica in midair. Erica struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get it out easily. Then, all around her, several small fastenings clanged off the walls and enveloped her. Then 7 people manifested themselves at once.
We are the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Know this, foe of our master. You lowly paperweights. After George's death, his body was never moved. After Jessica's death, her body was never moved. After Maria's death, her body was never moved. And after Rosa's death, her body was never moved. After Genji's death, his body was never moved. After Cross's death, his body was never moved. Therefore, the bodies couldn't have vanished after being discovered. Your theory about Kinzo carrying the bodies away breaks down. But so what? Even without Kinzo, I can explain how the corpses I, Fruto Erica, have to revise my theory? I do? The detective does?
Even with Kinzo's existence denied, Erica is probably capable of escaping this by making only a small revision to her theory. However, to her, having to revise a theory she had already created was extremely humiliating.
Looks like you toyed around with your plan too much in order to corner Natsuhi like that.
You played around too much with your reasoning. At this point, your master isn't the only one who can speak of Kinzo's death with the red truth.
This is what you get for playing around in the witch's darkness. Know that, Fruto Erica.
Of course, even Erica had doubted Kinzo's existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in that trial, except for Bern Castell and Lambda Delta, who had sided with each other. Why is she so upset? She knew it was bullshit. She was just trying to corner Natsui. It's kind of dumb. And because of the willful silence of those two, the truth about Kinzo had truly been unfixed.
She's mad because she's losing.
And yet, they think that Battler had become a witch, a sorcerer, incapable of using red without proof. However, she had her own Inquisitor of Heresy who would also use red without proof to counter.
Delanar! Nux is second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. If you intend on showing that Kinzo has died with the red truth, I demand that you present evidence of a human truth supporting such a statement.
Forgive me, damn geezer. Overcome it, Battler. Don't let my corpse stop you. Presentation of evidence. I present a body which can be identified as Ushiromiya Kinzo.
Can you prove that this is Ushiromiya Kinzo's body? No matter how much it resembles him, unless you can prove that it's him, it is possible to claim that it's a substitute corpse from someone else. Can you show that it is Kinzo's body with human truth alone? In this one case, I will treat any rebuttal that uses only the red truth as invalid.
Okay.
Ooh. Any counter with the red truth will be invalid? I guess that works.
It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with the red. However, if saying that with red is forbidden, Giggle, Battler has nowhere to run to. What about with the support of a red? That's right. In this close-off for Kenjima, there's no objective way to show that this corpse is grandfather's.
And that itself suggests the possibility that this corpse is a body double. This unidentifiable body cannot serve as proof of Kinzo's death.
I thought every single examination of a corpse was always objectively verifiable or something like that. Wasn't that said in red? Or no? I guess not? Okay.
Checkmate. My theory is rock solid.
Delanar had sealed off the red truth as a means of proving that Kinzo's corpse has been shown. Even with the power of witches, Battler couldn't argue back. How are you going to prove that the corpse was Kinzo's if the red truth is sealed? It's impossible. It can't be done.
With red or blue, right?
Behold, a new color. I guarantee that this is the corpse of Ushiromiya Kinzo. Then, when Delanar met with Battler's golden flash, she was unable to fully block it with either her red longsword or her blue short sword, and she was blown backwards into empty space. It was a direct hit without any miscalculation. Though she had always seemed as firm as a small giant before now, she was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be.
Delanar, what are you? A splendid gold truth. It is valid. Gold truth?
The golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now, finally drew a curve that retained its divine golden color. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. It was a gold truth. What is that? Lambda, does this follow the rules?
Yeah. Gold truth valid. The gold truth can only be used by the territory lord of this world. No, only by the game master himself. What did you say? Gold truth. A divine truth woven in a different fashion than the red truth. Its strength is on par with the red truth. It may sometimes be inferior, but it is sometimes superior. That glitter is proof that Battler-kun truly understands Beato.
I've shown it. Shown it. The corpse is grandfather's.
Yes, gold truth accepted. Unless Lady Erica's theory undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed. What the? Ah!
Erica cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being pierced. It was the pain of her own theory being defiled. Like a downvote. I see. It's like, and then there were no acroids.
Not even Dan.
Not even Dan. Just when this. Giggle, giggle. What a crazy mashup of great works.
Battler, it would be excessively unrefined to say any more. Even without saying another word, you've fully made your truth about the corpse's disappearance understood. I see. That thing you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any of the read in this trial so far. Your truth based around the revenge of the man from 19 years ago had been completely understood and processed. I proclaim that your truth has now been established. What? What the? Why is that, Great Lady Lambda Delta? He still hasn't explained everything. I still have many ways to argue back, like Hideyoshi's closed room, the seal on Natsuhi's personal room, and the button in the closet. Do you really still think you're capable of defeating Battler's argument?
Only Erika, the one who was supposedly so intelligent, couldn't understand. She couldn't understand that Battler had already reached the real truth. Gold? Okay, so we're just making up rules now. Sure, whatever. The mystery's already dead anyway. Hope you guys are prepared for me to bring this up every stream from now on until Ryukishi declares in red that episode 5 is non-canon. If you disagree, then be sure to leave a message in Jad so I can refuse to read it and call you toxic. Like, unironically, yes? Yeah? Yeah? I don't think Koru likes me very much. She couldn't understand that Battler had already reached the real truth. Grandfather's absence has therefore been proven, and the dishonorable relationship between Aunt Natsui and grandfather has been removed from consideration. Aunt Natsui is pure and faithful. What? I won't permit this vulgar tale you're all so fond of.
Battler-kun.
Furthermore, because doubts have been raised about the time of death for all who have died so far, the alibis for everyone besides Aunt Natsui are null and void. The argument that the crimes couldn't have been committed by anyone except Aunt Natsui no longer stands. The Lannar, who must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still buried deep into her chest. Though pain didn't show her expression, her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was. Even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now, the Lannar didn't abandon her duty.
However, in the cousin's room, you witnessed dead bodies which were impossible to misidentify. Are you trying to say that was a falsehood? Nox is 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to keep to an objective point of view. Your theory would mean you violated this obligation.
Sorry, 1 second.
Hmm?
I don't even understand how the red is being used here. The red is being used to ask a question? I guess you have to take it as a whole thing, right?
Yeah, I think you have to take it as a whole thing.
That is a weird-ass red, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Froda Erika is the detective in this game, not me. And by Nox's 9th, observers are permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations.
Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Until now, you've been the detective. Was it ever shown that you were not the detective this time and you were an observer with a subjective viewpoint? Unless it was, you do not have the right to falsify your point of view.
In this game, when I figured out the device of the Epitaph's riddle, I witnessed Grandfather. As has already been shown in red, Grandfather doesn't exist. It was impossible for me to witness him. Therefore, it has already been shown that my viewpoint wasn't objective.
It is possible that it was just a sheet or something fluttering in the wind and rain which you mistook for Kinzo. It cannot be used as foreshadowing to form a basis for Nox's 9th. Mistaking things for something else is a right permitted to all observers.
There's the red truth which Byakuya showed during the 4th game. No person will mistake Ushinya Kinzo by sight. Wasn't there also a red truth that said Battler is never the culprit? Oh man. It's the red truth Beato used to counter my blue truth claim that someone disguising themselves as Kinzo. to make it seem as though grandfather had appeared. In other words, on this island, Samari, on this island, anything which might lead someone to visually mistake something for grandfather, including someone else pretending to be grandfather, cannot ever work. All of Aunt Natsui's schemes to make it seem grandfather existed were hidden in the relative's blind spots. All of them clever tricks like he was here just a second ago, or he's in his study alone now. They never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for grandfather himself, so there were no contradictions. No, oh, there wasn't a red truth to that? Okay, my bad, then I just misremember. If they had tried to dress one of the servants in grandfather's robe, it probably would have been seen through it in an instant. It has been guaranteed that none of the characters in this tale would mistake something for grandfather by sight. If someone claims to have seen grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. Allowing lies to be contained within their observations is a right granted to everyone, except for just one person, and that person is the detective. Because of the right granted by Nox's Knight, everyone is allowed to mistake a sheet in the wind for something else and talk mistakenly about what they saw. However, mistaking it for grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red truth.
You are not misremembering. There was, in this episode, a red truth, I think from Virgilia, that was Battler Kun isn't the culprit. Battler Kun didn't kill anyone. This can be said of all games, but it's ambiguous as to whether that counted for things that happened in the future. So you're not like imagining things.
I mean, it literally says this can be counted for all games. So if something said in the previous game can account for this one is even more saying that it's for all games. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I don't understand how a previous red truth can override Nox's rules. Like if Beatrice said in red, Nox's 8th doesn't apply for this game. Fuck you, it's gone. I guess so. Like that's kind of odd. Okay.
It also doesn't account for him being an accomplice. It just means he didn't directly kill anyone.
Okay.
Yeah. So, once you've claimed to seen Kinzo, it was no longer misrecognition, but intentional. In other words, this proves that the observer was not objective. Is what you were saying?
In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of this game. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw. And that is an action not permitted to a detective who is obligated to maintain an impartial perspective. Forgive my crazy argument. It's all finished now.
No, it's okay. Because men like you exist in this world, you will surely protect the fragile, but not that fragile, truth from any kind of pride.
She finally said
You will surely protect the real truth from the tyranny of any plausible truth. That might claim to exist as the sole truth and try to exterminate all fragile, but not that fragile, truths.
Okay. So if Erica's perspective always has to be objective, that means when she's speaking to Burncastle at breakfast, that means Burncastle objectively exists, therefore magic does definitely exist. So, what does that mean? Battler's golden... See how it's just all falling apart? Battler's golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heavens.
I'm glad I could fight with you.
Therefore, more than anything else, my perspective in this particular game is based upon the 9th commandment, not the 7th. The fact that I claim to have seen grandfather is proof! What if you're just lying to yourself? The noise that rang out across the cathedral was the sound of Delanor's longsword clattering to the floor. Simply letting go of simply letting go of that was the same as resigning to the proud Delanor. Why can't I say her name right? I'm sorry. Though the blue trail Battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Delanor's head, it stopped a hair's breadth away. If it hadn't, Delanor would probably have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind.
I resign. I give up on denying your truth.
I've paid my debt. Let honor be your father. The Decalogue was neither arrogant nor judgmental.
Honor to my father.
Delanor sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight.
What are you doing, Delanor? Lame, pathetic. You stupid half-wit murder doll. You've tainted the honor of your own father. Shame on you. You still call yourself Mysteries Wedges? Will you surrender to magic? The history of the mystery genre won't allow that.
You're the one that doesn't understand what mystery is all about. If you see mystery as nothing more than a weapon with which to sneer at your opponent intellectually, I won't let you ever say so again.
Battler?
I present a truth that conflicts with yours. Aunt Natsui was threatened by a phone call over the internal line made by the man from 19 years ago. Me! His goal was to make Aunt Natsui look like a murderer. From the beginning, this has all been a drama of revenge intent on framing Aunt Natsui.
That's wrong. It's a drama of revenge against the Ushiromiya family planned by Natsui. Your theory outright opposes mine.
You still can't pull out the blue spear that's sticking through you, right?
Yeah, that's right. From Erica, I haven't heard of a single way for the corpses to disappear that doesn't involve Kinzo. Looks like your theory is about to be denied, doesn't it? The spear is just... Ugh. Ah! You paperweights, get out of my way!
The deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her theory. They won't come out. They won't come out. I acknowledge the mistake in Erica's reasoning and the need for revision.
What the? My master?
Watching Erica's face contort with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear, Berncastle spoke this with a disgusted expression. Stand on one leg. Faced with the facts, Berncastle had acknowledged Erica's loss herself. Erica gazed at her master, who was no longer confident in Erica's own victory, with a mixture of shock and despair. I don't give a damn about your pride. How long do you intend to shame yourself like that? You, my double, who's been granted the same blue hair as me. How do you intend to hang there pierced through like that? I guess I'll just have to descend myself. Are these actually the exact same color, but her colors?
These are not the same shade.
Oh, okay, all right. They are. I'm not. They're blue. It's fine. But like, I thought maybe it was a trick of like the contrast of her clothes or something, make it look appear different. Looks like I didn't need a piece after all. What a pain. What a pain. What a total pain. I don't need a piece. I'll just throw it away. Yeah, that disappointing, regretful, discouraging, hopeless letdown of a misfire. Do it quickly, filth. Didn't I tell you to revise that pathetic theory of yours?
Yes, my master. I'll revise it. I'll revise my theory.
As Erica's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed from her eyes, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's order. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with blue truth, had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta, and finally had the blue spear smashed and was freed. Though that blue truth did indeed explain how the corpses had disappeared, it couldn't conceal its desperation, and was a bit of truly shabby reasoning.
My master, I've taken it out. My theory is perfect.
Are you kidding me? It's horribly pathetic, but I'll forgive you. Because your face and your theory are so lame, it's funny. Giggle, 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 giggle. Erica was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. The wounded Delanor stepped out before her, as though shielding her, and she spoke to Berncastle as well as Battler.
Regardless of how pathetic it might be, Lady Erica's revised truth is valid.
Yeah, that's right. Regardless of my truth, yours can exist at the same time. That's what this world is like. No one can disprove them, so even if there are various truths, and even if they contradict each other wildly, they can exist at the same time. Here, as many truths exist as you can imagine. No one can just deny that all on their own.
Yes, that is true. I won't let anyone deny Lady Erica's truth. Delanor. As long as I'm here, I will protect that truth. No matter how pathetic it is, I will not laugh at that truth.
This is the subtle own.
Yeah, no matter how pathetic it is.
The words of Delanor, whom Erica had previously looked down upon, led Erica to once again thrash about on the floor, sobbing. And, because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Therefore, while both my theory and Erica's theory are impossible to deny, neither is a unique truth. They are vague, and while neither can be denied, neither is certain. Because there has been no decision, the illusion of the witch still exists. The only one who will be permitted to expose it is neither Erica nor the rest of you. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Beatrice's illusion except me.
The verdict is revised. Because of the truth presented by Ushiromiya Battler, Erica's truth is no longer unique. However, Erica's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of their truths exist together. The conclusion of the 5th game is rescinded. The game goes back to being even, and I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer, Ushiromiya Battler. Ushiromiya Battler, step forward. I appoint you as the new Game Master. Will you accept? You will, right? Do it, you new Endless Witch!
Yeah, I'm the new Game Master. I'll weave the 6th game. Erica, let's settle things for good this time. Stand up. There's 2 more episodes after this, bud.
Yes, I will stand. I'll make you regret giving me a chance to clear away the shame. My master, please give me an opportunity to fight with Battler again in the 6th game.
Sure. Of course I'll give you a chance.
Wow, incredible. She said, I'll give you a chance. Isn't this a miracle? From the Witch of Miracles, Bernkastel.
Erica, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life. In the 6th game, Battler's game, expose the truth no matter what, unless you want to be tossed aside into the darkness of oblivion.
Yes, my master. Dlanor. Of course. I will give it my all in the next game as well. I won't pretend to be a guest any longer. Together with Dlanor, I'll tear your game to bits.
Sure. I'll invite you to my 6th game. Sorry, but that title of yours, Checkmate of the, isn't cutting it.
It's your game. You can decide the name yourself. Just bring it on. I, Fruto Erica, am a detective before I am a witch. I acknowledge you as the new master of this game, and I issue a proclamation of war. I'll definitely expose it all. I'll kill you, Golden Sorcerer, Ushiromiya Battler.
Yeah, come at me with all you've got. Frodo, Erica! Just watch, Beato. I'll take charge of your game, and in this next game, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. Supervision, Ryukishi 07, 07th expansion, original picture GFX. I can't read all this.
I don't think you need to read the credits.
Oh man, that one was long. I wasn't expecting that to be so long.
It was very long. How you doing?
I don't want to fight with chat. I'm tired of fighting with chat.
Alright, don't fight with chat. It's okay. You don't need to.
That's true.
I think you're in an unenviable position where if you don't talk, people are gonna be like, but I wanted him to talk, I like just theorizing, I like getting his take on it. And then if you do talk, there's like a big explosion. So I think you're in an unwinnable situation here, personally.
Okay, so like what amount of percentage of the audience would appreciate one or the other? I think there's probably a larger amount of people that would prefer to have thoughts, even if it's gonna be incendiary to some people, rather than just have silence. Yeah. And people are gonna read into the little things anyway. Okay, so I'm really surprised that Ryukishi managed to like subvert expectations at the very end by kind of doing what I wanted, which was that Battler, I wish Beatrice had been there, but Battler came out and dunked on the game and really dunked on Erica, dunked on Bernkastel, really had his turnabout moment where the big hyping came on, but yet it still did it in a way that made the mystery worse. And like to me at this point in time, I'm at probably the same position I was like 2 streams ago, I guess. I can't remember when I said it. I guess we're going to go into episode 6 and we're going to see if it's resolved there, because episode 6 is feeling like part 2 of episode 5 at this point now. Unless there is like a big like refactoring of everything that's gone on right now, with how the red truth is being used in ways that I don't think is fair or good, how I think it's actually, there's probably some conflicts now. I know Chad is going to fill up with, there are no conflicts. There's at least a couple conflicts, like dead nuts on. There's at least 1 or 2 at this point. The golden truth is, I don't even want to talk about the golden truth until we see it some more. Like, my read on this, and again, unless there is some sort of justification, reversal, whatever coming, the mystery of Umineko is dead. The mystery side is dead. Maybe that's what it wants me to think of. I don't know. Hold on, let me get into the here so we don't go. The mystery's dead. I don't know if this is what was meant to happen. Like, it's like, this is the magic side and it's meant to make me feel like the mystery is dead, and it's going to come back later on for the conclusion. The mystery comes back and it's like, hey, we pulled the wool over your eyes. Some of these segments that you were meant to be the detective actually were more magical, and blah 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 blah. You know, like, keep on with it, all that shit. But the mystery is dead, and it's really frustrating because I liked the mystery, but I'm still gonna really enjoy Umineko. There's pretty much nothing that could happen at this point that can take away the highs of episode 1 through 4. Episode 1 is just amazing after the parlor scene. There's no way you can take away the maturity and like the actual like courage to show Rosa and Maria's interactions. There's lots of them like that in there. There's also, like, just for sheer entertainment, there's been a lot of hype moments that have been in it. There's been a couple in this episode too. There's no way that I'm not going to come away from Umineko at the end of episode 8 not being on the positive end of like 5 out of 10, to put a numeric on it. Like, it's definitely going to be like a positive, like good to great experience. But having spent so much time developing the mystery, showing you riddles and all this other shit, to then just take what I view as a just gigantic golden dump on it in this episode, leaves me a little bitter and like I wasted my time a little bit. Especially to end the episode speaking about trust and all this other shit is like, really feels like someone like just slapped me across the face and is then laughing at me for like being like, what the fuck did you do that for? It really did feel very abusive to me, like in terms of like, that's not fair. So I really think the mystery side is dead, and I also think that maybe the mystery side isn't even the point. Maybe like with all the meta stuff, we're going to go into the next couple episodes, and it's going to turn into like the mystery and the language that they're using in the mystery language was a way of communicating with Battler, and this is all like more mystery themed than actually a mystery. I don't know. Like even at the end of this episode, like she revises her plan and we don't even get to see it. Like, I don't know, like maybe that's not fair to criticize that right now. Maybe that's for a point, maybe that's come back later. I don't know. I'm like really disappointed in how they're treating the mystery side. And again, like, Ryukishi has shown many times throughout this that oh, I don't really like this, where is this going? And then I have the exact reaction to it, and then there's this moment that turns and I'm like, oh shit, okay, it was planned, here's the reason. So it makes sense to me, actually, from that perspective, that we're in the answers arc. We're definitely leaning more into like, hey, you know what, for the first 4 episodes, it's all been about magic is like kind of evil, kind of fucked up, has some redeeming qualities and some redeeming uses, as we saw, quite a few actually, but mostly on the bad side, air quotes bad side, and being like objective, seeking out the truth, like denying the murderers, the murders going on, everything like that is you know, great and just. And then and that's what we were living with. And then we go into episode 5, Answers Arc, and it's just a complete reversal on the other side. Erica, the champion of the truth and logic and let's figure out the mystery, is so despicably, ridiculously evil. Like, shows all the bad traits that someone trying to solve a mystery can have. Whereas the magic side is like your refuge there, and you want the magic to come back. So it makes sense to me that, you know, the last 4 episodes might show, or the last 3 episodes, because I'm pretty sure like it's going to come together in episode 8 maybe. That's how I'm viewing how stories usually are constructed, but maybe not. It makes sense, but I was expecting to have more of an olive branch extended at the end of this, where it's like, hey, the mystery side still doesn't matter, it still actually matters, and it felt like it was building to that in the garden scene, and I'm like, okay, it's talking about Nox's rules, it's talking about like going back and solving it, it's basically begging you not to give up and love it, and then in the very next scene, it just does this. I just don't, I just can't. Maybe I'm just too stupid. You can take that and run with it if you want, Umi fans. Maybe I'm too stupid. Maybe I'm too blind. I don't have love. I stopped thinking. Whatever the fuck you want to say. I cannot see a way that what just happened can be like reconciled and seen as okay, as a mystery kind of thing, without at some point Ryukishi coming out and saying, hey, that was all bullshit. Haha, got you. Now let's move on. Like on that level of like, this didn't happen the way that it showed. Like this was an example of a magical deduction trial thing that we were just like showing like what would happen if they crashed into each other and the magic overpowered. So that's how I view right now. However, again, want to come back to this. I really like everything that goes on with Battler and Beatrice. I've like so many interactions with the characters. I care way more about that now than I do the mystery. The mystery was the hook, and I feel like maybe we're getting to the point now where like the story like maybe matured past the hook and is like, who gives a shit about the mysteries anymore? Okay, fair enough. Maybe the mysteries in 1 through 4 are like proper. You can go back and solve them and everything. I don't know. I don't know how much is gonna relate back, but so far episode 5, like, man, the mystery's dead. It's just dead.
Someone asked for my opinion.
Go for it, Mouse. If you can say it without spoilers, or if you want to say it with spoilers, I can go away for a couple minutes if you want.
No, I don't think chat wants spoilers either. I think that okay, how do I put this? So you've said a couple of times that you think that whatever is going on here goes on for way too long. I agree. I do think that episodes 5 and 6 have like a good narrative arc in the end. That's kind of a spoiler. It's just a spoiler from my opinion, though. But I do think that it goes on for a really long time, and that it beats you over the head with things. If you don't agree with it, it just feels like it feels what you're feeling now. It's just more and more disrespectful as you go on. I think that telling you to have trust and without love it can't be seen over and over, like basically directly to the reader, is a cheap shot, and kind of a screen for saying, if you're not the right kind of reader for this, you're going to be punished. I think that you have been really engaged with the mystery throughout and a really attentive reader, and it's completely unfair for people to be railing on you about this stuff because, in a sense, like, you are really engaged with the mystery, and that's almost the problem. Like, you made a lot of calls really early on that were really smart. And I think that episode 5, kind of the more engaged you are with the mystery, the more it punishes you, which drove like a pretty similar reaction to what you're having among Japanese readers originally. The fans of Umineko who have stuck around long enough to be doing this are the ones who liked it. Yeah. So when Answers Art came out in Japan, people had a really similar reaction to what you're having now. And this is one of the reasons that it wasn't as popular as Higurashi, because the readers really didn't like it. And what you have left right now is a self-selected audience of the people who think that it's good. So basically, there are a lot of people who agree with you, but they aren't in chat right now because they're over it. So that's something that you should know. Like, whenever all of these people are railing against you, these are the people who are left like 20 years later or whatever, who are still really into it, and the ones who weren't pieced out. I think that you have like a lot of completely fair takes, and this sort of like without love it can't be seen mantra. To me, the love part basically lets you kind of almost like squint your eyes, and even when the rules don't 100% make sense, or the red truths are unfair, or golden truth gets introduced and is a little bit silly, people just kind of glaze over that because they're like, it's not the point. But the fact is that for some readers it is the point. And it's weird to me that this episode basically serves to punish the people who were most highly engaged in the mystery, and felt like really enthusiastic about Ryukishi's own work. I understand that he thinks that there is a wrong kind of reader, and that people like Erica are not optimal readers for this kind of work. But you aren't that kind of reader. Here's the thing. You aren't only that kind of reader. Like, no matter how many fucking posts get made right now or on Reddit or whatever about how like no love you have and like this and that, like, you are engaged with the core of the story. Like, there are 2 layers of mystery here, and one is the overarching story about what's going on with Battler and Beato, and you are engaged with that. You aren't Erica just ripping out the core of the story and mistreating it. Like, you're doing both. And so I think that you're taking like friendly fire, collateral damage, both from Ryukishi and from chat right now, because you do care about the right things. It's just that you also care about the things that people think don't matter that much, right? Like, they think that you're focusing on the wrong things, but you're also focusing on the right things at the same time. So I think people are being like really unfair. And I think that includes Ryukishi. So
he's here?
I don't know. That's my piece. Yeah. I mean, he's always here. He's omnipresent. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't understand why people can't just respect the fact that you, sorry to defense force for you, because I don't like to do that, and I don't always agree with you, and I do think that some of the things you've said are wrong, but I think that people are being dicks.
I'm super.
I also didn't like episode 5.
I'm super.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Give him a marble.
criticism is love. Chad is right. Like, that's the thing. The reason that you're engaging with it so thoroughly is because you care about it. Like, don't people want like you to care about what's going on? It's crazy. Like, I don't know. I mean, I think that you have a lot of good points, and I like episode 6. That's what I think.
I hope I like episode 6. I do still really care about the overarching thing that's going on with the family, but especially Balor and Beato. I actually feel kind of sad that like Battler understands and jumped ahead. I guess if I went back through the story like he did with that montage, maybe I would be there with him. But I'm not going to do that because it's like crazy long. But yeah.
At least Lambda Delta doesn't have the game board anymore.
True.
And now I will take slow mode off Umifolden.
Ooh, they were in slow mode?
They were in slow mode. The rare punishment. Would you like to take a break before doing some episode 6?
Sure, we can take a short break. How long are we reading for episode 6? Like an hour or so?
It's about 40 minutes, yeah.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Mayo in chat says, honestly, as an Umi fan who started reading when episode 3 had just come out. You've said this before, haven't you, Mayo? I'm always surprised how many people are in chat that actually read these as they came out. I really didn't like episode 5 and even episode 6 when it first came out. It took me a long time to warm up to them because a lot of what Mouse is saying is it is okay to not like them even now or later. Is there someone who like is politely, strongly disagreeing that I could read out for like another perspective?
Probably Jelly.
One question, if it's all right. When you say the mystery is dead, what do you mean by that? I don't know if I can go on to that without going like on like another 50-minute talk. I feel like as someone who has been heavily invested in the mystery, I still have plenty of reason to stay invested in it. Maybe not following the mechanics well enough.
I mean, to me, this seems to me like what I said about basically like squinting so it's a little bit blurry so that you're willing to give it like more leeway. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If like some people are still invested in the mystery because they're willing to give more leeway to the definitions of things, and like it doesn't bother them that the red truth is kind of malleable and being used in different ways and being redefined as it goes on. Like, but like I don't think people like there are no choices being made here about how to read. Like Joe is just literally saying the things that he feels. Like I don't know what to tell you. Sorry to speak for you, but like there are different kinds of readers. We know there are different kinds of readers, Umi Fullers.
To say it as succinctly as possible, the mystery is dead to me for probably 2 reasons. There's probably more, and I could go into more detail on them. Mystery is dead because I feel like the truth is being contradictory. And now with linked with that to the powers that Battler has, and also how the red truth can be used by the investigating team, a lot of the characters have to essentially hamstring themselves in order for there to even be a discussion now. It's not like one side is trying their absolute damnedest to figure it out while the other side is providing information and clues and hints and like stoking the fire of the mystery. Now the investigative side has to just be purposefully being as brain dead as possible in order for there even to be a conversation now. Because the investigative side has the power to just sit there and say, is this true? No, it's not. Okay, let me move on. Oh, is this true? Oh, guess not. Let me move on. Oh, excuse me. Witch that's in the sky that's controlling the investigation. Can you confirm this if you can? Oh, yeah, I can. Here you go. Now, some people in chat are saying that, no, all those times there's enough proof and like there's setup and that allows the red truth to be used. There's been at least 3 times, just off my head, it's probably way more. There's 3 times that that has not been the case. And the investigative side can just decide what is true and just say it, and if it is true, then it gets to be locked in as a red. Or like the circular reasoning that we saw when it came to the receipt being put into the door with Kinzo in the study scene. That scene was not duct tape; it was just a receipt. So therefore, a lot of things that could be like applied to that and could dispute it should have been available and fair game. But because they were able to say it in red, it was locked in as truth, and they couldn't do it. Okay, when you say the mystery is dead, do you mean for episode 5? I don't want to do this. Okay, I'll answer episode 5 going forward or retroactively episode 1 through 4. I am willing, I wouldn't be willing to do this if the story hadn't been written so well so far. I am willing to not retroactively apply this to episode 1 through 4. Most of the time I would be, because once a mystery is very delicate, which is what the garden scene was about. A mystery is very delicate. Once you have demonstrated to the reader that you are not playing fair, it's very hard to win that back, which is what happened with Danganronpa V3. Once you have like lost my trust or the reader's trust, like if you've used bullshit before, maybe you've used it prior to this. Maybe it's more likely you're going to use it after, but maybe you or used it before. I'm not going to retroactively apply it. I'm going to do my absolute utmost and best not to do that. But yeah, going forward, I really am not prepared to have like the evidence and backing, like to have this put on trial. Chat, sorry, I'm just trying to be like forthcoming with limitations conversation right now. Like it's really easy for me to say something and the chat just says no, it all makes sense. I know for an absolute fact, I think there's probably maybe even as high as 10 or more problems with some of the logic and deductions in the red things and contradictions there and characters holding themselves back, but I'm not going to say more than 10 definitively. I know there's three for sure. So like 3 is a lot. That's a lot, especially in a story that has been so like meticulous and methodical in the past. And something I really liked about it through episode 1 and 4, that there've been times where I'm like, hold on, what about this exception? Hold on, what about this little thing? Maybe you're doing some wordplay, and then Beatrice just launches into like this like multiple long paragraphs and be like, yeah, let me. It's like oh my god, Ryukishi, like I'm like so happy to have this kind of like attention to detail, and like look, he's delivering it, he's going through it. Yeah, at this point, this stipulation, here we go, and it's like, okay, so this has proven time and time again that they do care about the minutia when it comes to exceptions, wordplay, while still leaving room for there still to be a mystery. And like here, it's like, oh man, it's just terrible. I'm sorry, and that's not even getting into the like the real stake through the fucking heart is that the characters on both sides have the power to just shotgun truth out. And not only are they not doing that as much as they want, but they do it sometimes. As much as they could, but they do it sometimes. There's also these weird callbacks that are sometimes callbacks that they can use, but also they're not using them all the time. I don't know. And also episode 5. This is probably the weakest criticism I have, because it's like linked to the setup that was that Burn Castle and Lambda's Delta's game is not going to be fair. Some of the shit that they did with the Red Truth in this game was like Virgilia showing up and doing the corpse thing, like stuff like that. Like, I'm sorry to be immature, but like I can only read. I even like kind of solved some of it, and even it's coming from someone who kind of solved some of it. Like, and I have to really pull on my Danganronpa bullshit experience to be able to get there. Sorry, like even that, my visceral like raw emotional reaction to that is just fuck off. Like really. Like, we're better than this, Umineko. But again, that is the absolute weakest criticism I have for episode 5, because it was set up with Lambda Delta and Burn Castle like taking control of the game board and them doing fucked up things with the pieces, right? Like so that is definitely like let's see where it goes. That could probably be forgiven. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm talking too much.
It's literally your stream. What do you mean you're talking too much? What the fuck are you saying?
I know.
You get to talk as much as you want. I do think people have a good point that you shouldn't bother engaging with the vocal minority of people who are getting mad, though. I think that you should just say whatever you want, and then if people disagree, you just turn it around and tell them they're watching your streams without love. How about that?
Ooh.
They didn't think about hard enough about the red truths. They should have kept thinking about how they didn't actually make sense. They all stopped thinking because they were too enamored with Ryukishi. It's sad.
They're really being Erica's about it.
I want to be really mean to chat right now.
No, you don't need to be mean. I just did it for you.
Oh, there's a comment in chat right now. I want to be so mean. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm so cool. I was lying. I was lying. I was lying. I was lying. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean.
Yeah, somebody extremely based in Umiden says if people are mad at you for not liking a thing, just don't fucking pay attention to them. And I think they're right.
Anyway, let's let me say thank you to some people, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back, and we'll do we want the first 40 minutes of episode 6, or do you want to have a different stream? We've already streamed for like 5 hours. We could just start next time, but
I think it would be a nice place to stop if we do two chapters. It's less than an hour. I'm fine with doing it,
okay,
but it's up to you.
That's good. Who's the last person to thank you to? Oh man, okay, it's been 2 hours. Okay, my bad, sorry. All right, thank you Artem V for the resub. Thank you Kieran Soul for the resub too. Thank you Mediocrities 86 for the resub. I'm going to be here for a little while, Matt, so if you want to extend a break or you want to get a like kettle on for tea or anything like that, you can bounce out real quick if you want. But
okay.
If you want to stay, it's okay. Thank you. Do you want me to mute the microphone? If you do, you can let me know. Okay.
Okay. No, I'm just gonna stay. It's
all
okay.
right. Thank you Mediocrities 86 for the resub. 6 months of jokes about appliances and your name. Good times. Tom, you're doing well. Keep going forward, my dude. Thank you very much, Mediocrities. Speaking of appliances, I need to go put the laundry in the dryer during this break. Shit, I forgot to do that. That's important because it's my bedding. I can't sleep after this if I don't put it in the dryer. Thank you, Dev152 for the resub. Earth B as well. I write these words in steel. For anything not set in metal cannot be trusted. Oh, there's steel truth now. Okay, all right. Fucking, we're gonna have one for every Pokemon soon. Thank you. Thank you, Huli Gordeau, for the bits. In a couple of months, Joe's streams will devolve far enough that they'll just become like those TikTok NPC videos where we just pay coins to make him say stuff like Sumari, useless, ayaya, on loop over and over. Crazy how some people actually spend money to hear that, right? Yeah, meta, very nice. I would make a killing on Fiverr, huh? Thank you, Kane Will Rise, for the new sub. Thank you, Kane Will Rise. Thank you, Zero Nanashi 1 for the resub. We're so back, he loves it. I am behind 2 streams. Thank you,
oh, no.
Mugs3 for the resub. Man, 5 months really flies by fast, especially when your favorite streamer is reading one of your favorite VNs, Heart. P.S. As a massive Fate fan, please do not read Fate. It takes about 20 hours for it to get good, and you will hate it. 20 hours. How long is Fate Stay Night? Is it longer than Umineko? Or is it still going? Is it done? 60 a bit. Oh, is it over? Or are there a lot of spin-offs and shit? I guess so, maybe. Thank you, Alizan IRL for the resub. It's over, we're so back. It's over, we're so back. It's over, we're so back. Thank you, Wolflink resub as well. Keep up the good work. Thanks. Thank you, the Chum Bussy for the resub. First Umineko stream. I don't know why I expected this one wouldn't have lollies. Yeah, I know. Weirdly, Mal showed me some of the different art of them, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this is definitely true for Burncastle at least. But this version of the art is the one where they look the most like lollies, which is odd. Yeah. Of the Burncastle ones, the one from the pachinko sprites that everyone hates the most, those look the best actually. So like, weird. Thank you, Sandra Rain, for the bits. I hereby surrender. Despite all my pride, the gulf between Koro and I is simply too great. He is just too funny. Koro has fought against me valiantly, and to respect his tenacity, I shall admit defeat. I am simply unworthy of being his rival. Thank you for an excellent battle up to this point, Koro. By all means, please continue your reign. I shall fade away into chat as just another nobody, but please never forget me, your rival. Also, Hydro, I guess. Thank you, Sandra Rain. Pitter patter. Thank you, Pals, for the bits. You know what VN doesn't fall apart at the end, chat? Oh, shit. Thank you, Henry, for the bits. The real mystery was friends we made along the way. Kinda true. Goated Outlook. Thank you, It's Jesus, for the bits. This was the most refreshing conversation ever. I feel so vindicated. 10 minutes ago. Okay, I'm not really sure what's that's about, but probably toward the end of it. Glad you enjoyed the conversation. Glad you got something out of it. Thank you, Accordion, for the bits. 500 bits. Hey, Joe, off the Fate bit for a bit to say, I read 1-4 with you as the streams went and finished up the rest when you went on break. I really loved episode 5 and can say it is my absolute favorite. At the time, I found the episode to attempt to construct why certain elements must be presented to create a good mystery, and I really enjoyed the presentation since I found it really novel. Very interesting to hear your interpretation. Okay, good. We got someone that disagrees that that I could read out loud. That doesn't spawn into a conversation. All right, thank you for that, Emma Cordian. Can I give you your bits back for that because you just did me a service there? Thank you. Thank you, Kaylee Gal, for the bits as well. Thank you for engaging with Umineko Joe, despite not liking episode 5 as much as I did. But like Mouse said, I'm glad you have engaged with it with love as much as you have. I hope your opinion of the answer arcs improve in the other episodes, and if not, it is what it is. Also, thank you, Mouse, for your speech earlier. It was really nice. Anyway, hope you enjoyed the start of episode 6, which is also my favorite episode. Lots of people's favorite episodes, it seems. Oh, and thank you, Pinsar, for some bits that came in right now. Like someone in chat said, criticism is love, and I really enjoy hearing it. Seriously, don't hold back on saying your thoughts. I think chat needs to understand that you're very obviously reading this with love, coming from an episode 5 enjoyer. I think good/good faith criticism is love. I speak about that in Shout of the Erd video, right? Like good criticism is a gift, but that doesn't mean that all criticism is going to be good criticism, and that also doesn't mean that all my criticism has ever been good criticism, so yeah. What the fuck is a nerd tree? That's true. Will you play Metal Gear Rising as part of Metal Gear Marathon? Wow, just out of nowhere. We already did that one. It's on YouTube if you want to go watch me play it. I wasn't very good at it, so be warned. Okay, let me read this out. And yeah, there we go. Red truths are impassable. You cannot walk on them. Yellow truths are electric. They will electrocute you. Green truths are alarm truths. If you step on them, you will have to fight a monster. Orange truths are orange scented. They will make you smell delicious. Blue truths are water truths. Swim through them if you like, but if you smell like oranges, the piranhas will bite you. Also, if a blue truth is next to a yellow truth, the water will also zap you. So true. Oh, thank you, Annie, for press for the bits. Too much positivity here, Joe. You are wrong. I used my paper truth to strike, and your rock truth. Take that. All right. Thank you, for press. All right, let's take a short break and
wait before the break. We have to talk about the bet that we discussed before stream. The episode 5 bet. Your initial impressions of Erica Ferruto at the end of episode 5. 4 people bet hates her. 28 people bet hates her but believes she's serving an important narrative function. And 44 people said that you would become Erica's #1 fan.
All right, I'm sorry for the 44 people. All right. Well, I'm really sorry to those 4 people. I wish I could give you a good payout, but if my view of the read of the story is that Erica is actually important to the narrative, I hate her, but she is undeniably important, and it would actually be insulting to say otherwise to the author. She is undeniably important to the narrative. Yes.
All right, we've closed the bet. That's it. Thank you. Now we can go.
All right, let me mute 1 second. Okay, should be back. Sorry if you can hear the dog. He's breathing right next to the microphone.
Yeah, I can hear him.
You can hear him?
I did put reading assignments for the first 2 episodes, by the way. Or the first 2 chapters.
Gatsby, you need to go, buddy. See you later. 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 Okay, episode 6. Also, sorry, thank you, Captain Minette, for the resub. I thought some of the obfuscation of the Battler Beatrices and controlling other pieces in episode 5 were a bit frustrating and how it affected the solvability, and thought that while Erica was funny, she was a bit too on the nose. Keep up the good streams. Like hearing your thoughts even when I disagree. Thank you, Captain Minette. Thank you, Razzle Basil, or some say Razzle Basil, for the bits. Fate Stink Night. Thank you, Dominic, for the bits. All I'll say is, even if I disagree with the things you say, this is general, not Umi specific. I enjoy hearing your thoughts because it's a very interesting perspective. When I read, I'm a gormless fuckwit, and if something is funny, I'll clap like a seal being fed slop in a zoo. So it's a good change of pace, you know? Take it easy, boss man. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Dominic.
When Domic's making unironic bit messages, you know things are heated.
Coming from you, the person who has made me clap like a seal being fed slop in a zoo, that means a lot. Many times.
I will say that Dalmek is blogging his read of Umineko, which is like slightly ahead of yours, and he has one of the most thoughtful blogs I've ever seen. Like he's doing a great job.
That's good. Shout out to Dalmek.
Yeah, shout out to Dalmek. No link. You can't see it.
If someone can allow the link, you can link it. Anyway, all right. Episode 6, Dawn of the Golden Witch.
It's in a private server.
Good morning. It is at last time for the curtain to rise on Battler Sama's game. Let's observe the light from the opposite side of the chessboard. Can Battler Sama succeed in playing the demanding role of the game master? There is no longer any difficulty level. At this point, these are not hints, but a confession. Interesting. Okay.
All right.
See, that also just reads that, it's less about the mystery and more about the story, the characters. But who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Okay. There we go.
Let's go.
And again, I don't think that after episode 5, it can get any worse, at least. Because Battler's in charge. Erica will be banished to this, really bad role. Burncastle's mad at her. It can't get any worse.
Oh, beautiful
shit.
glow.
I didn't read the
shown in.
Sorry.
You better go read the assignments.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
My favorite episode. A beautiful glow shone in from the skylight over the grand cathedral. The place was somehow different from the way it had been during the witch's trial. The decorations had changed. The several pleasantly sparkling white ribbons that adorned it were thin like razors, but they trailed beautifully in the air. Flowers were arranged all over in a way that would make any place look cheerful. It was like how a single drop of impure water can spoil an entire cask of wine. Just the presence of those flowers, those ribbons, and the red carpet that ran down the center of the room made it hard to believe that this was the same place Ushiromi and Natsuhi had been falsely accused of a crime.
Wow, direct continuity. Huh.
It had truly become a wedding chapel. Love is generous. Love is merciful.
Love does not envy. It does not boast.
These words, spoken by 2 demons who seemed to be in charge of this gathering and were Mouse's absolute favorite characters in the whole visual novel, were part of a ceremony for making an oath of love before the eyes of God. Of course, in this wedding celebrated by demons, there was no priest in sight. Instead, there stood the witch who controls miracles.
In sickness and in health. Yeah, a wife's true job is to be supportive in times of sickness. Isn't that right, Erica?
Yes, my master.
That looks good on you. What a fitting outfit for one who has conquered the bridegroom. Giggle, giggle, giggle.
I'm honored, my master.
Are you getting married to standing on one leg?
The bride standing on the carpeted path was Furuto Erika. The groom's face couldn't be seen. The bride's outfit certainly was a pure white wedding dress. Her veil represented both the white of God's blessings and the white of a demon's cruelty. A great many goats, nobles, witches, and demons were gathered for this wedding. If only their heads hadn't been those of goats, it would probably have seemed a very refined crowd worthy of this great cathedral. I'd expect no less of you, Byrne. The stuff you manage to think up is always so twisted.
A wife supporting her ailing husband. Isn't that a lovely story? It suits you well, Erika. And congratulations to you too, Mr. Groom. Whoa, Big Burncastle.
Yeah, at that point, Big Burncastle stared straight into the groom's eyes. The groom didn't answer. His eyes were gray. His lips would mutter something from time to time, but no one could tell if the words meant anything.
Hey, are you listening? You people?
She spoke to the groom in the plural. Of course, there was only one groom. And of course, the gray-eyed groom didn't answer. So even though you can hear her, you can't answer? Don't worry, okay? Battler-san? It's okay. I'll just take everything you are and trample it into the ground. The Witch of Miracles sneered with an evil smile that even a demon would shudder to look at. Even that sneer provoked no response from Battler's dim eyes. People live for the sake of love. Therefore, today, you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives.
Oh, how great is the power to live, the power of love. I pray that the brightness of this day blesses these two for all time. Just give it a rest already, you demons. What comes next?
The couple will now make an oath of eternal love.
After that, they will exchange rings.
On Battler's hand was a ring bearing the seal of the one-winged eagle, proof that he was the territory lord of this world. And on Erika's finger was a diamond ring that could not be shattered by any miracle. Diamonds signify an eternal bond. However, in Greek, the word diamond simply means unbreakable. Erika wasn't vowing to love Battler forever. She just wanted to rule over him as her eternal property. This wedding was being performed for the sole purpose of defiling Battler. Don't worry. I won't love you forever. After all, the point of this ceremony is to make you submit to me. Your heart will be shut inside an inescapable closed room forever, where I, Furuto Erika, the detective and the Witch of Truth, will command it. Your position as territory lord and your ring will become mine.
Can't get.
What was that?
Can't get out. I fucking respect the double down. I fucking respect the hell out of it.
Yeah, I'll bet you can't get out of that closed room. After all, you made it yourself. You'll suffer in that room for all eternity, and I'll remain by your side as your wife forever, getting to enjoy that look of anguish on your face all by myself. I'll defile you forever, Ushiromiya Battler.
"48 hours earlier. Man, I'm Game Master now. I can do whatever I want. What am I gonna do? Some research I could do would be to make a closed room that not even I could solve, and then put myself in it. Oh, whoops. Let me talk to Beato. Hey, Beato, ring, ring. Yeah, what's going on? Oh, it's still the same then. How are you, love? All right. So remember when you said in red that I'm incompetent? We're gonna have to upgrade that one to a golden one. Is that all right? It's not as bad. The first one's way better though.
Yeah, that's true. I think the one with spoilers has this has the original song. Do you want to take narration on the last section, even though I assigned it to myself?
Sure.
It's up to you. Okay. All right.
The Witch of Theater going. All that could be heard was the sound of the wind. A sound of misfortune brings sadness and unease to all who heard it. Is this chapter 2 or is it the end of chapter 1 still?
This is chapter 2.
Okay. Slowly, I came back to my senses. I finally regained consciousness on top of a bed with a firm mattress. Where was this again? I can't remember where this is. I remember where this is. This is where, Oh, I don't remember where it is. What, Lambda Delta or Castle spoke to someone in here. Have you ever been here before? I can't remember where this is, but I can vaguely recall that I must not remain here. Never mind, okay, I'm wrong. The room was dimly lit. There was a light on, but that just made the darkness and eeriness of the room more apparent. There were no curtains over the window, but it was too dark outside to see anything beyond it. If I squinted into the pitch blackness, I felt as though I could see the witch of the forest peeking back at me from the darkness. Said that wrong. And I averted my gaze from the window in fear. I can't see or hear it. I get the feeling that if I were to leave this room, it'll be bright and warm and someone else will be there for me. I want to get to where everyone else is as soon as I can. Bad memories from when I was very young began to well up. Horrible, harsh memories of when I started dozing off during a family gathering and was put to sleep in some room I didn't know. I remember waking up there, incredibly lonely and sobbing. I must not remain in this room. I just want to get out of here quickly. Once that thought crossed my mind, I didn't want to stay in the room a second longer than I had to. I'm scared. It's creepy. Where is everyone? I want to get out of here right now. I opened the door, trying to leave the room. A pleasant glow snuck in through the crack of the door. As I'd thought, the corridor was filled with a comforting light. I couldn't actually hear them, but I could sense that far away people were enjoying themselves. I'm sure everyone's gathered in the room across from this one. I've been shut up in this lonely, creepy room all alone. I should go, quickly. Whoa. As soon as I thought this, a merciless metallic sound rang out, and the door refused to open any further. The chain had been set. I always hated chain locks. You could open a normal lock just by twisting it, but chain locks are built in an annoying way, and I couldn't work them easily. So I've hated them ever since I was very young. See? Even this chain is causing me trouble, and I just can't get it undone. Why is this happening? I just want to leave this creepy room right away. Just on the other side of this thin door, everything is bathed in a warm light. I can't undo it. I just can't undo this chain. The more desperate I grew, the more that unsettling darkness seemed to be closing in on my back, and the more frightened I became. Then I finally noticed there's something wrong with this chain. Yes, there is a chain, but this isn't a chain lock. This is just a chain staked into the door, preventing it from opening any further. In other words, Sumari. It isn't made to be opened. What the hell's going on? Who'd do something like this, damn it? No matter what I did, no matter how much I struggled, I couldn't pull out the stake or undo the chain or break the mechanism. This door was just a demon's mouth made to trick me into thinking it would open before crushing my hopes. Even so, if only I could just open this door somehow, I could get out into that pleasant corridor. This desire forced me to keep my hand glued to the doorknob. But it was useless. This battler stuck in the room, but both the chain and the stake were firm, and no matter how much I clattered them about, there was no chance of the door opening any further. Even though I could see the pleasant hallway through the crack, I had no chance of opening the door any further. Maybe someone will come if I yell. Maybe the door could be opened easily from the outside. When I thought this, I tried to call it to someone, but I couldn't make the words come out. I could mouth, "Someone, come here," and no voice left my lips. What's going on? Someone, come. Why can't I cry out? Help me, help me, help me. The mere fact that I can't say help me out loud is even scarier. If I turn around, the witch gazing into the room from the darkness outside might be inside the room this time, standing right behind me. I'm frightened. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Someone help me. Someone help me. Can't get out. Can't get out. Let me out of this room. Help me. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Help me. Help me. Help me.
I'll take narration from here.
Okay. Sounds like they've
That's
arrived, lady. Huh? Oh.
Amakusa ran his finger down my cheek. In an instant, I awoke from the doze I'd just been in. I glared at Amakusa for waking me up in such a creepy way, but he just pretended not to notice.
She's back!
Where is this? It feels like a parlor in some dignified person's house. But I have no memory of this place at all. Where is this? And why am I...
Still half asleep, lady? Yeah, sorry. Where are we? Huh?
Apparently, he hadn't expected me to forget something like that just because I wasn't fully awake yet. For once, I agreed with him. Why am I in some parlor that I don't recognize? The sound of the footsteps from the they Amakusa had mentioned had come right up to the opposite side of the door. I could hear conversing voices. Is that a woman? Judging by the coffee and snacks laid in front of me, I was the guest here. In that case, I'd better remember why I came here, or at least who it was I came to visit. Who am I? Ushiromiya Angie. Who's the man standing behind me? Amakusa Juza, the man who used to be my guard long ago. He's now the bodyguard Okanogi assigned to me. In that case, is this after Aunt Eva's death, when I've thrown off my pursuers on that journey to find out what happened 12 years ago? Is that how it went? Do I really have a memory like this? After a knock, the door opened, and the person I must have come here to meet entered along with an assistant. Oh, wonderful. Even after seeing her face, I can't remember who she is. Our sincere apologies for keeping you waiting. Hachijo Toya is here. That's a relief. The assistant introduced her to me first. And I finally remembered who she was. She? I thought it was a he.
Excuse me, but are you...
That's right. I'm Hachijo Toya.
The magazines were all talking about your book signing event. Supposedly, a mysterious male author showed up wearing sunglasses and a mask. Never thought you'd be a woman. What's the deal?
That was just a double arranged for by the editing department. I was the helper standing behind him at the book signing.
Huh, now there's a shock. I haven't read your works, but I'll bet you're even more mysterious in your books.
Readers only pretend to read books. They read them based merely on the name of the author and the brand and think that they've actually read them. No matter what I write in my books, they don't truly read anything. They just pretend to read so they can look smart and knowledgeable and keep up with the current fad. Why on earth should I expose myself to these people? Why indulge such trash?
I see. Looks like you're Madame Hachijo, all right?
This person really is eccentric. There's no doubt about it. This is Hachijo Toya herself. Hachijo Toya is a mystery novelist who's become the center of discussion lately. It seems her books themselves have been highly praised, but it's her mysterious debut that's attracted so much attention toward her lately. Last year, she managed to win several different awards for exceptional mystery novels offered by multiple large publishing companies, submitting each of her works under a different pen name. And after that, several highly regarded anonymous works were discovered, one after another, to have been stories she had written in the past under false names. And her popularity soared as she herself became more mysterious than her books. Despite all of this, the author herself never appeared in public, and everything about her was wrapped in a veil of secrecy. However, just a few days ago, this author finally made a public appearance for a book signing, showing up with a mask that covered his face and drawing even more public attention. And yet, apparently, even that had been a fake. Given this person's radically unconventional track record, it was hardly a surprise to hear her casually insult her fans like this. I know quite a lot about you too, Ushiromiya Angie-san. The talk shows have been saying all sorts of things.
I'm sure you've heard nothing good.
Yeah, nothing good at all. Apparently you employ and fire people on a whim, try to resolve everything with money, and care nothing for the law as long as you get your way.
Yep, sounds about right.
However, I happen to like intelligent people like you.
Is that why you agreed to meet with me?
Exactly. You're the only person who's managed to spot that, Itoi Kukuro Regonamu is another pen name used by me, Hachijo Toya. That's actually quite impressive.
Oh no, now I get to do it. Itoi Kukuro Rejo... Oh, fucking hell, I'm gonna die. IR. It was a pretty strange pen name. However, if you match the Japanese syllables to numbers, you can read it as 110199605576. 110199605576.
This massive number is equal to 18 to the 8th power. 18 to the 8th in Japanese, Toya no Hachijo. Or in other words, Tsumari, Hachijo Toya. Very well done. I was quite impressed. In fact, I was so impressed I decided to let you meet me in person. Welcome to my mansion, child of man. Her manner of speaking was extremely condescending, but perhaps because of her elegant manner, it didn't feel particularly irritating. This person has sort of a majestic grandeur about her, which made that style of speech seem almost natural. At least that's how it felt to me. In fact, it felt almost as though this was the manifestation of some noble being, who would have no need to show herself before mere humans under normal circumstances. Since I'm not particularly a fan of hers, I guess this is proof that her mysterious charisma really is nothing to be laughed at. However, I didn't come here to talk to Hachijo Toya, the mystery novelist. I'm interested in Itoi Kukuro Regonamu, the mysterious web author who only released her works over the internet.
What's with the numbers? A nice job there.
It was just laying out the numbers that were in her name.
Okay.
Around the Japanese parts of the internet, Itoi Kukuro is an extremely famous witch hunter. However, she isn't a big opinion leader like Professor Otsuki. She's one of those message bottle forgers who are always the center of vigorous debate. Message bottle forgers are, as the name suggests, people who forge and post the contents of what purport to be mysterious message bottles, detailing the events of the Rikenjima incident. They claim to have discovered a new message bottle, and post either a very similar counterfeit story or a new theory with their own interpretation of the truth, all of which are supposedly written by Ushiromiya Maria. In so doing, they openly take on the name Ushiromiya Maria, writing up new bizarre tales as if they'd been present themselves and knew the truth.
Episode 5 is just fan fiction of one of the bottles! Yes! I'm back in. I'm so in. Sorry, go ahead.
They then send. Why do you think I wanted to read up to this chapter today, buddy? They then send these stories out into the newest sea discovered by humankind, the internet, claiming that it's a third or fourth message bottle. All of the first forgers were either simple pranksters or crooks trying to swindle collectors. Eventually, though, people who claimed to have solved the riddles of the message bottle tales and reached to the truth started to appear, and they started creating original works of their own, third and fourth message bottles from Ushiromiya Maria, as though they had moved over to the riddle teller's side. These people rewrote the tale of the witch with whatever interpretations they wanted, and every once in a while, parts of their theories would gain big followings on the net. Some of these creations grew to be so widely trusted that they were believed to contain some grain of truth. The more rigid witch hunters openly despised these people, calling them forgers, counterfeiters, or just witches. Though they claimed to have reached the truth, they refused to tell anyone and created fake message bottles as though testing everyone else. It was no surprise that more straight-laced witch hunters were seriously annoyed by these forgers. However, among those who simply liked to entertain themselves with the occult fantasy of Rikkenjima, an extremely small number accepted these creations as literary works, glad of these additions to the mysterious tale. Itoi Kukudo was the most highly regarded of these forgers.
End of the Golden Witch. I've read that one. That's one hell of a hobby you've got there, killing off other people's families however you like.
Did you come all the way here just to say that? I think not, final descendant of the Ushiromiya family. In her latest forgery, End, she killed off 7 members of my family, at least during the actual story. No, if you count Alliance and Banquet, the other forgeries she's made before now, then she's killed off most of my family in horrible ways, over and over again. Of course I want to complain. However, all of her works are known for being, in both form and level of perfection, the closest tales to those written by Ushiromiya Maria herself. That's episodes 3 and 4, by the way.
Sorry, yeah, I was about to ask. Sorry to interrupt. So, like, these are... I don't remember the names of the episodes. This is 3 and 4?
Yep, that was 3 and 4, yeah. Alliance is 3 and Banquet is 4.
Oh, okay, I hate it again. All right.
Yeah, okay. In particular, Itoi Kukudo's first forgery, Banquet of the Golden Witch, oh, I'm sorry, I reversed it, managed to fit everything, including Ushiromiya Ava's escape to Kuwadorian. People wondered whether this might be the true story of Rikkenjima, and it even made it onto the talk shows. Okay, Umiden, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people already said it was the wrong way, and I got it the wrong way around. We get it, get over it. So far, all of these tales have been nothing more than electronic text on the web. However, people will eventually realize that Itoi Kukudo is actually Hachijo Toya. When that happens, they'll become the works of that bizarre Hachijo, and no one will think of them as mere fan creations. People will probably start wondering if this might actually be a third message bottle she found and released under the guise of a story she herself wrote. When that happens, these stories will probably seem even more bizarre and credible.
You're pretty cunning, aren't you?
Why do you say that?
You're doing this to make your forgeries seem more mysterious and more credible.
And what do you mean by credible?
Once you've gained credibility, your forgeries will rise to the level of truth.
Rise to the level of truth? How foolish. Such a thing is unnecessary for my works.
Are you saying that because your works are truth and not mere forgeries?
Correct. They are truth, so there's no need for them to rise into anything.
You aren't Maria One-chan. And you definitely weren't on Rikkenjima on that day. So how can you be so absurd as to call this the truth? Hey, don't lose your cool, lady. Shut up. What makes you think I'm losing my cool?
She said, cool. Losing her cool. Angie half realized that she'd let her emotions get the better of her. She let out a sigh and shrugged. Your reason for coming here, it wasn't to yell at me for killing your family several times within my forgeries, correct? Hachijo had been smiling at Angie kindly, but in a condescending manner, or else like a mother might watch over a very small child. Angie realized this and was unable to suppress her irritation. Apparently, Amakusa could tell that Angie was getting worked up. He joked around with her for a bit so that they could start the conversation over again from the beginning. The thing you came here to hear is the truth that I've reached, is it not?
Why are you so sure that you've reached the truth?
Because I've understood all the tales.
And I'm asking you why you're so sure about that.
Do you think the sun ever revolved around the Earth? Hachijo suddenly started talking about the Ptolemaic theory. Angie was about to tell her not to answer questions with more questions, but she quickly realized what Hachijo meant. Humans used to support the Ptolemaic theory. However, that theory has been rejected in the modern age. Does this mean that, at the instance that theory was rejected, the sun stopped moving and the Earth started revolving around the sun?
Of course not. The truth doesn't change based on what humans believe.
Then right now, your denial of my truth means exactly the same thing. The idea of heliocentrism was proposed by several scholars before Galileo. However, it was hard to objectively prove that theory using the scientific techniques available at the time. Even so, that didn't change what the truth was. And yet it moves.
So, you're saying the truth is still the truth whether you can prove it or not.
Correct. In the future, when the full truth finally becomes known, people will look back and realize that I had already discovered it. Apparently, Angie just couldn't stand Hachijo's attitude. She kept getting irritated, and every time Amakusa would joke around until she settled down again. However, there could be no mistake that Hachijo was a genius, and had used her extraordinary intuition to form a most interesting outlook on the events that occurred on that island. That was why Angie had wanted to contact Itoi Kukuro and hear her views. Still, this meeting truly had been fortunate for Angie. She hadn't been absolutely sure that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya. She hadn't thought that the publishing company would really contact the author, and moreover, she hadn't dreamed that the mysterious masked author would grant her an interview under such short notice. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the sum of the events leading to this meeting made for nothing short of a miracle. Yes, a miracle. After all, in almost all cases, I'd never be contacted by the publishing company and would leave for Nijima the next day. You want to take over?
Sure. I'd leave for Nijima, then go on to Rokinjima. And then give One-chan a Sakataro stuffed animal. Huh? Why a Sakataro stuffed animal? My memory of the future is all muddled. My head hurts. Hachijo said something about showing Angie something good, rose from the sofa, and headed for the study desk. When she turned her back, Amakusa asked Angie, who seemed to be troubled by something, if she was okay. Hey, Amakusa, how long have I been here? What? You've been looking weird for a while now. What's going on? I can't remember how long I've been sitting here. Are you still half asleep? That's not it. I mean, I was able to get an appointment with Professor Utsuki, but the publishing company never got back to me about I took Kukuro. Fucking hell. So in the end, I was stuck, unable to do anything that entire day, right? Huh? Amakusa, you went to go get that large black bag, didn't you? That's right. Just before we left for Nijima, Amakusa and I parted ways just one time. He said something about getting a weapon from an acquaintance of his, and he went to go get that large black bag. Wasn't that today? What am I talking about? I mean, didn't I go to Nijima, meet Captain Kawabata, and inside the bed shop? Huh? What?
Something wrong?
Did my confusion and uncertainty make me sigh out loud? Even though Hachijo's back was to me, she slowly turned around and smiled as though she had peered into my heart. No, it's nothing. Strange memories, ones that even I can't understand. I tried to hide my confusion, but for some reason, Hachijo had a strange glint in her eyes, as though she could read my mind.
I have revived and killed your family several times within various forgeries, almost like a witch might.
Reviving and killing them whenever you like, endlessly. Sounds almost like Beatrice, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So please follow the lead of all those people on the web and consider the possibility that I might be a witch.
She took a thickly packed brown envelope out of a locked drawer. It appeared to be filled to the brim with printer paper. Perhaps this was a manuscript for one of her works. The neat letters written with a fountain pen on the envelope spelled out the word Dawn. There was no forgery by the name of Dawn, which must mean, Angie could tell, this was a new one, Hachijo's newest unreleased forgery. Dawn of the Golden Witch.
For one such as I, who knows everything, everything is boring. However, I don't dislike letting the ignorant read my works to see what kind of reactions they have, and so I want you to read it.
You want me to read your newest work, which you've created as the new Endless Witch?
Correct, child of man. Whether you resent it or admire it, you can help me forget my illness for a time.
Let's put an end to this farce, shall we? Who are you? I don't remember ever meeting you like this. Yes, I did try to contact Hachijo Toya, but in the end, I never got a chance to meet her. In other words, Sumari, all of this is a falsehood. Whose piece am I this time? Sorry, but if you think you can tame Ushimi and Angie so easily, you're making a big mistake.
Yes, I'd hoped you'd be this interesting.
She finally couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Gradually, the space around them seemed to be filled with a strange purple mist. The room itself seemed to twist and bend. Her figure also twisted, and after something that couldn't be described elapsed, her form changed to become just what she had called herself, a witch.
Splendid. You did well to see through my veil.
Oh, it's not Burncastle? What the fuck? It seems I'm the type witches just love to cling to. You all have that same condescending tone towards humans. I figured you were a witch right away. The novelist sitting on the sofa was nowhere to be seen. Even Angie's bodyguard, who was supposed to be around at times like this, was gone. It was only a non-human figure relaxing in a large, ornate rocking chair.
I find you truly intriguing, child of man. Your charming nature is the perfect medicine for my boredom.
Yeah, well, I don't see anything charming about this. Why am I alive? Wasn't I killed in a pretty nasty way for breaking the rule about revealing my name? To be honest, I did doubt that those people would just let me go so easily. What kind of farce will I be forced to go along with this time? I really don't care. I'll just do whatever I can within the bounds of the role they give me. Whatever I can to help Oni-chan. Of course, I understand. Even if he wins, he'll never come back to me. Even so, I'll struggle on. I'll make sure Oni-chan comes back to me of that day.
No need to lose your temper. I'm not asking you to be a piece.
Witch of Laundry. I didn't put the dryer on! Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, it's fine. Then why did you summon me here? Don't tell me you want to read this new story or whatever it is you've written.
That's it exactly. I do not want you to be my piece. I've always been a mere observer, and I have no intention of sticking my neck into their game.
I don't get it. What does it you want from me?
Be an observer for me. An observer of the fragments Beatrice has woven.
An observer? I don't really get it, but no deal.
In the past, I observed the fragments through Battler's eyes. However, now that he has succeeded the position of Game Master, he's not a suitable observer. I'm following this tale with true and earnest intentions. It would be such a waste to observe it through the eyes of Battler as he is now, like reading a detective novel backwards.
Oh, so we've been her? Oni-chan is the Game Master? What on earth are you talking about?
You must have no clue what it's all about. You want to know, don't you? I want to know too. What kind of tale will Battler weave now that he's taken the position of Game Master? Furthermore, I wish to search for the truth Battler reached as part of my own mental journey. My illness affects me gravely. If I don't think, I cannot even keep my heart beating.
So, Sumari, you want me to read your new picture book aloud to you?
You might as well interpret it that way. In exchange, you will also be able to take part in your own journey of the mind. Did you think I made up that wording? I do believe that even you have yet to reach the truth. I think you want to continue on the journey to find that truth.
Oh, sorry. I don't owe you anything.
Do not push your luck. I can be lenient at times, but such cases are rare.
Angie hadn't yet reached the truth either. Though she knew that the game was little more than a toy for the amusement of those witches, she wanted it to resume, so that she could follow the tale and close in on the king called Truth. I might explore the tale to find the truth for myself, but I have no obligation to read it aloud until the end for your sake. Understand? Angie was willing to read the story aloud, but she could quit at any time if this witch made her mad. She was, in effect, warning the witch not to annoy her, based.
Of course. You call it a picture book, but to me, it's the only medicine for a fatal illness. I cannot take that medicine without you to assist me. In other words, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement.
I call it Wii PowerPoint. So you're telling me to read you a book until you fall asleep. And in exchange, you'll let me read it too. Is that right?
Precisely. If you're willing to accept, I shall ask that you become my reader for a time.
Well, it's nice to get my own title, but all you really want me to do is read books, right?
Yeah, to 2,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Becoming my reader means the same as becoming my familiar. In other words, what is done against you will be done against me. I will not permit anyone to disrupt my only interest, that being to read the rest of Beatrice's tale. I will not let Burncastle, Lambda Delta, or even Beatrice force anything upon you.
This witch, who seemed to have an almost divine quality to her, spoke both quietly and forcefully. There was no threat in her words. However, even so, it was clear that she was on a different level than Burncastle and the other witches, and not at all to be taken lightly. Finally, another witch that doesn't drive me fucking crazy right away. So you'll offer me protection if I agree to read your book?
Of course. What I want is for you to read aloud to me. I will not spare any who attempt to stand in the way of that. If my attitude seems arrogant to you, allow me to apologize, child of man. It may not seem so, but I am speaking to you with the utmost respect.
Yeah, probably. Even that witch-like style of speech feels like it's got to be the most respectful thing you've said in the last few hundred years.
When you're reading a book, do you tell it thank you very much before flipping through the pages?
Yes. I guess it is like that. I understand. Just by agreeing to have a conversation with Angie, she was showing an incredible amount of respect and willingness to compromise. Angie shrugged, and she also nodded to show her consent. Sure, I'll be your reader. I get that you showed a ton of respect just by asking for my consent first.
You understand well, child of man.
My name's Angie, not a child of man or whatever.
Very well. As proof of my respect for you, I will acknowledge your name.
For her, acknowledging human names was like acknowledging the names of all the leaves scattered across the ground. So, her acknowledging Angie's name was a miracle. No, it was immensely good fortune.
From this point forth, Ushiromiya Angie will serve as reader and Miko to the Witch of Theater-going, Featherine Augustus Aurora. Until you finish a reading, I shall bring calamity to all who attempt to hinder your task. Yeah, my immortal last name.
What? Wow. Holy shit. Where's Renee's me? Holy fuck. When the Witch of Theater-going, Featherine, spoke this, Angie was wrapped in her bright light. Angie didn't feel any particular change herself. Is she on the list now? Ah, shit. Featherine Augustus Aurora. What is this outfit? The majestic Witch of Theater going, drama and spectating. She is tired of life after 1,000 years and constantly repeats the cycle of life and death. In the past, she served as the master for numerous games as a legendary witch, but her legend, glory, and memory have already disappeared into the past and been forgotten. Only the solemn medal she wears on her chest retains those memories. The horseshoe-shaped object floating around her head is a memory aid device. It records her name, appearance, and other aspects of her personality. She is so old that she would not be able to preserve her own individuality without this. And now we have Angie side on the bottom now too. Interesting. Right, human side. Yo, the Endless Sorcerer and Final Game Master. He is the ruler of the game board and the Territory Lord. To prove that he has won Beato's game, he must take on the position of Game Master. By succeeding in this, his victory will be acknowledged and Beato's game will reach its end. But unfortunately, he, trapped himself in his game. Because he knows the whole truth, he exists on a higher plane than all others.
And now, finally, people can stop arguing about whether the fucking cape is a spoiler because it's been on stream. Thank fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Why is people calling me? What the hell? Okay. Angie didn't feel any particular change herself, but she definitely had been given something that only non-humans could sense. It signified that from this point forward, Angie would be the witch of theater-going subject. It didn't mean that Angie would gain some sort of special power. At least not right now. But at the very least, it probably meant that anyone wanting to cause her harm would have to first take on Featherine herself. Your name is pretty long. Sounds like some Roman person from the history books. What should I call you?
That's not familiar with me. Call me Augustus Aurora.
Well, I am literally your familiar, so I'm not calling you that. But after all the respect you've shown me, it's only fitting that I respond in kind. I'll call you Featherine. Featherine? Any problems?
None at all. For an ailing witch such as myself, even being called by my first name will be an experience to be treasured and pondered over, a child of man.
I have a name. It's Angie.
Even conversations like this are pleasant every once in a while. Angie, my Miko.
Oh man, she's wearing really gross gloves that go up almost to her shoulders. Oh, that's so gross. Oh no. I hope that she's not on the screen a lot. Angie accepted her role. She would observe this story with the Witch of Theater going. The curtain was rising on the sixth tale.
Okay, now we're done.
Yay! Okay.
Now we're done.
All right. Well, that was a slow but intriguing start to episode 6. Okay.
So, you and Jelly morbed the existence of that character in like episode 2. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, we totally did, right, Jelly? Yeah, right. Yeah, high five. Yeah, did we?
You did actually. You were talking about how you really hoped that there was like someone just writing fan fiction.
Oh, okay.
On stream, yeah.
Did you just high five yourself? No, I high five Jelly. What are you talking about? I high five Jelly. I don't remember that. How long ago was that? Holy shit, that was months ago, wasn't
months
it?
and months ago, and unfortunately, I have just so much knowledge in my head about what's happened.
What do you think about stories being forgeries? I mean, like, it was revealed that it was like maybe not true. I don't know. Like,
what do you mean maybe not true?
Emphasis on the maybe. Like that whole scene was like the witch coming down and talking to her, right? I'd like some more information first. Kind of an interesting idea, though. I think it would definitely happen. I feel surprisingly engaged with it becoming like this occult hobby and people writing about it, like the SCP files, and here's what happened in my version, here's what happened in their version. Like, I feel like that's interesting, and it's almost, it's fucked up at the same time, and it makes what happened on the island feel more real, like from that perspective of being like, oh, you know, the real battler, if there even was a battler on the island at this point, but the real people that died on that island had no idea that, you know, like their lives would be like trampled on and wrung out for everyone's entertainment after the fact. But they had no, it's kind of messed up, but in like in a way that's both interesting and makes me kind of immensely sad. I don't know.
And now you have unlocked the fourth weapon of the Umineko fan.
What's that?
Which is, if you don't like something that happens in the story, just blame Toya.
Oh, it's not real. Okay. It's not real. It's I'm interested in true crime, but I also do kind of hate it. It's a weird like conflict in me. Like, yeah, that I feel like it is disrespectful, but at the same time I'm like fuck, it is interesting. Like, you know, in a morbid way. Yeah. Anyway, before I go, who are we rating? I can get that going. Are you streaming tonight, Mouse? Probably too tired, right?
No way.
Okay.
No way. Hypothetical Walrus is streaming.
Okay, we'll go Hypothetical Walrus. I'm not expecting like Umi news from Hypothetical Walrus, by the way. So, but we'll raid the Walrus. What stream tomorrow?
Are you gonna do Umineko tomorrow?
Sorry, I just sent the raid through. I don't know. I might. I'll talk to the Mouse about it. If I do it tomorrow, are we set up to go Jelly on Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, then I will read Umineko tomorrow then by myself. Okay, I can confirm that right now. There we go. Umineko's tomorrow. Okay. All right. Thank you, Simple from Jazz, for the bits. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Simple. Thank you, Varans1666 for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Zombies for the resub. I'm glad Umineko became your favorite piece of media ever, Joseph San. Thank you very much, Mayor Zombies. Thank you very much. Thank you, James Butoke for the resub as well. Much love. When are you playing ____? Oh, Expedition 33? Probably sometime in July, maybe August at this point. I'm not sure. But yeah, so that's the earliest is July. Thank you, Noibe, for the bits. Hey, Tom, Chemo Guy from one episode 3 stream with Jelly here. Last time I misunderstood Mouse's prompt to say something nice about Joe as genuine instead of an excuse to chat to endlessly riff on you. But this time I don't need that prompt to say that your opinions about episode 5 echo my own from more than a decade ago. Some chatters just clearly lack love to see what you do. Please never stop thinking out loud. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you, Noibe.
Yippee.
Yippee. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. And thank you to Melon Gibson 1 before the raid goes out. Really, really quick. Oh no, Rap God. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Clawfist. See you later. See you tomorrow, everyone. Hope you had a good weekend.
Bye, everyone.
Raid is out. So anyone stuck around or is watching on the VOD, see you later. Thank you very much for watching. And also to anyone who came back because we went over 7 o'clock and you might have missed the beginning of episode 6. Sorry about that. See you later. Want to say goodbye, Mouse?
Goodbye, Mouse.
Goodbye, Mouse.